Yes, yes, Belgium so far has been a volcano of emotion. Big hits have been all over the place, high scoring, and it has been a really, really entertaining series. But unfortunately today we'll have to lose a team. It's the last day of Group A. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Belgium, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 5, the last day of Group A matches. 4 T10s on the way. And yeah, 5 doesn't go into 4. Only the top 4 teams from Group A will make it through to quarterfinals Friday. Okay, 3 of the teams are safe, but they will be jostling for position, of course, on the last day of group matches, but 2 are not. And it's the 2 Ostend sides. Ostend Exiles, they've got the day off today. They have a bit of a nervous wait while they watch Ostend CC play this morning. Ostend CC can play their way through to the quarterfinals, but they'll have to play really well. And they're up this morning, first up, in fact, against the Mecklen Eagles, who've had a very good series so far. Let's go to the toss. Ostend CC versus the Eagles. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Mecklen to call.
Heads.
Tails is a call. It's heads. Okay, good luck, guys. Have a good game.
Thank you.
All the best.
So Ostend CC win the toss. Good toss to win. I think they're going to have a bat. And why do I think it's a good toss to win? Because the first innings this week has averaged about 148 on the board. So that shows you it has been tough fielding first up, kind of bucking the trend of what we often see in ECN cricket. But I do think they'll get an opportunity to put some runs on the board. Omid Rahimi, I think he is a real key for the Ostend CC guys. Will probably come in at 3. It just hasn't been able to go on with it. He hadn't passed 23 until yesterday. Got into the 30s, but he couldn't go any further in a big chase. But I suppose they'll be happy that they get to bat first. They get to do what they want to do. And yeah, 1-5 they are. They've only had the 1 win. That was over the Exiles, who they need to overtake today if they're going to play their way into the quarterfinals. They're 2 points behind and about 1.1 points of net run rate. So they can win 1 game and improve the net run rate to get through, but I think probably they'll have to win both if they are going to make it through to the quarterfinals. Mecklen Eagles, very different story for them though. They're sitting pretty at the top of the ladder, 5-1, and they're coming off a day off. I think they'll be pretty fresh, and they will be a bit of a force to be reckoned with, but they will have to chase here in the first game of the day, which has been a bit tricky historically so far in this series. Let's talk about the conditions today. Another beautiful day we're expecting. It is going to be about 27 degrees. Currently it's already up to about 17, so I think it's going to be very pleasant conditions for cricket. Not too much of a breeze either, so I think it should be wonderful conditions. And let's talk about Peacock Friday, because it is Peacock Friday, and of course it's our chance to express ourselves with a little bit of colour. And here is a man that is doing just that. Charlie Hunt is in the commentary box. I can tell you in this crucial match, match 17, Ostend CC have won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you, and let's get the day started.
Thank you very much, Mina. Good morning to everyone tuning in around the world, whether that be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. A very good morning to all of you. What a day we have set up here. Final day of the week, Friday, Peacock Friday. I'm looking forward to it. I've got a funny show. I know Vinny has. I like that first little number there from Vinny. But no, I'm looking forward to an excellent day of cricket, and it's must-win cricket for Ostend CC, isn't it? Only 2 points on the board. They've only got 2 games left. We take a look at the lineups for both of these 2 teams. We'll take a look at the Eagles first of all. There's a couple of big run makers in there, the likes of Dilip Singh, obviously making that 72, and Mecklen Eagles as well. He can certainly hit a long ball, but again, looking at that Ostend CC, one of those big batsmen has really got to come off. I think the likes of Rahimi, as Vinny previously mentioned, only got into the 30s for the first time yesterday. Boy, oh boy, are they going to be relying on him. But I think we're also looking to see the likes of Shadaz Sheikh. He's going to be a big man. Also, Abdul Mohammed. He's had a couple of starts at the top of the order, that the left-handed opener. But unfortunately, he's just not been able to kick on. He's made a half century right at the start of the tournament, but he's not really been able to go and make a big score. We've seen plenty of big scores. We've seen 200s, in fact, now, and also scores in the 70s and 80s. But we take a look at the bat versus ball wall. Well, the supercomputer might be struggling a little bit this morning. The expected scores of only in and around 100, which is an interesting stat. But I think we could be looking at a bit of a higher total. But then again, you never know. We've seen some low scores. And if I take a look at the scores in this tournament so far, we've had lowest scores of in the 60s, didn't we? And that was certainly what happened yesterday. Austin CC skittled for 61 off of just 8.2 overs. So that is a big moment in this tournament. So as Vinny previously mentioned, net run rate is a big issue here for the Austin CC. Well, there he is. There's the skipper. It's that man, Abdul Rahman. He's not really had the best of times with the bat in hand. Well, if he comes off today, it'll be a miracle. They need a miracle to get themselves out of this rut, do Austin CC. But it will be Idras. He's going to open up the bowling. He's getting his lunges in. There he is, looking very flexible on a bit of a chilly morning here. Chilly Friday morning in Belgium here in Mecklen. But no, it's looking like it's going to be another warm day. A hot day for some interesting T10 cricket here in Belgium. A huge thanks to everyone tuning in already on YouTube. I can see Ivan's in there saying he's looking forward to seeing some of the colourful shirts in and around the ground. I know there's a few good-looking ones. But we're just about ready to get match number 17 underway. It's a big game, and it will be Abdul Rahim Zaidres to get us underway here. Match number 17. And it will just be a conservative dot ball to start. Good start from Idris there. Just keeping this outside the off stump. And Mohammed just taking a bit of a look there. And interesting enough, the two fielders that are out is on the leg side. You've got a long on and a deep sort of mid-wicket, really. We've seen Mohammed, if he does go that area, normally he will go ahead and clear it. But a change of angle. And this time, well, he goes for the offside route. And what a way to get off the mark. Through the covers, this will race away along this electric outfield, and a really good start for Mohammed. Through the covers, 4 runs to the total. Good start for Abdul Mohammed. Again, as I mentioned, he has had some big score in this tournament, but we've seen him time and time again get decent starts, and he's not really been able to kick on, in fact. And again, Idris has had a really good time of it. Most of the time with the ball in hand. He's under a bit of early pressure here. Mohammed is looking to go big early on. So much so that Idris is just going to try and get in his head a little bit. Gets this one all wrong, loses his rhythm, don't mind that. But good morning to Ian Johns in the chat. Reminding everyone to show dignity and respect, of course. Well, I tell you what, I think we've had a display of excellent talent here in Belgium thus far. Still plenty of cricket to come. And this will be the first leg side wide of the day. Signalled by the umpire on screen there. Well, I can tell you that the appointments for match number 1 is Syed Abbas Ali and Ramraj. There you go. Again, I have to say, credit to the umpires over the last few days. They have been incredible. Not really got much wrong. In fact, I can't think of a dismissal that I didn't agree with. And obviously, top run score at the moment. Paramjeet Singh after an incredible 120 not out. Just goes to show a lot of talent. And Mohammed, he's got some talent in there. Doesn't quite pick this one, and it's a wild swipe, but it will be another dot ball. Abdul Mohammed currently sat on 115 runs now in the tournament, averaging 37. He got that higher score of 55 not out. It is, as I mentioned previously, an average of 37. He's been able to get good starts, but hasn't been able to go ahead and convert. But a man who's struggling with the bat in hand, yet to face the delivery, Abdul Rahman. I think he got a hat-trick of ducks on the trot, but he'll be wanting to make amends. And this is again outside the off stump. Mohammed possibly just struggling early on with morning jitters. After that excellent cover drive to pierce the infield. But this is going to be an interesting battle. Obviously, it's must-win cricket now for Austin CC here this morning. So they're going to need to ensure that they get a good start. Mohammed, he's got 2 deliveries left in the over. And this is punched down the ground. It should just be a single. Direct hit could have been close. It's really good fielding by Dilip Singh, a man who I'm sure we'll be seeing with the bat. He's got a good high score of 72 in this tournament. Just shows the Belgian DNA of cricket. 9 times out of 10, you want to go from ball 1. And I remember back to the ECC last year, the Belgian coach was sat there ticking off sixes. He said he wanted 20 sixes in an innings. And if you could do that, you're more than likely to go on ahead and take a victory out of the game. He also wanted to see sixes being hit first up on every delivery by any new batsman. But the new batsman now, Abdul Rahman, yet to face a delivery. He's only got one ball left in this over. And he will meet this with the full face of the bat into the leg side. And it will just be a dot ball to finish. But a tidy over from Idris. And it will be 6 off the first, 6 for none. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back Vinny Sandy to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks very much, Charlie. Great to be here. And well, let's have a look. Where's it all gone wrong for Austin CC? 1 and 5. They've got Omid Rahimi. I mentioned him just before the toss. I think he's really, really important, as well as left-hander Abdul Muhammad. Shiraz Sheikh just creeping up there, but have a look at that. In fact, he's only scored 64 runs this week. It shows that they need a little bit more out of him, I think. For the Mecklen Eagles, Sanan is such a dangerous player at the top of the order. And notice that Dean Islam into the side and captaining the side for the Eagles. So nice to see him back. And Nasir as well, I think pretty important player. Right here, let's have a look. It's Prem Wadwa for over number 2.
It's a big appeal. And he is given. He took his time. That certainly was a sound, but I'm not too sure how close it was. We're going to take another look at this one, but it doesn't matter. He is going to have to go.
Yeah, I mean, certainly seemed to be a little sound. He's pretty close to the bat. There's a couple of little things here. You see, look at this body language. It's a weird walk sideways. I don't know any body language experts out there, and he kind of looks a little bit nonplussed there. But, I mean, that's one. I think you're going to have to go with the umpire on that one. Immediate reaction from the keeper and the bowler. And, yeah, I know, sometimes I go on batter's body language in this. And, yeah, why would he be walking that way so quick? Anyway, he probably feels he didn't hit it. Umpire and everyone else thought he did. And that will be the first wicket of the day, 6 for 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I'm not too sure what else the noise could have been. There was a certain sound, but unfortunately we'll have to go. But, yeah, we take a look at the wicketkeeper's reaction straight away. As soon as he, almost even before he takes it.
The other issue here, I suppose, is the umpire doesn't get a great look at it. I think maybe even if he does nick it, it's that Prem's pretty lucky to get that one because he is kind of inhibiting the umpire's line of sight. But it will go down the book as a wicket as Saran takes the catch. 6 for 1. And here's a man, I was just talking about him, Omid Rahimi. I mean, my issue with Omid, he's a very, very good player, no doubt about it. Can whack it, but hasn't really gone on, made a half century or better so far in this series.
Well, they're going to need something from him here, and he goes from the start. He hasn't quite middled this, and it will eventually be a boundary. It's unfortunate for the man at mid-off. He wasn't quite able to cut this one off, but it will be a boundary. Good start to get off the mark.
Yeah, and he plays this shot really well. Doesn't quite middle this, but he has this kind of uppercut slap that he kind of does over cover, and he's able to do it to short deliveries. So he's less of a cutter of a ball, more, a cover slapper. That makes sense.
Yeah. That was it. Kramula Nasir unable to cut that off. An incredible fielder. Again, the fielding this week has been in top quality. And this time gets that front leg out of the way. I think it would just be a single down the ground.
The issue with Rahimi is he's just occasionally crossed from the aggressive into the foolish with his shot selection. And that's kind of the story yesterday when he got to 30-odd. Certainly with him there, they looked good in the chase. And then he just played a shot and he just walked down. It was a bit of a nothing shot, swiped across it and got bowled. Anyway, here's a guy, Rahman, yet to get off the mark. Let's see if he can do something here.
Well, looks like as if it was on the back pad. Umpire's still not moved. I think he still might be having a little think. And eventually.
I think he's saying there's a bit of bat in this one. Let's have a look. Yeah, so sure, maybe going down the leg side. Hit him on the foot, I think, in the end. Let's have a look. Hit him on the heel. Yeah, probably just missing, but not by much.
All right. Again, it comes back to what I mentioned Tyrone Meek Peter said to me. That leg stump is still a stump. So if it is hitting it, it's still out, isn't it?
That's true.
Rahimi, 5 off 2. Well, make that. What's this going to be? It's going to be all the way. So make that 11 off of 3. Rahimi, he's going big early on. It's 6 runs, first 6 of the day.
Look at the leg kick here. Now, this is very baseball. I've seen a few players do this. Look, he's got the leg kick and doesn't really care where this is. He's planting that front foot and he's swinging. There's a little bit of the Barry Bonds about that from Omid Rahimi as he smacks it away. Of course, in baseball, you can't hit it behind you. But in cricket, it's a 360-degree game. And, well, they'll certainly take the runs. Rahimi into double figures.
It's a foul ball, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it?
Yeah, it's foul ball.
There you go.
Yeah, good knowledge.
I only know that
because of the leg kick.
That's incredible. He's done it a couple times
Giddy
this
up.
week.
Get him the cowboy hat as well. Here we go.
Needs a response. It's a low full toss. Isn't able to get underneath this. Doesn't get in the right position. Slap down to the man at Dilip Singh. Long on for just a single.
Yeah, so it is the end of the second over. The score is 19-1, and we can show you why this is such an important day for, I suppose, all the teams, but in particular, Austin Exiles and Austin CC. The Exiles have the day off, so they've finished their 8 preliminary games. Austin CC, they've still got 2 to play this morning against the Eagles. They have to make up 2 points, or they can win 1 and improve the net run rate by about 1.1 if they're going to qualify, or they can win both. So they'll be hoping to win both, no doubt about that. But it won't be easy against an Eagles side. They've been flying, haven't they? 5-1 at the top of the table, and they'll be wanting to cement their place at the top, which means they'll play the lowest ranked qualifier in Group B. So yeah, should be a huge day. Idris, over number 3.
This is slapped and slapped well, and it evades Nasir, and this will race away. Well, this isn't the first time we've seen Rahimi go big early on, and he's doing it once again. It's a lovely shot, 4 more to the total.
Yeah, goes with it, gets into the gap. Maybe gets a bit lucky, then it's into the gap, but you make your own luck. Yeah, that leg kick thing is funny because he doesn't do it all the time. Does it occasionally, and it's kind of a sort of premeditation. Nice little grin at Saran, who will get the right of reply, I suppose, the Eagles keeper a little bit later on.
Yeah, I think the key is for Rahimi, we've mentioned it a couple of times. We mentioned it yesterday, and it really disappointed me yesterday when he just went for 1 too many. He had a really explosive start and then advanced down the track, and it just made no sense. Yeah. If you hold his ground, he's so powerful with those wrists. This is a slower delivery, hit straight down the ground. Will just be a single to rotate the strike. This is good batting, gets the big boundary, then just rotating the strike. Rahman, 1 off 2. Hasn't quite got going in this tournament at all.
Now, our crew, including Karina, they call Omid Rahimi the Prince. And do you know why?
Why is that?
Because he has hair that is fit for royalty. He has beautiful hair. 3-3-3.
This time, just going to be a dot ball into the offside. It looks a little bit like Prince Charming out of Shrek.
Okay.
In a nice way.
It's a good Shrek reference. Yeah, look at Rahimi. Yeah, well, there you go. The Prince has been called. He's a handsome fella, isn't he? Look at that. Flashing a smile as well. Oh, yeah, I get you. Is that a Shrek or is that out of... oh, yeah, it is.
That is
Prince
in
Charming
Shrek.
Out of Shrek. Gotcha.
Idris, and, well, this one kicks off the crease.
Hits the line, I think, and that's why it just kind of rolls, bounces around the time of the stumps. Anyway, good morning to Mohammed Shaheen, who's watching. Hope you're well. I want to say hello to a few people in the chat as well. I think Ian Johns is in there. I think you might want to mention him already. If you'd like to jump in, it's always a great time. Hello to Ivan as well, ECN European Cricket Network.
And again, Abdul Rahman just doing enough to keep this one out. It's a really good delivery from Idris.
That's the perfect ball. And what are you going to do with that? It's impossible to get the middle of the bat on it because you literally have to get the toe of your bat on it. So if you can do that, that's great. Obviously, if you miss full or slightly shorter, presents a bit more of a scoring opportunity for the batters. But they bowled well to Rahman so far.
Yeah, he's chewing up a few deliveries. Going to need to go big at some point, release a bit of pressure. He tries to do so, and this is going to skim through the infield. It will race away, and it'll bring up his first boundary. Gets the account open, not in the most convincing of ways, but it's 4 nonetheless. Yeah,
we'll just sneak under the fence. So, well, looks like that's Shahzad. And he's going to go the long way around to try and get this one. Probably would be going for a new ball. Did hear we had a bit of a shipment of new balls. Anyway, hey, gives us a chance to look at this from yesterday. I had a bit of feedback. People asking about this catch for Sherry Butt. It was one of the catches of the season. Does his foot touch the line or not? I got to say, there's no way this foot touches the line. Because if you have a look here, you might look at that in isolation and say, look, is that cutting the line? But you've got to remember, the line isn't straight there. It's a powdered line. So there's definitely grass between the line and the foot here, and then he releases it. Then he steps over. That's fine because he's gotten rid of the ball, and then comes back and takes the catch. So yeah, this is the thing you got to understand. We saw it live. We got a really good view of that. But yeah, if it was the reason, some people may have thought if they blow that up, they feel like the line isn't straight, so the foot must be cutting the line. But the thing is, the line's just not straight. That's the thing here. It's not perfectly straight, I should say, the way it's been done. So great work by Spring Productions to work that out. And, of course, Rahman was the batter that was involved in that. Bit unlucky to go to one of the catches of the season. This one's another leg kick, and the umpire likes it. Well, I've got to say, well, the umpire doesn't like it. The keeper likes it, I was going to say. Oh, I reckon Rahimi might have gotten away with one here.
My only question, does he hit the bat on the ground? Well, not easy from that angle because once again, Prem Water is in the way.
I've got to say, I mean, we don't know here because we can't really see, but what I will say is that Rahimi's head just craned around really quick. And I thought, if it wasn't nicked, it might have been a wide, but the umpire just didn't feel that he was sure enough.
Well, this could be a no ball. This is going to be an interesting look. He does take the catch. The no ball hasn't been called yet.
Well, Rahimi's starting to walk. This will be an interesting one because I feel this is pretty high. Oh, it's a tough one. They're going to want to have a look at this for sure because the wicket falls off it. Now, if it's waist high or above, it's no ball. So if they think this is the waist, is it maybe dropping just below when it's at the crease? It's one of those, if on the field, I suppose it's marginal. I typically like to see these called. You look at it there and it looks waist high, doesn't it? If you look at it straight on. If you look at it at the crease, then maybe you can make an argument it's just dipping below. So even the bowler, I mean, the bowler's reaction tells it all. He's not super confident it's going to stand, but it will. And Rahimi, well, that might have been one of those moments where the universe realigns because he might have got a little feather on that one behind. I just got a suspicion of that. In the end, he goes to a ball that he probably should have put into the car park. He's the second wicket to fall, and it's 28 for 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? But again, Rahimi getting a start and just getting himself out and unable to convert, which is, I think, the real lackluster part of the Austin CC's batting lineup is a lot of them get starts, but they're just not able to push on. But the new batsman, Shoaib Sheikh, he can hit a long ball.
Yeah, sure can.
But there's a lot of pressure on that man's shoulders. He comes in at number 4. He's been all over the batting lineups, coming in at number 7, coming in at the start, but he's got an opportunity now. Wow, this is just chipped up in the air. He gets a hand on it. But, well, I think the question there is if he got the dive in, he might have got there, but he survives early on.
Dean Islam into the crease, and had to get off his feet here, didn't he? It's just a stop shot, really. Question for discussion, Rahimi. Can 2 wrongs make a right?
No. It's like saying fight fire with fire. It doesn't work.
Makes a big fire. Could probably use one of those this morning. A little bit chilly so far.
Good over from Water so far. And this should be called a wide, and is. So just getting pushed off of his rhythm there. But again, this has been a pretty tidy over so far with that wicket of Rahimi coming in it. And again, Rahimi just struggling. And well, at the moment, he's only averaging around 17, and that just shows get starts. Is it 9 times out of 10 doesn't go and convert. But Shoaib Sheikh, none off 1 at the moment. 3 deliveries remaining here. And this is called a wide. This is going to be an interesting one. Take another look at this one.
The umpires had their hands full this morning already, haven't they? Yeah, see, I think that one's... Again, we thought it was a wide earlier. So, look, it's early. Let's give everyone a break here. Let's give everyone a break. I mean, even Shoaib Sheikh, you see the way that he kind of bunted that first one. He's so lucky to still be there. So he got away with one. So we'll be kind.
So Water again off the back of it. Off a wide, and it evades the jumping man, and this one is going to race away. Not the most convincing starts for Sheikh, but he's off the mark with the boundary, and this time it's again down past the backwards of square. It's 4 runs.
They'll take it, won't they? So Sheikh yet to really show what he can do in any meaningful way in this series. He's a guy we have seen leading Belgium in the ECC last year, so he's a very talented player.
He's got an opportunity to really do something. A bit of magic for Austin CC. They need it, don't they? They need a miracle here. They need 2 wins from 2, realistically, if they're going to go ahead and get themselves up into the qualifications. I think, don't know what we've lost there. Might have been some sunglasses or a watch or something. I don't know. He's pointing at something.
That's
but
very good. He picked something up off the field and just ran it off. So, well, Wadwa's been pretty good here, I've got to say. Has done the job too. Early wickets. Mecklen Eagles trying to scuttle this innings.
And this is an opportunity down the ground, but I think it looks like it might have carried all the way. It splits the fielders to perfection, and this is going to be another maximum 6 more to the total.
Yeah, lucky picks the gap here because it's probably catchable high.
Not quite convincing as we first thought, though.
Let's have a look at this one again. See, nice early morning sun. You see the fielders converge. I mean, it would have been catchable if they were there. This one, I think it's 6 actually.
Yeah, it is.
Am I crazy?
It's a good call. It's called on the on field as a 6. So last delivery here of the fourth, and again into the leg side as he picked out the man. Well, I tell you what, that's an excellent stop from Dileep Singh. He went for the catch, and sometimes you risk going for the catch but giving the boundary away, but he managed to do neither of those.
Yeah,
didn't get the catch, but didn't give the boundary away.
He was in the way. Does he get this on the full with the hand? I mean, it would have been amazing if it stuck. See here. Yeah, I think it does. It's a tough one. Not surprised considering how central it was to his body that he didn't get two hands to it. Anyway, here's my two hands, here's your two hands, and we're waving hello to you. It's great to have your company. Peacock Friday. It is day 5 of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Belgium, and it has been pretty exciting so far. Speaking of exciting, I like what you got going on. Peacock Friday, you must love it, Charlie. I saw you getting into it in Portugal.
Yeah, I love a good Peacock Friday. Every day was Peacock Friday in Portugal. No, I'm loving it. And again, well, official timekeeper, Frederic Constant, they've come in at the right time. ECC coming up 10 days away now.
Yeah, it's getting pretty exciting. Yeah, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt as well, taking you through the 5th day of action, the last day of Group A action. Ostend CC, they need to get some results going their way this morning if they are to qualify for quarterfinals. Otherwise, they will be the first team eliminated from the competition. Here's Sherzad in over number 5.
And this is into the leg side. Doesn't quite time this. It evades Yar, and it will be a single. So brings Abdul Rahman on strike, who's not really had much of the strike. He's currently 5 off of 6. Has got that one boundary through the covers to his name, but they're going to need him to really go big. I think there might be a bit of butter on the ball. Just can't quite pick it up. Eventually does get it in. I think that's Idris out there.
Rico would be saying they've had too much ghee on their aloo parathas.
There we go. Good start from Shazad, just a single, but Abdul Rahman, he needs to go big. Well, he certainly tries to, but just trying to hit it too hard, if anything. I think that's where he's struggled this tournament. He's just trying to hit the ball too hard. He's got the power in him. We've seen it time and time again. He hit one of the longest sixes I think Vinny's ever seen.
He's got to be careful with that side line. I think that doesn't quite touch the line, but he's over line, so he's kind of running a risk of a back foot no ball here. Head here to Shazad. Yeah, Abdul Rahman can hit a long ball. Don't worry about that.
But so can this man, and this is just lofted over the top, and it'll race away. Shara Sheikh, he's looking good here, but again, it's another batsman getting a start. Can he push on after a lovely uppercut for 4 more?
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic batting. Up and over. So nice work by Shara Sheikh. Say hello to Nilman in the chat. Hope you're well. And hello to everyone that's saying hello to us. To Sundori, who's in there. So to Keanu. Nice to see you, Keanu. Hope everything is well in Australia today.
Shazad needs a response here. Shara Sheikh 16 off 6. He again just tries to run this down to third man. He's asking for a wide, but that was nowhere near. That was a really almost top delivery from Shazad, top of off.
Yeah.
See the little pigeon?
Yeah, a little bit of that.
Getting involved.
Yeah,
Wildlife.
My old headmaster, John Inverarity, who did play some Test cricket for Australia, he once got bowled by Greg Chappell in Sheffield Shield cricket in first class cricket in Australia when the ball hit a sparrow in flight and went onto his stumps.
Bit of in-flight entertainment.
And he got called back.
Oh, that's nice. That's always good. Spirit of the game.
Not for the sparrow.
Shazad again, this time on the drive. Will get through. He's furious with himself that he's let it through, and it will just be a single. It's a shot at the stumps. Well, eventually backed up by Sadan, the keeper.
Reminds me a bit of the beach ball incident, you know, in football. The
Liverpool
beach ball incident.
Pepe Reina.
Yep,
Spanish keeper. Who was that against? Sunderland, I think it was.
Yeah, it might have been.
I think it was Sunderland.
That's crazy.
So the old, I remember watching that on the old match of the day.
A multi-ball activated. You don't see that very often in football. Anyway, last ball of the over.
Abdul Rahman again on the drive. And it's just another dot ball. Chewing up deliveries is Rahman. He's faced a handful. Not really been able to get them away, but it's the end of the 5th. And Ostend CC going at a decent pace. 48 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, decent. But remember, the average average score in the first innings of a day is 148. So that's what we've come to expect. So not quite the fireworks so far, but I suppose Rahmani's still there, isn't he? He hasn't faced too many deliveries. He's only faced 8 in 5 overs in half the innings. So I think also some of those 8, they've been pretty good balls. They've been up in the block hole and they've bowled pretty well to him. Yeah, just one final note on that boundary catch yesterday, and it's about more of a process issue. If there is doubt, so I don't think there's even any doubt in that replay that we saw, that the foot doesn't touch the line, but if there is doubt, you're judging the boundary stop first, and you judge the boundary stop with the benefit of the doubt going to the fielder, right?
Shakarula, he gets his first over underway, and this is not going to be the way he wants to start it. Bit of a sweep, doesn't quite middle it, but it's going to go all the way. 4 more. Sheikh moves into the 20s.
Yeah, so just takes a bit of a risk, taking this middle stump, but gets enough bat on it. And we've seen a lot of boundaries running away to that area behind the wicket, haven't we? So a 4 to start the over. Yeah, so just process-wise, boundary stops according to the ICC regulations. If there's doubt, it goes to the fielder. So if you feel there's doubt, that still goes to the fielder. And then what's the result of the play? The result of the play is a catch. So it's not as simple as saying the batter gets benefit of the doubt, of all doubt, because there's no doubt the catch was taken cleanly. So, yeah, that was just a couple of other queries I had about that one. Anyway, over to Shakarula.
Fuller again, right in the block hole. This is really good comeback from Shakarula, bowling right to his field. Just a single down the ground. They won't mind that. Gets Rahman on strike, who has not hit many boundaries in this tournament. And Anthony Sanasen asking, how many balls have we lost in the bushes this week, fellas? A lot.
Lots.
A lot.
More than we thought.
This is again right in the block hole. He does well to get a run off this. Bit of an inside edge, and there's applause all around the ground because I think they knew that was a pretty good shot from Rahman in the end.
This is the thing from Rahman. I mean, it's easy to just look at the score and criticise him, but you got to realise you can only play what's bowled to you, and he's had a lot of balls that have been like that. And once he gets some length to work with, he can really muscle it down the ground. At the moment, he's probably done well just to stay there.
Continuing again, this time straight to Yard at mid-wicket. And there's a interesting one here. Kiani just saying, anyone see the catch from Kieran Pollard? I've just grabbed it up on my computer. Well, that's just almost carbon copy, just without the dive, isn't it?
Can I tell you my opinion on that catch?
Go on then. After this one you can. Not yet.
Maybe unpopular.
Not yet. Uh-oh. This time again, drags into the leg side, straight to Yard again, and it will be another dot ball. This is a good comeback from Shakarula. It's been a tidy over so far. Go on then.
If I could write the boundary rules, that wouldn't be out. You know why? Because he jumps from outside the boundary and he touches the ball before he lands.
Okay,
again.
I see what you're saying.
And
there.
I don't like that.
I see what you're saying.
I don't like that. I think you should have to re-establish yourself in the field before you touch the ball again.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'll wait for this.
Well, this is down the ground. He's not quite got all this. It's an opportunity, and it will be taken. Excellent work from that man, Dileep Singh. Just can't keep him out of the game. He's excellent with the bat, but also out in the field. And, well, unfortunately, the in-batsman, Sheraz Sheikh, gets another start, but doesn't convert.
Yeah, kind of clunks off the bottom of the bat, doesn't it, for Sheraz Sheikh? And again, he's bowled well. It's up in that block hole, and that's why he doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. Got to say, it was a really good bit of fielding from Dileep Singh, who anticipates this to his left. And so another dangerous hitter is removed. Sheikh looked okay for 22, but he's got to go. It's 54 for 3.
Yeah, well, I just feel ostensive. He might have left it a little bit too late. They're up against the informed team of the Eagles. Only lost once so far this week. But they're still within a chance. 54 for 3 after 6. Going at 9s.
Yeah, 9s doesn't seem enough, does it,
no.
against this Eagles lineup? Yeah, so I know it's not the rule at the moment. I don't think we've quite got our boundary catch rules right in cricket yet, because remember, it's all happened so fast. You used to get one of these like a year in old cricket, when I remember in Australia the fence was about 100 metres away, and you just didn't get so many of these. But now with fields being smaller, with bats being bigger, we're seeing more opportunities. I don't like the idea, like in basketball, you can't jump from off the field and touch the ball before you land. That'll be out of bounds, right? You have to be in the field before you do something.
Oh dear. Well, I was going to say Mazhar Marshall is going to get us underway here in the 7th, but doesn't quite get this one where he wants to be, so he's going to go ahead and take another go.
So what it means is you can like throw a ball up, step out, and then catch a ball that's really over the boundary and then step back in.
Oh, this is all wrong. This is going to be down the leg side. It will be given as a wide.
But, I mean, taking nothing away from the catch. The rules are the rules, and it's definitely a clean catch. A very good bit of athleticism. We're seeing more of that.
I tell you what, I think if I'm going to give an award for best tape work, it will go to the Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
On the back of their shirts, it's been incredible.
They've got to go with different fonts now.
This one just misses the top of the leg stump. It's actually eventually good work from Tajinder Saran. It drops, but just in front of him. He uses his pads, and it will just be a dot ball. But look at this one, only just.
Oh, wow. That really hasn't missed by much at all. Yeah, Keanu's a point. In Australian football, you can hold the ball. As long as it's where the ball is, it's irrelevant where the man is. But that's a bit tough to judge with such a small ball in cricket. I don't think we can quite do that.
Oh, this
has got him. You know, the last time I saw Abdul Rahman get hit in that region, and let's just call it the private region, he hit the 100-metre 6. Very next ball. I think I showed you the footage. Because
Yeah.
Corey described it in a way which almost got us pulled off the air. But that's hit him in Mr. Johnson. And the next one that he hit, this is in Capella. He hit 100 metres. So, well, wake up. Here we go.
Well, he was going to try and do so, but I think he has got a bit of bat on this one, and he walks. So not quite the replica of what happened last time that he was hit in the nether regions, but this one he has to go. He goes for just 7 off 12, and it's the 4th wicket to fall. Austin CC 55 for 4.
Angle across, just doing Abdul Rahman in here. So, yeah, just hasn't been able to recapture the magic. That's cricket, I suppose. And he'll get another opportunity next game. But the way things are going, they're going to have to play really well from here to get the result this morning. So, disappointment. I do think, look, credit to the bowling team. They bowled well to him. No doubt about it. I think he had a lot of balls in the block hole, didn't have a lot of balls in that kind of drivable length that he likes to go up and out of the ground. Saran does the rest. And so that's a 4th wicket down now, 55 for 4.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the lowest total so far in this tournament. I think the lowest 3 have all come from Austin CC. So that just shows that their batting lineup has just not come off for them this week. We know that there's some seriously big names, some international talent in and amongst their ranks, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and I think this just might be the case this week for Austin CC.
Yeah, I think so. So, you better at the crease now. Nurullah Siddiqui, he likes to swing it. He's not too much of him, but he packs a punch.
This is Fuller again. This has gone high. This could be another opportunity, and it will be taken. So Dilip Singh is the man again. That's 2 from 2 now, and it's another wicket to go. Hat-trick opportunity coming up next. This time, it's 5s all round. 50, 5 for 5.
Yeah, it doesn't wait to have a look, does he? Another one that goes down the ground. Just doesn't time it. Not easy when you first come out there. So Siddiqui comes, Siddiqui goes, and suddenly Marshall is on a hat-trick. He's got 2 for 1. And right now, Austin CC, there's more pain at the crease for them. Adil Diwar Ali of the Exiles is top of that list with our first hat-trick back on the 4th of March. And the last man on the list was added yesterday, Manpreet Sandhu, also of the Austin Exiles. That was against 12 Stars. Will we have the 25th hat-trick of the year right here on the European Cricket Network? We'll have to find out. But looks like Amir Hussain will be the new batter. This innings just going off the rails, winning the toss and batting. Seemed a good toss to win, but you still have to bat well. I will say, though, the Eagles, they've bowled particularly well. Maybe a couple of exceptions, couple of bad balls, but not too many.
But it is going to be a hat-trick opportunity. There you go, Mazhar Marshall. He's on a hat-trick. And, well, interesting enough, Hussain does take a guard. We've seen a couple men come in and not really go for a guard. And he's going to change the angle. He's going to come over the wicket. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Hussain up against Marshall.
Super interesting he'd change here. He's got 2 right-handers from around the wicket. Maybe he knows something about Hussain.
Maybe he knows something we don't, but it will be him. He's on a hat-trick. It clatters into the pad. I think there also might have been a bit of an inside edge, but we won't get the hat-trick. But what an over this has been so far from Marshall.
Yeah, it's a big inside edge. County's asked me how many hat-tricks we had last year. It's a good question. Rico was in charge of that one, so you might find out. I feel like we've had more this year, but we started with...
Oh, well, I tell you what, I'm going to have to pause you there because this is going to sail away. Not the end to the over that Marshall would have wanted. He goes for a boundary off the last, but again, excellent bowling from him. He finishes with 2 for 5 after his single over, and that's going to be Amir Hussain off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, normally I'm not a big fan of round the wicket right-hander to right-hander, but it worked for him. And then when he went over, just kind of the angle worked against him. This is the last day of Group A matches. And you can see that one of these teams will miss out on the quarterfinals, which is in a week's time. Another Peacock Friday. Looking forward to that. Group B, we'll get to see them from tomorrow. And a lot of chat about Beveren. Does look like they are the team that will represent Belgium in the ECL next year. And Beveren have a fair few hitters. And some people are thinking that they might be the ones to breach the magical 200. So stay with us throughout this 2 weeks in Belgium.
We start tomorrow with a Brussels derby.
Yeah, that should be a really good one too.
Anyway, it just isn't going to be into the attack, but this will be a wicket, and it's that man, Ikramullah Nasir, and he takes another catch. Going to rack them up for him in the stats column, and this is going to be the 6th wicket to go. It's 59 for 6.
Yeah, Shafkat gets a golden, so not ideal. Low full toss, not an easy one to put away sometimes. gets a fair bit of that, but not quite enough. Simple catch taken down there. Nasir wasn't going to drop that, so they fall further into the mire. 6 wickets down now. It's 59 for 6.
Yeah, Shafkat getting a bit of a golden quacker.
Yeah,
he's going to have to make that long walk back, but a good start for Pankaj Verma. Gets a wicket first up.
Yeah, perfect start really. Didn't even have to bounce the ball on the pitch. Yeah, going back to hat tricks. Well, we started on the 30th of January this year, but we didn't have a hat trick until the 4th of March. So that was actually quite a long time to go without a hat trick. I think we're into the 5th or 6th week of the season before Adil D1 Ali was able to take one on Group D finals day in the ECL.
Good things come to those who wait.
Yeah, and then we had a bit of an epidemic of them. Amir Zayab, he took one soon after for Marlow, the Portuguese champions.
Ah, yes, Marlow, yeah.
Know them very well.
Mm.
Of course, your night series you recently did in Portugal. It's the first time Marlow haven't won an ECL trophy.
Yes. First, I think that was the 5th tournament. They've won the previous 4.
Yep. What about the gamblers, though?
Ah, wow.
Know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Did you see the scenes when they won?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was incredible.
I thought we were going to shake the grandstand down. Anyway, here we go. Over number 8 continues.
Verma, well, this is going to be hit down the ground. There's an opportunity of a run out, but it will come through, and he's off the mark straight away with the single.
Faraz Khan's out there. Keanu saying he's looking forward to seeing Hasidullah Tarakel from Beveren. Yeah, and many more. Don't worry about that.
And the rest.
But, I mean, anything can happen in ECS cricket, no doubt about that.
Well, this has gone high, and it's long, it's handsome. This will sail over the boundary. It's been a while since the last boundary, but that's certainly going to help. This is a big 6 down the ground.
Yeah, nice shot. Amir Hussain finally gets one a bit more of a comfortable length to hit. That's the thing. They've been pretty good with their lengths here, but this is one that is slot, and it disappears. Still got to hit it well, though, because if you miss-hit it, you can easily be caught. But that one is out of the ground, 66 for 6.
We had to wait a good amount of overs. I think it's 4 overs since the last 6. And this is through the legs. This is going to be a nutmeg, and this is going to be a good dot ball.
Yeah, dot ball's a good ball. It just cramps him for a room a little bit here.
Follows him, really, doesn't he?
Yep.
Looks to go into that leg side. Goes through his legs.
Straight through the 5-hole. That's what they call it in ice hockey. The goaltender, the different corners where you shoot.
Oh, yeah.
5-hole is straight between the goaltender's legs.
Makes sense. Continuing here, down the ground. I think he might have taken a screamer.
I reckon this is out. They'll have a look at it.
Hussain looks pretty like he's not going to move.
This is out. This is straight off the bottom of the bat. He feels like it might be a bump ball, but we'll see this from side on. I reckon it's going to be pretty conclusive. As, yeah, the bowler's thinking, hey, I'm pretty sure that's out. And, mate, this one will show it as long as it's on the screen.
This is interesting as the umpire's going to meet. He needs a soft signal.
Look, bounces, hits straight off the bat.
Gone.
Yeah, so he's going to be gone here.
Yeah.
So yeah, they might have one more look at this, but I think that's... I saw it live, and this doesn't change my mind. Bounces, hits, straight off the bat, and out. See you later.
Yeah, that should be the 2nd wicket in the over. It's a good catch in the end, isn't it?
It's because it comes slower than you think. You think maybe he's hit it into the ground, but nah, it's just a miss-hit. And so Hussain's going to have to go for 10. And Osten CC cannot take a trick here in this ECS. They're 66 for 7 now.
Yeah, he's saying he's still not going, but I think he's going to be... he won't be saying that when he gets back. He gets to have a look at the replay. I think he'll go, oh, yeah, no, I definitely hit that up. And he will have to make the long, and it looks like it's going to be a slow walk back.
Yeah. And you can feel as a batter like you might have hit that into the ground. That's what he's thinking. He's trying to say, no, I've hit that into the ground. But you can see he hasn't. And the reason he feels that way is because it's right down the bottom of the bat. Right down the bottom of the bat. And, you know, you feel the speed it's come back, you feel it's gone slower than I thought. What a good catch, though. Don't take anything away from the catch from Verma. But, yeah, 100% out. Maybe 200%.
No, it doesn't get more conclusive than that when it goes up from the bat. But that's a really good catch. If anything, he grabs it with the right hand. And it's another wicket to go. So 7 runs in the over so far, but well 2 wickets.
Well done to the umpires, though, on the field. I mean, they used the process correctly. You know, they might have had an opinion on it, but they just wanted to check. And you can say our crew at Spring Productions, again, they don't miss a trick, do they?
No, they do not.
Covered there.
Well, Andreas was giving us his opinions on the old cricket yesterday, but final delivery. And this is down the ground, and again, should just be a single. So Shahid Mohammed, he's off the mark straight away with a single. He'll keep the strike. And it brings us to the close of the 8th. Ostend-CC struggling, 67 for 7.
Yeah. And the run rate now, where are we at with this? Probably, yeah, low 80s pace. You need a couple of big overs here. Look, all these guys are capable of doing that. We know that. They can still potentially get the 100, but they're going to have to bat very, very well. We'll get the Worm here.
Maybe.
Oh, the Worm's just
Fading.
Fading into the background. Worm doesn't want to make too much of an appearance.
Maybe it didn't make the alarm. Maybe
Yeah,
the alarm didn't wake it up. But anyway, Marshall continuing here after good first over. Well, this could be another opportunity. Dilip Singh's underneath it, and he will take it. That's 3 for 3 now for Dilip Singh. He's having a really fun time of it. Down along on. It's the 8th wicket to fall. Mohammed, he has to go this time. Verma picks up, not Verma. It was Marshall. He picks up his third.
Michelle's been great. And look, you know what this isn't great for either? If they lose here badly, they're going to have to win and thrash the Eagles in the last game. Because remember, they already are trailing the Exiles by 1.1 points on net run rate. The Ostend-CC guys. So, this isn't helping if they capitulate here. So they need to try and fight. And even if they go down in this game, not to go down by too much. So, Michelle, 3 for 5. He's been fantastic so far, hasn't he? The catching's been pretty good as well, I've got to say. Ostend-CC now, 67 for 8.
Well, the catching's been excellent over the entirety of this tournament so far. I mean, the amount of runs I've been saved that's on the ground fielding as well has been really good. But no, the man comes in, number 10, Fahim Bhatti. We'll be seeing him with the ball, no doubt, in the second innings of this game. But he's got an opportunity now. And Keanu Nolan, I think he's kind of hit the nail on the head, really. They just can't get any luck. No drop catches, no one giving any second chances. If they do give a chance away, it will be taken. But this is excellent from Marshall. Going to continue here. And it will be a leg side wide. So just relieves a bit of the pressure. Says, here's a little sighter. Get yourself a bit more comfortable, but I'm going to get you in a few balls, hopefully.
Yeah, he's gone back to around the wicket as well, which, normally I would say a more attacking thing is to go over the wicket. I think that's why maybe for the hat-trick ball he went over the wicket. Brings in LBW a bit more, but around the wickets worked for him well.
This time it's right on the money, and is pushed in. Could be a chance for a direct hit, but to do so, you'd have to take the ball first, and well, he forgets that part.
Fake fielding?
Pretended
to field it, but didn't.
I was on
that's the opposite of fake fielding.
I was on the old TikTok this morning as we were on the way to the ground. I saw something. There was an incident. I think it was over in Oz before they finished the season. I'll come back to that. Marshall continuing here. It's a shorter delivery. It's a wild swing from Khan. It's eventually well kept and stopped by Saran. But no, there was a big incident, and they ended up, they gave away 5 penalty runs, and it was uproar because it was one of those where we've seen it a couple times, in fact, where you sort of pretend to throw it as the bowler regathers the ball, but it doesn't do so. So it's an interesting one for me, is fake fielding.
I'll tell you my opinion in a minute. It'll be a quick conversation. I think it's probably the stupidest rule they brought in a while. It's a stupidity tax, really. I mean, if you're dumb enough to think someone's got the ball, you should know where the ball is my point.
True.
Okay, sometimes keepers, that's one thing. Okay, maybe keepers, you could specifically put something on them because they've pretended to have the ball and they yell and there's this coordinated theatrics about it.
And this one is across him, and it will be a wide.
So,
I remember, was it Bairstow, I think, was keeping against Australia? I might have got that wrong.
Bairstow. Again, we've had a few. The problem is the rule gives an inch and people start interpreting everything as fake. So silly. If you take off for a run, if they make you run faster, then that's a good thing, right?
Oh, that one's going to be a wide, and that's going to go even worse. This is going to run away. It evades the diving to Dinja Sadan, and it's going to be 5 wides down the leg side. Not the end to the over that Marshall would have wanted, but it's been pretty tidy up till then. But this one goes all wrong.
Lost his radar a bit, hasn't he? Here, he's so good around the wicket.
Spraying a little bit, but no, it wasn't. Sorry, it wasn't Bairstow. It was De Kock who actually got the wicket from it.
Yeah. And that's fine. So now they're saying, it's fake fielding because he was just like standing still like he wasn't going to get the ball. Like, here's the thing. When you run, if you decide to take a run, it's your responsibility to run to the other end as fast as possible. If you get lazy running for any reason, that's on you. So that was crazy that they were even debating that. And it was funny. If you make someone dive, it's like a light-hearted thing. You'd be like, yeah. And you, so look here. I know no one can see it except us, but Tukok made him think the ball's going to the other end, so he could just relax, and then he takes the ball and runs him out. It's completely fine.
It's clever, isn't it? It's part of the game. Look.
Yeah. So what? You've decided to run. If you then want to jog, it's
your choice.
Coasters belong on coffee tables.
Good acting.
That's what my coach used to say.
That's an interesting one.
Last ball of the over, anyway.
And this has gone high, but it doesn't matter. It's gone long as well. Well, this time Khan, he's chewed up a few deliveries, but he pounces on the extra ones from the wide. And this is going to go a long, long way. 6 more. And that means Ostend, they move finally into the 80s.
Yeah, so these guys can all swing it, can't they? And they might have lost these wickets along the way. But I did say that these guys know how to wag the tail here in Belgium. So 81 for 8 after 9. Again, big thank you to Ferric Colstar, our official timekeepers. And I can tell you that on my calendar, I've got the 12th of September, 11:30 in the morning European time, locked in. It'll be 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 Central Europe. And it'll be 3 p.m. in India, the first match of ECC 22. And, trivia question, who won the first ever T10 International?
I think I know.
Okay.
I'll come to
you
it
have
after
a guess
that.
after this ball.
Gorilla back into the attack. Starts with the dot ball. Was it the country we're in right now?
It is the country
There you
we're in
go.
right now. And they beat your guys, Spain.
Spain, yeah.
In the first game. I think Spain posted something in the 80s and Belgium chased it
That's
down
not enough.
using the Belgium method,
It's not enough.
as we now call it.
What was the average score in the ECC last year? That's asking a lot of your memory.
It's about 11 and over, 110.
Well, this time off the back foot, and it will get through. It evades Dean Islam, and it will go all the way. So this time, Fahim Bhatti gets in on the action. This is a bit of a back foot punch, takes a step away, gives himself some room. It's actually a really good shot. 4 more to the total.
Oh, really, really good shot. You're right. Now you've got me thinking, and I'm going to go and tell you exactly. This is a challenge to go.
Punching the numbers, are you?
Yeah.
Punching the numbers. While you do that, I'll take over. Shakarilla, not the start that he would have wanted, but he's already taken a wicket. He could do with another one here. And this is a really good comeback, just outside that off stump. Keeps it down to just a dot ball. Excellent comeback after an interesting boundary through that offside. So you punching those numbers hard. I can see the clogs going.
I'll get it before the end of the over.
I can see the clogs are going.
Yeah, I know.
Final over here. This is really proving crucial. The need to get up towards that 95, 100. This is again excellent bowling from Shakarilla. Great death bowling right on that Yorker length. Doesn't matter about the line, but it's the length that's the issue. And it's right on the money. And no one can get underneath that one. And Bhatti's just struggling again here.
So overall, it was about 11.5.
Okay.
There you go, 115.
On Cartman, that makes sense.
Yeah.
2 deliveries left. This time he will get bowled on this, and it will again beat the infield. This time it's more of a cut shot rather than a drop, rather than a punch. And this is going to go again all the way. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, good shot. Good late runs this. And remember, I talked about the fact, even if it's not enough, you want to drag the game out as long as you can if you're Ostend Cricket Club here. Because net run rate, they're trailing the Exiles by over a point. So this all helps.
Yeah, it certainly does. And they were at risk at not batting out their overs, but they're going to do it here, which is always good to see.
We saw batting in the top 3 or 4 before as well. I mean,
yeah,
there's no mug with the bat.
That's true.
They can all bat, no doubt about it.
Oh, I think we know that by now.
Yeah, last ball coming up, 89, plus this.
And again into the offside. This time they've learned from their mistakes. They put a man out there. They will come back for the second. It's a miss. Will they take on the arm? Well, I think this could be close here because he doesn't quite take it cleanly.
Yeah, it's given out on the field. It's a good throw. A slight fumble, but it was a bullet arm back to Sarant. Have a look at this. I don't think there's any doubt at all here. Bhatti does the right thing, comes for 2. And, yeah, a little flick onto the stumps. Pretty clever by Tajinder. And we'll see him pretty shortly with the bat, I think. So they will get 90 for 9 off their 10 overs. The target will be 91. Really, you got to give credit to the Eagles. They didn't give Ostend CC too much room to breathe in that innings, you felt, most of the time. Okay, a couple got away from them, 11 wides. I don't think that's great. But what I would say is they're well on top. Considering the first innings of the day, before this, 148 was the average score. Right now, 90 on the board. Ostend CC, well, I mean, they'll be just thinking they can defend this. If they can do the same sort of thing that the Eagles did to them, then it is very, very possible. But they're going to have to play out of their skins. Right now, it's advantage Eagles in match 17.
No, 100%. And again, I go back to match number 2. It seems like a long, long time ago. Antwerp, they defended 94. They won by 25 runs. So a score in the 90s can be defended, and we've seen it being done here in Belgium. But we take a look at the rest of the highlights. And, well, there wasn't really much to say for the Ostend CC. They end up 90 for 9, so they've gone at exactly 9 and over, which is interesting because, as Vinny just said, 148 the average for the first innings in most of the games here. So I think we're going to see an interesting battle. Eagles, they'll be looking to try and, well, make sure that they don't take another loss. They'll be looking to keep and cement their place at the top of the table. But they'll also be relying on the likes of Yard and Nasir alongside Shakarilla. I think he might get an opportunity with the bat, but I think most likely it'll be Dilip Singh. But again, we take a look at here. There were some lovely shots all around the ground. I'm thinking of the batsmen, Shiraz Sheikh alongside Rahimi getting starts, but once again, both of them not able to kick on, and that's where things have gone wrong for Ostend CC. They've not been able to take their opportunities, but credit where credit's due for the Mecklen Eagles. They've been excellent in the field, haven't they? Didn't let anything go through them, also didn't drop anything. So normally you see batsmen get an extra life and they go on and punish the fielding team for dropping them early on, but they don't get an opportunity to do so. Dilip Singh, incredible stuff from him. He ends up taking 3 catches, which is really good, and all of them down at long on. So it just shows 9 times out of 10, you take your catches. Well, catches win matches, but only time will tell if the Eagles will go ahead and chase this down. In around about 10 minutes or so is when play will get underway, but we'll be back in probably 7 minutes by the time we finish getting through the highlights. That was a really good cordon bowl from Pankaj Verdeman. Now take a look at some of the bowlers, and there's really good bits of bowling from a couple of them. My thoughts all automatically go to the likes of Madam Marshall and also Kogiani. Shakarilla, 1 for 15 for him off of his 2, but 3 for 19 for Maza Marshall. There were some interesting darts thrown in. That one a little bit wayward, but 9 times out of 10 he was bang on the money. But again, there were some big hits towards the end. But again, only a handful of maximums with only 4 sixes in the innings. A handful of 4s as well, so that wasn't the issue. Just not getting maximums at the right time. But again, that also was a nice shot into the offside, Fane Batty in that final over. However, they learned from their mistake and they put a man out there, and he ended up getting a run out off the last, but they got the single in the end. So Shiraz Sheikh top scores 22 off of 13. 3 4s and a 6, but then he was backed up by Omid Rahimi, 17 off of 8, 2 4s and a 6. But will it be enough? It's a low total. They only need to go at 9.1 and over. Only time will tell here on the European Cricket Network, as we can take a look at the scorecards, and that's where we are at the moment. Beautiful ground here in Mecklen. Beautiful country Belgium is, and it's full of cricketing talent in its DNA. But again, at the scorecards, well, Abdul Mohammed, he hasn't got a good start. And, well, also, Abdul Rahman struggling once again, 7 off 12. It was a good catch by Tajinder Sadan to remove him. But then number 3 and 4, they were the only ones that really got going. 17 and 22, respectfully. And then at the end of the innings, again, just looking at Amir Hussain, he was that was an excellent cordon bowl from Pankaj Verdeman and Fane Batty. 10 off 7, eventually run out. 2 lovely boundaries into the offside. But look at the bowlers. Excellent work from those down at the bottom of the card more than anyone. 3 for 19 off of his 2 overs, with 3 wickets going in those overs, and also 2 for 8 for just 1 over from Pankaj Verma. With an excellent cordon bowl. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a roundabout quick turnover, 5 minutes, as the target has been set. 91 for victory for Mecklen Eagles, Ostend CC, in a must-win game here in match 17 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium, with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Vinny Sandhu on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to a sunny yet chilly morning here in Mecklen here in Belgium with myself, Charlie Hunt here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 17. And it's an interesting contest, isn't it? Mecklen Eagles have been set 91 for victory here in their first 10 overs of the day here. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Ostend CC finishing on 90 for 9 off of their 10 overs. Will it be enough? Early instincts will probably suggest no. However, we have seen low scores being defended. The lowest score that's been defended successfully in this tournament so far is 94. That was Antwerp. That was all the way back on match number 2. That was on the 29th of August. That was last month. Ostend Exiles, they weren't able to chase that down. They ended up 69 off for 8 off of their 10 overs. So they were short by 25 runs. But it's going to be interesting to see what the approach will be from the Mecklen Eagles. No surprise at the top of the order will be the likes of Tadinja Sudan. Won't be facing the first delivery, but there is a big change though. Michael Jahr, he is going to be coming in early on. He's going to be taking the first delivery, and we know that he's capable of hitting some seriously long bombs. And he's going to, well, if he does so here, the game could be over in quick fashion. But we're going to see Shahid Mohammed. He is going to be opening the bowling for Ostend CC. This is a must-win game, isn't it? If they don't win this one, and if it's ticked off pretty quickly, when it makes the next game even more of a must-win match for the Ostend CC. But we are ready to get things underway, and it will be Mohammed for Ostend, as Jahr will face up for the Mecklen Eagles. That's a good start from Mohammed, bit of shape in. Jahr looking to go into that leg side. That's where the two men out are at the moment in the power play. Got a deep square leg and a long on at the moment. No surprise, Rahimi is the man at long on. Prince Charming, I think I've taken over that nickname now. Has given him Prince Charming. I certainly think he looks like him. Give him a Google if you don't know who he is from Shrek. Trust me, it is a compliment. Keeper Mohammed Shafkat is standing up to Mohammed. Good start. This time into the offside, and it evades the outstretched hand of the skipper for Ostend, Abdul Rahman. He's unable to cut this off, and this will be the first boundary of the chase for the Mecklen Eagles. It's 4 runs into the offside. And Michael Jahr gets a good start. He misplaced that first one, wasn't able to get anything on it. However, this one goes all the way into that offside, and that's been the key in the batting aspect of the game here in Belgium. Not only have they gone for the big shots into that leg side, which we've seen quite a lot on the European Cricket Network, they've been really good at penetrating the offside and going 360 degrees around the ground. But Mohammed needs a response here, otherwise the game could get away from them almost from the start. This is going to be off the pad and will be given as runs. So there's obviously a bit of a nick on this one. So that's interesting. So if anything, it's a bit of a missed opportunity for Shafkat. And they will come through for a single. But it brings Tadinja Sudan on strike for the Mecklen Eagles. Highest score of 30 so far. That was against the Exiles. Well, that might help things. What a way to get off the mark. First delivery goes boom downtown, and this is going to be 6 runs and 6 of the best. In swinging delivery from Mohammed. Doesn't really matter as it's in the arc, and it's going to get punished by Tadinja Sudan. That'll help things. And that's going to be his 14-6th this year in T10 cricket. That's a big, big shot down the ground. Just goes to show 360-degree hitting here in Belgium is the best way to go about things. Tadinja Sudan with a big 6 down the ground. So Mohammed got a bit of early treatment here. They're already above the rate. That rate's now dropped down to just over 8.5 and over. It's not easy for the bowling side. You have to really be on the money straight away, and you almost need the help of a couple of maidens here and there in the 10 overs to defend a total of 91. We've seen it done. 94 successfully defended in match number 2. But when you've got #1 ranked team so far at the standings in your way, it just seems an almost impossible task from the start. But a good comeback from Mohammed. Angles this into Saran, this time back of a length. Doesn't give him too much room. Yuvraj Singh is asking a question, which is probably better for when Vinny is back here in the Ice Cube, which I'm sure we'll be able to find the answer to at some point. Finishing the over off strongly will eventually be a dot ball. Doesn't quite get off the middle. There's this one. More off the splice of the bat of Saran. But a good over for the Eagles. Already ahead of the rate. They finished the first over 11 for none. And I can welcome back Vinny Sandu, a man who knows a lot about golden balls. Not quite so many this year, though.
Not so many for me personally, but we have been kind of getting into them a little bit now, haven't we? So 32 matches without a golden ball. We haven't had one in Belgium yet. Last one we had was just not the Tuesday just gone, but the one before. Last game of the day was match number 32, funnily enough, in Krefeld between VfB Gelsenkirchen and Cologne CC. So it was actually Gelsenkirchen's only win of the series as well.
That's what it was like in Portugal. That was
Yeah.
Lisbon Capitals. They broke the
Lisbon
drought,
Capitals.
didn't they? 405 matches without a golden ball, but
That
they
was
went
huge.
ahead to. They won that, but that was the only points in the 2 weeks that they had in Portugal.
Yeah. Question about Saran. I mean, the thing that you got to know, guys like Paramjit Singh as well, they're not necessarily have the qualification criteria to represent Belgium. So that's something. I'm not sure about Saran's status, but that's often the issue.
And Khalil into the attack, and well, wasn't a terrible delivery, but this is just flicked off the hip of Yard, and it's going to race away, and it's going to be another boundary. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, nicely turned away. Makes it look easy. It's not all power, is it? Sometimes a little bit of touch goes a long way, and we know this outfield is it's a bit like an ice rink, really. It's running away really quickly. Yeah, getting an opportunity because no Kuram Chima in the lineup today for the Eagles, so Yar's been given a chance at the top of the order.
Yeah, well, just goes to show, I think this is why Eagles have been so successful. I'll get back onto that. Khalil needs a response. This time it is Fuller pushed up-ish. And they push the arm of Khan, and it will be a single. But I think that just goes to show the success rate of the Eagles is because they bat so deep. And they can have players miss out and still not feel as if they're going to miss out big time there.
Have a look at this. Now, what this is, it's the 6s hit per 10 overs. Now, a typical number is between 4 and 5 for in a normal series. These guys are hitting so many 6s, but that's in order of the table. And you can see the Eagles, they've hit 9.5 6s per 10 overs. So that's pretty much 1 and over that they're hitting.
It's a lot of hitting, that is. Well, add that to the list. That's a long, long way. It's got the height, but it's also got the legs. This is going to go a long, long way. Safe as houses, he picks it up. This is another 6.
Yeah, I mean, Exhibit A, this. I mean, it's a little bit short, and he smacks it. Saran is such a good power hitter. And, yeah, you got to get that right. It's easy to hit that straight up in the air, and he smacks it. Yeah, look, Austin CC, they've hit plenty of 6s. I think what's been in between has been the problem. Austin Exile's the only one that really trailing there. I suppose their bowling's potentially kept them in the tournament over Austin CC. Potentially, that is. We don't know who's going home just yet.
Well, Khalil's gone the distance, and this is going to be another boundary, possibly. Rahimi's going to try and stop it. Well, this is going to be interesting. It's a tight one there, but nonetheless, it's a good bit of work from Rahimi. This will be interesting. He was trying to go for the helicopter with Saran.
Let's have a look. This line hasn't really been the friend of Austin CC in the last day or so. We're in Prince Charming, and he does just enough to stay inside, I think. I don't think he ever touches that line. Good stop by Omid Rahimi.
Well, to be fair, I don't think he really had too much of an idea of what he was doing there. But there he is, Prince Charming.
Well, what he did well is he fielded the ball and just hoped he was inside the line. You firstly have to field the ball and make sure you don't misfield it. Another one into the fine leg region. This will just be one. So Saran back on strike. He's had a good series, I think, Saran. I think he's also impressed me with his wicket keeping. He's just a very solid option back there. Has 100 runs in the series before today. So he's up to 113 now. I mean, the surprising thing for me, maybe, or not so surprising, is that he hasn't passed 30. That's his highest score. He's got a strike rate going into today of 294. But remember, he's a hit out or get out kind of person, isn't he? 13 off 5.
You don't mind that at the top of the order in a T10 innings. Khalil needs a response here. Needs to finish off strongly. And that is a really good response. He finishes off with a very nice dot ball to finish, but a bit of an expensive one. 13 off it. And at the end of the second, Mecklen, 24 for none.
Yeah. And we'll just have a quick look at the ladder because we have this situation where, let's say, Ostend Cricket Club don't win this game. And at the moment, it's not looking great, is it? So we have a situation where that net run rate's going to probably go down a little bit. It's already minus 2.4.
versus the minus 1.3 of the Exiles. So it means they'll have to win and win significantly well if they're going to knock the Exiles out of the competition, because they'd be level on points if they were to win the next game, assuming they lose this one. But, I mean, it's a long way to go. We've seen a score similar to this defended in match 2. I think you mentioned that a little while ago by Antwerp. And so let's see if they can turn it around. Here's Shahid Mohammed in over number 3.
Continuing here. Big shot into the leg side from Yard. Doesn't come off. But it's interesting, isn't it? There's been loads of talented batsmen not get into the 30s. They've got big explosive starts, 20 off of 5, 6 deliveries.
It's just because they're reckless. But, I mean, that's the Belgian method for
Belgian
you.
DNA.
That's what they do. And a few people talking about Belgium and their ECC selection. Yeah, good luck. I mean, it's a good problem to have so many options, right?
Wow, and I tell you what, this man could be a serious option. That's gone a long, long way. That might be out of here. 6 more runs. Yard getting back in on the action.
Yeah, it just turns on this quickly. A little bit short. That's right off the middle. That exploded off the bat of Mecklen Eagles. 6 more to the total.
Yeah, this is a big shot from Yard. There it is.
There we go. It's on the roof.
Well, at least we know where it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's no worry.
Now, what are we going to do?
This is going to be interesting.
Are they going to try and get it off? No, because that's then if you see someone with another ball or whatever you can find, it's like the old ball in the tree scenario where you'll throw a ball at a ball stuck in a tree and then just get another ball stuck. Typically,
done it many times on nets as well.
Yeah,
you always end up losing 2 for
like
the price
other day,
of 1.
In Krefeld, I mean, I pride myself on my accuracy in that situation of throwing that ball.
Okay.
But I hit the ball and then it went so far into the forest, it then got lost anyway. So that wasn't ideal either.
Oh dear. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
It used to occasionally happen in indoor cricket, very occasionally.
Okay.
If the ball got out of the net and went onto the roof, then you'd have to get it back. But then, yeah, quite entertaining actually.
Mohammed continuing. Fuller delivery. Flicked off the pad. Will be a dot ball straight to Hussain. That's quite funny landing on there.
Yeah, it's
It's
good hit.
Is that
a good hit though, isn't it?
Is that a net?
It's a net for something. I think it might be for petanque or bocce or something like that.
Okay. Well, this has gone high in the air. It could be an opportunity. Rahimi, Prince Charming, and he takes it, and it's a big breakthrough. Mecklen Eagles goes for 17 off of 10, but it might be already a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's the start they wanted. I think they're not going to pussyfoot around really towards this target of 91. They're going to be attacking, and nice catch that one by Rahimi. He skates around the boundary to his left and takes it fairly easily. It wasn't an easy one at all. It did go pretty high, and it is the first wicket of the reply. The score 30 for 1.
Yeah, Prince Charming. He's I don't know how he's going to feel about that name, but it's going to stick. It's going to stick.
Well, I mean, I wish I had the kind of hair that Rahimi had.
I bet you did.
Yeah, he's looking fantastic.
Well, he was running around, and he's going to get picked up by the chariot and taken away to the ball.
Yeah, well, it's Karina. I think it's our crew. She took a bit of a liking to Omid Rahimi.
Ah, Karina.
And yeah, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn there. Occasionally, we'll give you a bit of hot gossip here at ECN. It was a bit like that when I came back from my vacation.
All the gossip.
Yeah.
All the tea.
Yeah, when I had the Vinny's wife, Vinny's ex.
Oh, yes.
Issues.
Yuvraj Singh wants to know, have the new balls arrived?
Yes. The good news is we have got some new balls. Whether it's enough, I cannot tell you because we're not even at the end of week 1. But anyway, Yuvraj, thanks for your question.
The chat's been on fire this week,
And
hasn't
the
it?
other thing is, this is what I got told, and you might enjoy this as well. First, we'll wait for this ball. It's going to be Nasir, the new batter. Gone, and he's going to be gone first ball. It just moves away, tries to work this leg side, but the ball leaves him. And so it's going to be 2 in 2. Shahid Mohammed's on a hat-trick, and the narrative getting changed. It's a dangerous hitter gone without scoring.
Well, how many times have we seen 2 in 2? It's been interesting to see how many opportunities have been given after 2 from 2. And there we go. We saw it in the first innings. We had an opportunity. We got another one now.
Pick somebody out here. How about we pick out Nick Krager, who took 5 for 3. Well, I was away, but I saw it. And that hat-trick delivery was amazing because the umpire waited, what seemed like 2 or 3 minutes to give out this LBW. It was plumb LBW, and you thought Rudy Kurtzen had a slow finger raise. I mean, the appeal had stopped. It was silent by the time the umpire then decided to give it out. Nick Krager
Had a pretty decent series there in Dresden. Anyway, hat-trick ball coming up. Dilip Singh is coming out. Guy did whack him the other day. And he's going to come out facing Shahid Mohammed on a hat-trick. And it was just the movement there, wasn't it? It seemed like it was angled into the pads, but this is why they say play straight early in kind of more of a traditional cricketing sense, because if you start trying to work across the ball that's moving, then you're going to have trouble. Anyway, here's a hat-trick ball.
Wow, he almost gets through that gap, but Dilip Singh does well. Bit of an inside edge, bit of off the toe of the bat, but it brings an end to a very good third over. At the end of the power play, Mecklen Eagles not going as easy as we thought they would, 30 for 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty good over, that one, really, when you think about it. And can't really criticise Shahid Mohammed. I think he's been pretty good since he's come into the lineup. Only 6 off that over, 2 wickets off it as well. So 11, 13 and 6 in the power play. Yuvraj has a question in the chat as well. What about Group B? Are they same as Group A, big hitters? Yes, they are. Guess what? We're in Belgium. Take a look around. That's all you're going to get here, Yuvraj. They love it. They just play a lot of short form cricket here. A lot of 15 over cricket, 20 over cricket. And this is their go-to. That's what they love doing. A lot of them have a take ball cricket background, which are really short games with a slightly modified ball without pads. Those games are often 5, 6 overs. And also want to say quick hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. How is the weather in Estonia today, James? Maybe let us know.
There you go. Hi, good morning, James. Hope you're well. Bit of a quieter morning in the chat so far. Been a few good questions.
Yeah, keep
Always
questions
good fun.
coming. Yeah, I love
Always
the
good
interaction. One of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. You've got the direct line to us here. Now,
Sometimes it's positive. Sometimes.
most of the time, Siddiqui is going to come out to bowl over number 4. So on a bit of a mini run. Can they keep it up? They've got to get Saran though.
This one somehow ends up going into the onside. But a good start from Siddiqui. No, you're right. They need to take another 2 or 3 here and to really look as if they can just get into the middle order early from the Eagles.
Yuvraj said next year we need Rico here. It'll be really fun to listen to 8 hours of Bale, Bale, Bale. Bruh.
He'd lose his voice.
I'm pretty happy now that Rico has this 2 weeks off.
Yeah, he'd lose his
Because
voice.
I think he'd be no good for ECC.
This time into the offside, hit hard, and it will evade the man portraying that boundary. And this is going to go a long way past the boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, nice shot. And this just rockets to the boundary, doesn't it? So classical cricket shot. Yes, Saran. I mean, the fact that people talking about his potential to open at a higher level, but I suppose the thing is he hasn't got past 30. I'm not really criticising him for that. But I mean, if he reins it back even a little bit, he's still going to be so dangerous. He'll still get to score really, really quickly. And maybe he can do it for longer.
I think that's what you're going to ask from him, really. This time it's leg side. There's a man out there, and it will just be a single. Good bit of fielding by Fahim Bhatti, and it's, again, good work from Siddiqui. That's been one of his big skills as a bowler when he's taking the ball in from the field.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good observation. Yeah, Fahim Bhatti, who fields that, I mean, he's normally the opening bowler. We saw him opening the bowling for Belgium, and we probably will again in the ECC this year, but he just hasn't had a great time with the ball this week.
This time wider, just outside that off stump. That's a good line, really, hiding it there. There was a bit of protection out there. I think it's Khalil who's the man out on the offside boundary. This one, right on the money.
Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect length. Bouncing on the popping crease. Did see the Eagles do that particularly well, particularly when they were bowling to Abdul Rahman, who was opening up for Olstand earlier today.
This is again into the offside. I said there was protection out there, but if you're going to go to the left of him, it doesn't matter. This is going to be another boundary. This time, Dilip Singh off the mark with a beautiful shot.
Because of the perfect Yorker last time, he thinks, well, if I'm going to get another one of those, I'm going to come down. I'm going to turn it into a full toss. And it might have been a low full toss anyway, but look, he's already out of his crease, and that's a ball that probably is bouncing on the popping crease.
Yeah,
but that's a really good example of proactive batting and disrupting the length of the bowler.
That's just knowledge of the game, I think, really, from Singh. Pure skill as well. Final delivery here in the 4th. That's a good response. It's up in the air. Should be taken. And it is. Well, I think there might have been something here.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be gone.
Okay.
He's walking off. I think it's just a bit of a reaction that we weren't expecting.
It's interesting.
So you can see, feeling frustrated, I think, goes upstairs. And, yeah, obviously it's going to be out caught. I don't think it was quite above the shoulder either. He takes it and throws down the stumps as if to drive home the point. It won't be won't be Saran that has to worry about anything. It is the end of the over. And wow, that was a bit of a strange one. Anyway, 39 for 3. We've seen all the celebrations now. I mean, that's a good celebration if you hit the stumps. If you miss the stumps, you have to go fetch the ball out of the forest. Probably not as good. Anyway, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me too, as we see new batter coming to the crease. Got to say, Peacock Friday, we are enjoying ourselves. I'm still waiting for someone to send me a picture of them in their Peacock shirt watching ECN.
I want to know who the viewers thinks is better.
Oh, I don't think we have to compete, do we? I think,
Okay.
you know, okay. If you want, people always trying to turn into competition. If you want
Competitive.
if there's a poll up there, we'll leave it to the robot. They can do a poll.
If the
I'm
robot's
appreciative of yours. I
Oh,
haven't quite
no,
seen
yours
those,
is very good.
that
Matching with
colour
your-
scheme. This is a
your-
little number I picked up in Italy along the way. Yeah.
okay.
So guess what? You know what's coming up as well? ECC isn't too far away. And, you know, put it on your fingers now. Count them. 10 days to go until the ECC. And that is going to be a gala of cricket. Absolutely can't wait
I like
for that.
I like that. Some good
So,
bit of
yeah, looking forward to that. Big time.
good vocabulary that was, Vinny. The gala of cricket. Love it. It's going to be Khan. It's not going to be us. We're not bowling. It's going to be Faraz Khan. He's going to be coming out into the attack
Yeah,
now.
I wouldn't be lining up to bowl.
Nope.
Give you the tip. Here's for us.
Dragged into the leg side, right outside the offside. It will just be a single. I'll tell you what.
Go on. And we're not the only ones getting into Peacock Friday, are we, Charlie? Because some of the crew are also getting into the spirit. And this is, I'm going to mention one person. You can see them lurking in the background there with the camera.
This is going to go right through the middle of the two fielders. Shazad, he's not waiting around. Gets in on the action early. This is 4 more.
Yeah, so gets enough on this, doesn't he? Just kind of skews inside out. Big gap there, really, between point and the short-term man in the circle. There we go. Raluca. Diana Oros, our photographer. Check her out on Instagram as well.
That's a Stranger Things themed
Yeah,
T-shirt, that is.
She is
Look at the style.
looking like a PI. That's what I said, Magnum PI. Because she's got the camera. She's lurking around. Yeah, she's looking fantastic as well. Getting the spirit.
Yeah. Good to see it embraced. But an early boundary. Already halfway through the total now are the Mecklen Eagles.
Maiden
They're
Waters.
bang on, though.
Is in. Yeah.
This will just be another single.
Yeah, I've got to say that, there we go, there's Diana in the background. She's a very, very hard worker. When she's at the ground, even when she's not, working very hard, producing content and producing photos.
Raj asking, floodlight work complete in Cartama? Question mark.
Yeah, so, I'll tell you in a second.
After this one, can't. And again, tries to come down the track, does Saran, but it's good keeping in the end from Shafkat with the one hand out, the left-handed outstretched.
Good support from Faraz Khan, who gives a big round of applause to his keeper for making sure that doesn't sneak away for 4 byes. Yeah, so they are temporary floodlights. There's multiple towers that will independently provide lighting.
Tidy over thus far, and again will just be another single. This has been really good from Khan. Just nailed them down a little bit, kept them quiet.
And just to be clear, so they won't be permanent floodlights, so they're not being installed, and they'll just take too long, considering how long we had. So there'll be temporary light solutions, and they will be probably up and running sometime in the next week or so.
Well, it's going to have to be. It's only 10 days away. That's
Yeah.
well watched by the man at third man.
They'll come about a week early or a few days early. They'll be tested. They'll make sure everything's working the way they need it to. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Anyway, end of the 5th over. The score is 46 for 3. And, yeah, let's just say this game is very much alive. Despite the big hitting of Saran, they've got 3 wickets here. And, look, if you double 46, you get 92. They're right on the pace they need to be. But, yeah, 1 or 2 good overs from CC here, and if they can take a wicket or 2, I think we just might see a little bit of the wobbles from the Eagles.
Yeah, you never know. Cricket's a funny game. It happens to the best of us. But I've got to ask, I remember, going back, what's that, 3 years ago now?
Yeah.
ECL 19.
Yes.
It was obviously the first setup. There was a test event. There was a little test run. I was involved in that test run.
Were you playing, were
I
you?
was playing on
remember.
that test run.
Yeah, we were setting up.
Siddiqui comes in again. This is punched down the ground. Hit well. Rahimi. And Rahimi.
Did you come to any of the actual 3 days of action down there?
Yeah, I did come to a couple of them.
Yeah?
Yeah. I only live 2 minutes down the road.
I was going to say, yeah. So, yeah, we actually found out something, didn't we?
Oh, yes.
That you might have served
I
me.
might have served you a beer or 2. Oh, dear. Continuing here, this time flash into the offside. Bit of a Tortuga.
So let me give a bit of background here. So the first major tournament we ever showed, first real serious cricket we showed on ECN was the European Cricket League in 2019, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. There were 8 clubs involved back then. It was on the 29th, 30th and 31st of July 2019. It was won by VSC Rotterdam. I was there, obviously. It was my first time, I suppose, at such a big event commentating for ECN. But here's the thing. Yeah, you are from that area.
Yep,
and
where I live.
We think that after the final on the Wednesday, it was only a 3-day event, right?
Yeah.
So I went out for a drink with some of the players.
This
VSC
is
Rotterdam.
again driven down for another single.
And we think that you might have served me a couple of drinks. And all of us.
Yeah.
So little Charlie. What would you have been, 18 then? Let's just go with that. And what I'm disappointed about most, you didn't ask for a picture. You got a picture with Jeremy Kyle, right?
Oh, God.
Wait for this. Oh, for Sadiki.
That's a good delivery, that right over the top of the stumps.
Why didn't you ask for a picture and be flashing that around to your friends?
I didn't know who you
All
were,
right.
Vinny.
Yeah, come on.
I had
Fair
no
enough.
idea who you were.
Sure, I'd only done about 8 games at that point, not 1,700, but still.
Dear.
Anyway, it was a good night, actually. I swapped my shirt for Peter Saylor's winning players shirt.
There you go. Oh, dear. I
Still
remember
got
there's one person I remember meeting that night. This is gets a hand on it. Will just be a single. The one person I do remember is I think it might be a friend of yours, Tom Scully.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah,
Tom.
he's from
Yeah, I
Perth.
remember
He's
seeing
doing
him. He
social
was
media
there
for
because
us.
obviously, yeah, he was doing quite a lot of stuff. Did a few vlogs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
No, I
does-
remember seeing him.
He does a lot of good work there for cricket mentoring.
Yes.
Cricket mentoring, it's called.
He's had a lot of his younger players have really broken out the last couple of years, haven't they?
Yep, some teammates of mine, including Josh Philippi as well.
Ah, there you go. Again, this is just driven down the ground, so it brings an end to another tidy over. Just 5 singles in the over. Well, it could be more. Eventually, Sadiki will come around and collect it. So 5 off the over, and 51 for 3 after 6.
To quote a song before your time, Charlie, you just keep me hanging on. That's what's happening at the moment. The 50 does come up for the Mecklen Eagles, but you need 10s now. You should get it. But, I mean, we've seen a lot of swinging and missing as well, haven't we? We've seen probably a lot of dot balls in this innings.
I think that's what's been the killer for Ostend CC in their batting. You said they're up there with the Maximo rate, but I think it's just the dot balls and what they tend to do. But this is interesting.
Yeah.
Not over till the fat lady sings.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, 7 wickets in hand. You'd say they should do it in a dottle, but 10 and over is still 10 and over. And, yeah, lose a couple of wickets. You've got to bowl well, though. That's the thing. If you're going to bowl trash here, you're gonna go the journey. But, yeah, Saran is a guy, look, he could just win the game very quickly if he breaks out. But if he goes, you see that Hadiatullah Shahzad hasn't really hit his straps yet. Remember, Ostend CC, they'd love to burgle a win here. That would mean they just have to win, full stop, next
Faraz
game.
Khan, and again, down to Prince Charming. He's been pretty busy down there as old Rahimi.
Ones are a win now for the fielding side. You've got a gap of 16 between the runs required and the balls remaining. So if you can maintain that for a couple of overs, suddenly it'd be like 28 off 12 or something like that. And then you feel like you're in the match.
Big step away, and the room doesn't work. Shahzad has to go. And this is proving to be a bit of a tighter contest than originally first thought. Another wicket goes, 42 for 4.
Might be a blessing in disguise because Hadiatullah Shahzad could not get anything going. He hit 1 boundary in the 7 balls that he faces. Ends up going 7 off 7. And he was just probably heaping more pressure on Saran while he was there. So you backed away. One of the most difficult shots. You give up your stumps. And the stumps got disturbed by this good ball. Again, full, fairly straight. Look, batter in better form probably hits that. It wasn't a genuine Yorker. But as it is, it'll be the 4th wicket to fall. 52 for 4.
Yeah, this is just getting a little bit interesting now. 39 required off of 22. That run rate slowly getting towards 11 and over. But again, all it is one big over, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a high-scoring ground. I mean, the average we're seeing is about 12 and over so far. But, yeah, this is where you got to stick to your method. If your method is the Belgian method, you still come out swinging. This is where probably the more conservative me would say, well, you only need 90, not 190. So why don't you just bat with a little bit less risk and get there? But I don't think anyone would listen to that. I don't think anyone really wants to see that either because it's a lot more exciting, watching everyone just trying to hit 6s every ball.
And I'm not going to complain. It's good entertainment.
It's the Belgian cricket DNA, isn't it? They don't really want to go far from that. But this is just going to be interesting. I mean, I don't think that this is going to go one way or the other. I think it's going to be really close.
You think so?
I think
You're feeling it?
All
right. We saw 94 defended. That's all I'll say. We saw 94 defended in match 2 on opening morning. Charlie has a pre-tingle. He's at high risk of a tingle, but he's not experiencing a tingle right now.
It's just, I think it's going to be the last couple of balls.
Honestly, I just think it all hinges on whether Saran, his next one will either be a 6 or an out. Next one that he attempts in the air. And
he's either going to get to 30,
yeah,
or he's going to be 24 out.
Yeah, you know, like I think he's going to basically keep going for it because that's what he does.
Anyway, Abdullah Himza Idris. And he will get off the mark straight away. Not the most convincing of shots, but it's off the mark nonetheless.
You don't have to buy an expensive crystal ball to know Saran's trying to smack this out of the ground. If he gets away with it and gets a 6, that's going to be he might be on then. But if it gets taken, or if he misses it completely and gets out, then I think the Eagles have made themselves a little bit of a mess.
He's on strike now. Here we go. And he wasn't able to get underneath this. This has been excellent bowling from Khan. Just right in the block hole means you can't get underneath it. And it's, again, another single.
Again, this is where traditionally, if there is such a thing in T10 cricket, Idris, his role is just to get one and get Saran back on strike. But that's not the way these guys bat. They're not happy with one.
Wild swipe. He doesn't want to take that single, does he?
I love these guys. They're crazy. He's saying, look, they're seeing the game a different way.
This is interesting, though. A lot of them have opted to be batting a lot outside their crease. I'd be going the opposite way. I'd be going deep.
Yeah, give it and create some length.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they've not missed out on their length, and he doesn't again there, and it will be another single. But if you're deep in your crease there, you can get underneath it.
Yeah, that's a good point, you mate. Get the ball on the way up. 7 overs down, 55 for 4. And a pretty good spell, I've got to say, from Faraz Khan. He goes 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. Coming up, well, it's a crucial match, isn't it? Match 18. The last group match for both of these teams, Ostend CC, battling to stay alive in the tournament. And Mecklen Eagles, well, they'll want to cement their place at the top of the ladder. And I can tell you, news from the toss is that the Eagles, they've won the toss in match 18, so they will get the opportunity to bat first this time around. I see that Ainudin Sakel comes into the lineup for the Eagles for the first time. And so, yeah, watch out for their powerful batting lineup. And so, yeah, that match is coming your way in around about half an hour from now, right here on the European Cricket Network.
Well, 36 required off of the last 3 overs, off of 18 deliveries. It's exactly to a ball, exactly to a ball.
And we talked about the gap being 16 a moment ago. It's gone out to 18, right? So, 2 a balls par on this ground, almost exactly. So, yeah, huge over coming up. Eagles, team that have been smacking it almost to 6 and over, but just not doing it consistently enough at the moment. The form behind, 11.8, so that's pretty close to 2 a ball, isn't it? And you look at last 2 days, 11.9, 11.9. So it's par. But having said that's par for everybody. Par for the Eagles is more, and they've been scoring quicker. But no Chima in their lineup, probably affects them a little bit, throws their balance out a little bit because Yar would probably normally come out 3 or 4. And so, and Nasir going first ball, that hurts them as well. So you can see where it's kind of gone wrong a little bit for them.
It's going to be interesting. You can see there's not a moment of panic, but everyone's become a captain out there. Everyone's getting their input in. Obviously, the skipper is Rahman. He is in at cover, so he's got a direct link to Hussein, the new bowler, yet to bowl an over. He's in at the death now.
Time's a little bit tight. We haven't talked about it too much in Belgium. I don't know. I mean, they've got 4 wickets. So they don't get an allowance for that. But I've got them at about 37 minutes here.
What is it?
They might have 40 plus probably 2 minutes for allowances. They're going to have to hustle a little bit with the overs. I think that's what that conversation was about. And that doesn't help, to be honest.
How many times has Hussein done this? He's done this a lot. And it really could cost them here. You're putting it out there. Well, it might just ruin the game for them. You never know.
I take it back because they started at half an hour exactly. So actually they started at 25. So actually they should be okay for time.
Hopefully.
They've got about 10 minutes to bowl these 2 overs.
I wouldn't like to see a close game like this be ruined by that.
I think they're okay.
Hussein this time will get his first liver underway. Well, they went for the appeal, but it's got to be taken. And this time they will come through for the single. Certainly an edge, but it goes put down.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Shafkat. He's got a pretty good pair of hands, but I guess you've got to get there first. He does well, I suppose, to get a glove on it, because that would have raced away to the boundary. As it was just a single. Yeah, I'll still go back to what I said. I think it's going to come down to Saran now, who's on strike. Look at this, wide one.
Big edge,
huge.
right off the toe of the
Yeah,
of the
right
bat.
off the kind of webbing, but pops out. Saran, again, will he get away with it or not? He's going to keep going for it.
He's the crucial man. This time into the leg side. There isn't anyone out there, so this will be a boundary, and it feels like it's been a long time. In fact, it has been 2.2 overs since the last boundary coming in the 5th over, and that's certainly going to relieve a bit of pressure.
Yeah, breaks the drought, doesn't it? In fact, I'd go even further than that. It's been 3 full overs when you consider they got a boundary off 4.2. Now they get a boundary off 7.2. It's a long time between drinks, especially with a guy like Saran there. So he doesn't quite get it out of the ground. Gets into the forest though. So I don't think that'll be... maybe they have found it pretty well done.
They are neck and neck
They found
at this
a
point.
ball. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, yeah, the 2 extra wickets look bad on the comparison, but remember how well they batted in the last couple of overs when they had 8 down. Austin CC, last couple of overs, 14 and 9, so 23. Pretty good considering they had lost all those wickets.
Hussein, he needs a response. He needs to keep this quiet. And it's not going to. There's a man out there, and it will go all the way. So not the response that Hussein would have wanted. It's in the slot. It's not the length that we've become accustomed to in this innings, and it gets punished.
Look, it's an off-cutter. It's not badly located. It gives him some length. You see how attacking he is. He's almost down to the screen when he hits that. I mean, again, it's a shot that can go wrong quite easily. You can hit that up in the air, and even where he hit it, it was probably catchable if the fielder was right in the same line. But, yeah, you see they're neck and neck. You called it. But is this the over that gets the Eagles out of a jam?
Now or never. Good comeback from Hussein. Good dot
lucky
ball.
a few times with those, right? They've just shaved the stumps, not quite knocked them over. But Saran, highest score in the series now. He's up to 35 not out.
We've asked that from him. We said, come on, need you to get up towards that 30. He's done so. But look at it now, 25 off of 14. It's come down. It was obviously 2 and over, but those 2 boundaries have certainly helped proceedings.
Yes.
10.7 now required. This time he goes for it again. And it's been put down. And I think he might have just kept that in. So crucially, it will just be 2.
Yeah, and so this is a heart in your mouth moment really for Saran. It's low. Look, it's not an easy catch, but he does get there. And he gets 2 hands to it for us who bowled so well. And we'll look at the boundary stop. I think he does well to keep it in here. Yep. Oh, okay.
Little puff of dust.
I think that's all right. I think it's all right. I think that's more from the footstep here. See?
You sure?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll tell you something in a second. I was walking around the boundary having a good look as we get to the end of the over. 68 for 4 after 8. There is some like residual powder that is around the line that's not part of the line. So I think for me, yes.
I don't know.
I'm saying that what I'm saying is there is powder that may not be part of the line. I don't know if that makes any sense to you at all, but there's little pockets of powder which are like not part of the line. So I think that's fair enough. I only know that because I did extensive research on the Sherry Butt incident earlier today. Anyway, we get to the last 2 overs, and the score now is 23. What the score is 68. They need 23 off the last 2 overs if they're going to win this one.
It's going to be Khalil, and his first over went for 24. So he needs to make a big improvement here.
We're going to get to the stage where we're analysing the sand on a colour chart to decide if it actually has
the pH scale
hit the line or not. Anyway, look who's back. It's Khalil in over number 9.
And it's a good start. And this is the man they want to keep on strike. If I'm the fielders now, I'd be really tight. I wouldn't be giving them any single. A single here might take the game away from them.
What a big drop that is, though, really. But, yeah, Idris hasn't really been able to keep the line moving, so to speak.
3 off of 5. Good start from Khalil early on. And again, and it's a misfield, and they will come through for a single. And you can see how annoyed Khalil is.
Yeah, it's a big buy, isn't it, really? Changes the strike off cutter, beats him. Andres lucky to get away with that. And Shafkat, tough second bounce for him, just needs to block it. Does, but gets away from him. There's a run back on strike. And this is where the rubber hits the road, Charlie. It all happens in the ninth. I think this game will be decided in the ninth.
This is a big, big delivery now. Sarani's either going to go big, or they need to get him now to Osten CC. It's going to be Khalil. This stays low, and it is eventually taken. So it will be another dot ball. Good comeback from Khalil. However, that man is still in and still on strike. That's the first one that's really stayed low here.
It doesn't really bounce, but what I will say is, look, you had to predict if you're Saran that he's going to bowl a cutter, and there's nobody at deep cover. I think that's the percentage shot you need to be looking for here. Rather, that was a premeditated hack across the line.
Well, a big hit takes the game away from them here. And it's another wild swing. And it's gone through. And there is outrage on the field. This is not what the Osten CC needed. It gets through him. And it's going to go for 4 buys.
And Shafkat's just too far back for a guy that's bowling cutters pretty much every ball, because they don't come through as quick. Once again, he gets a double bounce that gets away from him.
And Rahman, the skipper, he is furious. Khalil, well, there's not much he can do. There really isn't much he can do here. He's trying to, I like this, he's supporting the keeper. I think a lot of fielders have just got on to his to his back. But there we go. There's a strategic
we've
retirement.
Had it retired out. Oh, that's smart, I think. And see who's gone out there now is Shakarula. So, yeah, they've retired out Idris after 8.4 overs. Shakarula goes to the non-strikers end. So the score after that will be 4 buys and a wicket. You don't see that very often. But the score will be 73 for 5. So it will count as an out. I think it makes sense. Idris just hasn't been able to do too much at all. But, yeah, huge boundary. He's got to keep his shape here, Saran. He can hit through cover really well. And he's trying to hit everything square against the movement. And Khalil, he's probably going to bowl another cutter. That's what I'd be predicting.
I like that from Dean Islam. It takes a lot of courage to say, you know, you're leading from the front. It takes a lot of courage to say, this is what I want, and this is what you're going to go and do for me. And this is good from a team that's at the top of the table. They're around their skipper. They support him in any decision they make. He wasn't, you know, sort of hanging back saying, well, I don't want to come off. I want to be there. He knew what was going on.
It's just one of those days. Idris couldn't really get too much going. And particularly the matchup here didn't really suit him. We've seen Shakarula have some success. He can hit a long ball. You need 2 guys there that can do it, I think. So, yeah, 73 for 5 now after 8.4, after that tactical retirement.
They need a dot ball. Oh, that's not going to help proceedings. It's a leg side wide. And I think the situation might just be getting on top of Osten CC now.
Yeah, but I mean, they're still very, very much in the game. Don't forget that. I mean, so he goes the quicker one. He doesn't want to be too predictable, so he mixes it up with the quicker one, but just overcooks it down the leg side. So 17 off 8 now. Looks like we're going to the last over here.
And this is going to be interesting. 2 deliveries still to come. 17 off 8 now. Fuller delivery. Doesn't quite get all of this. They might just settle for the single. It's a misfield, and there's a stumble. So they will eventually come through for the double. And it's 2 runs to the total. And it's just not going the way of the Osten CC.
Yeah. Well, Josh Bartlett in the chat saying, in his opinion, you shouldn't be allowed to retire a player unless there's an injury. And that's an opinion, I suppose. I've got to say, I don't agree, because you can use your whole resources. It's not like you're retiring someone that can come back. They have made a gamble, essentially. They're saying, we're giving up a wicket. We're giving up this guy. He can't come back because we think there's someone else that can do a better job.
15 off 7. This is high in the air. Rahimi's going to be underneath it.
Never drops him.
And it's taken. That's a huge wicket. Look how much it means to Osten CC. More importantly, though, it's a dot ball, and it's Saran that goes 76 for 6 at the end of the 9th.
Oh, they might be able to hang on here. Well, Shakarula, he will be in the hot seat. They decided they wanted him there. He will be facing up. And Khalil, got to say, he bowled really well this game. 1 for 16. And again, tries to go leg side, tries to go against the movement off the pitch. And Rahimi, well, he's so good he could probably take these with his eyes closed. And so 76 for 5 after 9 overs. 14 for a golden ball, 15 for the victory for the Mecklen Eagles. And 10 days to go. And T10 International Cricket, 10 days to go, starting on the 12th of September. And, well, can we go get some more shots of Rahimi? Because I think
Karina in our crew, every time the ball goes near Rahimi, I'm getting told by my director that she gets the tingles. And right now, I've got a bit of a tingle as well. I mean, 14 off the last over.
Well, this is the sort of total that we've seen time and time again, and this has just been an incredible. This is the first match of the day.
Yeah. So
It's not even 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm normally not awake if I'm not at work.
Has a bit. Is that right?
Yes.
You're not quite a teenager anymore, but it's good to see you can still sleep like one. Yeah, Amir Hussain, well, he's in the hot seat as well. Now, Shakarula, he'll be all in here. He's been joined at the crease by his captain, Dean Islam, who's into the crease, into the furnace. So here we go, 15 off the last. This does feel like an elimination match, basically, for Austin CC. They're going to have to win huge in the next game if they don't win here. Here we go. Strap yourselves in.
This has gone long, and it's the skipper. He takes matters into his own hands. He says, well, I'm going to do it. And this has gone a long, long way.
Yeah.
6 runs.
Well, Shakarula, don't forget, he is the man who's facing up because it was the end of the over. So Shakarula, he was the man who they wanted out there. They retired out Idris. And, well, you can see why. And this is why you should be, or you can, retire people out. It's a tactical game, okay? And you're allowed to use your whole resources. And right now, Shakarula has been used very, very well.
He's
9 off 5 now.
Hussein's got a bowl. The next 5 deliveries, the best 5 balls of his life. And this is into the offside. And that will be a flat and hard 6. And Shakarula, he is going to be the man for the Mecklen Eagles.
Again, I've got to say, Dean Islam, I've got to give him some credit for this. He's at the other end now. He's not even backing up. It's almost like he knows what Shakarula is going to do. He smacks that one, and luckily there's no kids in the playground today because that one would have taken him at the knees. That one's been smacked. So back-to-back boundaries, 3 off 4 now. And Shakarula is just 1 hit away, 1 boundary away from victory for his team.
Can you give man of the match to the skipper for making that retirement call?
He'll probably take it. Well, what I would say is, you know, you're seeing the tactics unfold before your very eyes, and something I just don't think we see enough of. I think it's going to come into the game more and more.
So 3 off 4 is the equation now. Needs a dot ball. Slower ball into the leg side. It will be collected, and it will just be a single.
There's a nervous turnaround from the fielder. And look, people would say, well, here's why the retired out's important. Otherwise, if you want to do it, then you essentially are giving up a ball, or you have a bit of a farcical situation where people are trying to get out on purpose. I don't think that is in the spirit of the game. It looks stupid. So that's why it's important. Well, here we go. You've got Ismail here, the captain, Mohammed Ismail, who is going to try and finish them off.
So there's about 5 different captains on the field.
This is where I think now you are just looking for one. I don't think you're just making sure you don't miss the ball.
A dot ball here could really change things up. It's going to be Hussain again. And it's going to race away. And it's 4 off the bat of the skipper, Ismail. And he has done it for the Mecklen Eagles. They will take victory in the end by 4 wickets here in the final over. And what a game we have just seen here. First game of day number 5 here in Belgium. And it's the Eagles that will take victory.
Well, they do. And, well, the captain does it in the end, doesn't he? And you got to say that he deserves a lot of credit for that tactical play that does get them over the line. Shakarula comes in as the hero late on, and unfortunately 90 doesn't stand up for Ostend CC, who are going to have to win and win big if they are going to stay in this competition. But what a match to start the day here on day 5. This is what's coming up, of course, match 18. It's coming your way. It will be delayed by 10 minutes just due to giving the umpires a little bit more of a break. So it will be coming your way in around about 20 minutes or so right here on the European Cricket Network. But right now, let's go to the chase. And it had a few ups and downs for both teams, but ultimately it would be the Eagles that would go 6-1, looking very, very good in this tournament. And looking good to top the table now, Charlie.
Yeah, and this is a real crucial element of the game for the Eagles. It's games like this that you need to win. You know, they'll be very much open to admitting that they have not performed to the best of their capabilities there. their fielding was incredible, don't get me wrong. All of their catches were taken. But again, their batting was a little bit lackluster, dropping wickets at the wrong times, really. But again, credit to Austin CC. Unfortunately, it hasn't come off for them. But boy, oh boy, did they put maximum effort into that game. They were incredible in the field. They weren't letting anything go unturned. And also, there were some big hits from the Eagles. That's a fact. But it's that man, Rahimi. He was one of the best fielders out there again. He's crucial for them. Prince Charming. And unfortunately, well, this one, back-to-back. It was a good catch, really simple catch for Mohamed, as he eventually wasn't going to be able to take the hat-trick opportunity. But there were some lovely shots, 360-degree hitting, as we've come accustomed to here in Belgium. It's in the DNA. And, well, there were some big calls throughout this innings. That was a good catch. Well, there was a bit of anger as he eventually went for the runner as well, trying to go for 2 for 1. And then, well, this one, just opportunities getting away. But Austin CC, they were unlucky. They had a few deliveries that missed the stumps. That one didn't. That clattered into all 3 of them, all on the ground. But no, there were a few moments where they just missed by a couple of centimetres, almost millimetres, in fact. And again, well, that was the man, the myth, the legend for the Eagles, who eventually will get them over the line. Saran, he finishes with a lovely score of 39 off of 26. We said at the start, didn't we? Sometimes he's got starts, but not been able to get into those 30s. But that was a big moment. And that was when you sort of felt like the game may have just got away from Austin CC. But then there was a big moment, wasn't there? There was a retired out, and it was the man, Abdullah Hamza Idris. He was retired out on 3 off of 6. It brought Shakarilla, Kogiani Shakarilla, he came out 13 off of 3, 2 sixes in that final over. And that was one of the better ones, flat and hard through the offside. And then the skipper, not in the most convincing of style, he got a single boundary to get his team over the line in the 10th over of the game here. What a match! Match 17 proved to be between Austin CC and the Eagles. Mecklen Eagles taking victory by 4 wickets. And there is the scorecard. 39 for Saran at the top of the innings. 2 4s, 3 6s, striking at 150. More of the more conservative innings we've seen. But when you're only chasing a total of 93 for victory, then you don't really need to go at an excessive rate. But again, Shakarilla, 13 off 3, 2 6s, incredible hitting from him. And apart from that, no one else was really able to get going. You look at that middle order, Ikramila Nasir going for a golden, and then Dilip Singh 4 off 4. And apart from that, no one else really going big. But look at the bowlers there for Austin CC. There were some elements of real promise. Faraz Khan 1 off for 11. I think really in those middle overs, it was exceptional to see. There was 3 overs where we went boundaryless. There were only 1s and dot balls and wickets in between the 5th and the 8th, which was really where they got the game back and they were able to take it so deep. But do remember, these 2 teams were guided again, which is a must win for Austin CC. They will return in match 18, but the story here in match number 17 of the FanCode European Cricket Series in Belgium, Mecklen Eagles have defeated Austin CC by 4 wickets. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. You're watching FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium with myself, Charlie Hunt, and Vinny Sandhu on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Belgium, and it is time for match 18. It's the last group match for both of these teams, but a very crucial one, of course, for Ostend CC, who are trying to stay alive in the competition. It's Ostend CC versus the Mecklen Eagles in the next match. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch. He is with two captains for the coin toss.
Ostend to call. Yeah. Heads is the call. Ooh. It's tails. Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. All the best. Cheers.
So it is the Eagles that win the toss, and they get the opportunity to bat first this time around. Of course, we saw in the first game that the team batting first struggled a little bit, Ostend CC, but the roles are reversed this time. Eagles, though, we know that they have a power-packed lineup. They'll want to put a big score on the board, and look, potentially they could bat the Ostend CC guys out of the tournament, you would think. But, of course, Ostend CC, they're a lineup too good. They're going to fight back at some point. Have talked a little bit about Omid Rahimi, of course. Abdul Rahman would love some runs as well. I think they bowled really well to him earlier on, and just felt the Eagles didn't give Ostend CC too much room to breathe with the bat, and that's how they restricted them to double digits. But this time, it will be the Eagles batting first in this match, match 18. It's on the way. Charlie Hunt enjoying his Peacock Friday. Over to you in the commentary cube. Let's get ready for the next match.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Welcome back, everyone, tuning in all around the world here on the European Cricket Network. Match 18 is about to get underway, and well, it's a simple equation, really, isn't it? Ostend CC, A, need to restrict the Eagles to a very low total, and B, they need to chase it down in quick time if they're going to have any chance of getting some more points and also getting an opportunity to carry on here in this tournament. And we take a look at the lineups here. No surprise for a star-studded lineup for the Eagles. The likes of Zakal is coming in for his first time here for the Eagles. He joins Idris, who obviously we saw in the previous game was retired out, strategic retirement. He won't mind that, and I think that was what was crucial for the Eagles, is he went off and he wasn't fighting it, he wasn't arguing against it. He was happy, he knew what was expected of him, and it was that man, Shakarullah, who ended up taking his team over the line alongside his skipper. But then you look at the Ostend CC's 11, it's just not come off for them, is it? The likes of Omid Rahimi, he is really crucial, as is Abdul Muhammad, who's got a half century to his name in this tournament. Also, Nurullah Siddiqui with the ball in hand has been crucial. And really, the likes also of Khan and Faraz Khan and Fahim Bhatti. But there we go, take a look at the expected score. Well, Ostend CC, they need Mecklen Eagles to really stay lower than 108, and then they're going to need to look to knock it off in very, very quick succession. Ostend CC, they come to their downfall as their average runs against. It's too high, it's 130 average, so it's going to be Shaheen Mohammed. He's going to open the bowling for Ostend CC in match number 18. A huge welcome to everybody welcoming themselves back into the live chat. Do go ahead and subscribe to the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. But also, welcome to everyone tuning in on FanCode in India, in the subcontinent. Good afternoon, good morning to you all around the world. Welcome back, Keanu Nola, alongside Luke Belgium is in the chat as well. Also to the likes of Maiden Waters, I know, still tuning in. James, he unfortunately left us, so we'll see him again at some point. But, well, the man who is going to be facing up first, Tajinder Saran, and why not? He's seeing it like a football. A really good time of it in the previous game. Ended up getting in most of the runs that his team needed to get over the line. 39 off of 26 for him. There was a handful of boundaries, 2 threes, 2 fours, 3 sixes in his innings. And he needs to go a little bit quicker this time. 150 strike rate in that last game, match 17. But this time he's got the license to go from ball 1. He will be joined at the top of the order by Mohammed Ismail. That's going to be a very interesting look for sure. But I'm ready to get things underway. We're just waiting for that clock to tick over to that last minute. And I can tell you that the appointments, the umpires for the second game here today, it's going to be Ramraj and Abdul Rahman. They are going to be taking us through this game. What a game it is going to be for Ostend CC. It's do or die for them here in the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium, in Mecklen. That sun slowly starting to pierce through now. Getting a little bit warmer, nearing up towards 21, 22 degrees. Certainly looking forward to an exciting Peacock Friday, but we are almost set to go and get things underway, and it will be Shaheen Mohammed for Ostend CC. Starts with an in-swinging delivery, and it just pitches in front of the diving Amir Hussain. Siddiqui will come through and keep it to just a single, but early signs of opportunities for Ostend CC. just in front of him there. It was a good effort. He knows he has to go for the catch, but he wasn't able to collect it cleanly, unfortunately. It brings Ismail on strike. This one again, swinging into the pads. It's right on the block hole. Again, that's where it needs to be, doesn't it? We've said that time and time again here in Belgium. You need to be up there, making it difficult for the batsmen to get underneath it, because if they can, then they not 9 times out of 10 will sail over the 50-meter boundaries. And once again, a real sense of in-swing from Shahid. Ismail just able to take a quick look. You can see here, really tucks him up for space, doesn't allow him to free those arms in that arc. Thank you for everyone for tuning in, choosing to join us here on Peacock Friday, 2nd of September. This time doesn't quite get the lateral movement, bit of a straighter delivery. Will again evade Hussain, but this time it's Prince Charming. Rahimi collects it, and it's just another single. And this is going to be interesting. Is it Kiani just dropping an interesting one? So in the last ECC and the ECL, they changed ends every week. I was thinking, why not play 5 overs from one end and 5 from the other end? Well, I think the simple equation that first comes to mind is, well, I think really it's just a logistical thing. Having the camera set up on one end just makes it 10 times easier. Also, just keeps the flow of the game all the way throughout the innings. This is again Fuller. This time will be a dot ball. Good tidy first over so far from Mohammed. Only the 2 runs off it, a single delivery remaining. But no, I think it's a good idea, but I think it's more just a logistical thing. Again, getting the scaffold up and then getting the cameras all set up just makes it easier, and also under tight time constrictions, so just really relaxes those as well. This is a wild swing. Don't know how this is missed, but it will be 4 byes to end the over, and this is a little bit lazy from the keeper. Just tries to get the leg out, if anything, and it runs away, and he's had a tough time that has Shafkat, and this is going to be another one down in the books. 4 byes to end the over at the end of the first. Mecklen Eagles 6 for none. And there you go, 10 days to go now. You can count it all on 2 hands. And it's going to be a spectacular event, the Gala of Cricket, T10 International Cricket, from the 12th of September all the way through to the 14th of October. Don't forget, there's also domestic cricket on the Saturday and Sunday as well. So this is really going to be, this is a lovely warm-up as we head towards the ECC in 10 days' time. Plenty of cricket, and I can welcome a man who's very excited about the ECC, Vinny Sandhu.
Super excited, of course. How could you not be? 21 nations this time, including 6 teams we haven't seen before at the ECC. It's going to be a real celebration of European cricket, no doubt about that. Who will be champions? England 11 defending their title. They're the only team guaranteed a spot in Championship Week. Yeah, so Fahim Bhatti does get his spot back in the opening bowling spot, or the over number 2 spot, I suppose. Here he is, bowling to Ismail. Yeah, this is what Bhatti does. He just wobbles it around both ways, but he's just struggled a little bit with his control, number 1, also got a bit of stick. But yeah, he did this at the highest level, Fahim Bhatti, last year. He would bowl either the first or the second over and really got the new ball to talk. Now this one's up in the air, hanging a long time. Omid Rahimi is coming around to his right, and he will take the catch. He's got such a safe pair of hands. Oh, and you can trust him. The man, I know our crew are calling Prince Charming because of that magnificent head of hair he's got there. But Omid, well, he made that look easy, didn't he, Charlie? He had a long way to go. He seemed so casual, but maybe not casual. He seemed relaxed when he took it, and took it clean as a whistle. Yeah,
first wicket goes. 6 for 1 are the Mecklen Eagles, and I think there's a difference, isn't there? We saw a certain Wakas Raja early on in the week. He was, he's again a very talented player. Don't get me wrong, as he played in the top class in the Netherlands and a high level with international cricket. But I think the difference is complacency and being relaxed and calm and collected. I think that time Rahimi he still kept his eye on the ball. He knew he had to get the job done, whereas I think Wakas Raja just took the eye off the ball, and eventually it would always go through him. But yeah, the first wicket goes 6 for 1.
Yeah, handy for Fahim Bhatti. It gets him off to a good start as well, doesn't it? Yeah, speaking of Wakas Raja, I did hear he wasn't very well yesterday, and I know that he had potentially had to go seek some medical assistance. And so, Wakas, if you're watching, just our thoughts are with you. Hopefully you're feeling better soon. And I think on top of everything, he's had a real tough schedule, and so
I know that he really wanted to put himself out there on the park this week. Maybe that's one reason that we didn't quite see the best of him. Now, he's a player I would expect to see fighting fit for Belgium in Group C of the ECC coming up. Anyway, here is Mecklen Eagles, the number 3. Comes out, he's hitting the pad, but going down the leg side. Did a few number crunches. And actually, yesterday's countdown numbers puzzle was a good warm-up for this, because I was trying to do some net run rate scenarios. Pretty much every scenario comes up like this. Whatever the Eagles make, Austin CC will have 6 overs to chase it down.
Okay.
They'll have 6 overs to chase it down. So think of it that way, right? So this is going to be leg side, dragged for 1. Of course, the Eagles, they can cement their spot on top of the table with a win here. So I suppose if you're looking at as an Ostend CC fan, you've got to look at it this way. Think of this as a 6-over game, but somewhat unfairly, the Eagles will get to about 10 overs. So try and picture it as basically you got 6 overs to chase this score.
It's an interesting way of looking at it, but I get what you're saying. No,
Yeah,
completely right.
That would make up the net run rate. The 2 points would draw them level with the Austin Exiles, but they would be able to overtake them on net run rate. Okay, this is in the air. This run should be caught as well. This is, Hussein under it, and he will take it well. I don't know how, but he will take it, and he fires it into the ground. Well, not really looking after the new ball, but this one almost sneaks out. Little ice cream cone. Well, Hussein's all smiles now, as that's 2 wickets down, 7 for 2.
It's the big wicket of T10 Sudan, the man who took the game away from Ostend CC in the previous match, match number 17. Look at this one, it had snow on it, and he clasps onto it he takes the wicket. It's a good catch in the end from Hussein, and T10 Sudan goes for just 1.
Almost. You see so much white there. That's because actually he catches it in his fingertips. It bounces out, and he catches it in his fingertips in the end.
The thing I like, though, is that he rolls as he takes it, so it really makes sure that he doesn't pop it out, which is good.
So he kind of had a real good grip on that, considering that it was in his fingertips. So, yes, our run goes early for just 1. And Eagles on the ropes a bit here. Batting first, winning the toss in match 18. They are 7 for 2. This brings Nasir to the crease, and he's coming off a golden duck as well, Charlie.
Yeah, well, could be a king pair. We've seen it before. It's the man who's out skippering the Ostend CC at the moment is Abdul Rahman.
Probably doesn't want to be reminded of that.
Probably not.
Anyway, again, just has to come good this game. It's just the start you need when you need a big win here. Mecklen Eagles number 1 in his back is getting shorter and shorter as the tournament goes on. It almost looks like a decimal point now at this stage, but it's getting there.
That's not his average, though, or his strike rate.
This is what we've seen from Butty, though, when he's been playing for Belgium in the ECC. People find it hard to get after him, and they miss-time a lot of balls. This one won't be bowled at all.
No, that's it, as you mentioned. On a pair at the moment in the little mini-series, the back-to-back games.
Hello,
Batty.
Hello to all of our chatters, of course. Come back to that in a second. Nasir pulls straight, loves that leg side. He'll get one here. Hello to Sharkat in the chat, saying hello, Vinny and Charlie, and Juma Mubarak to you as well. Sharkat, nice to have you joining us as we get to the end of the second over. The score is 8 for 2. Yuvraj had a question in the chat, and if you missed it, if you just joined us, I do believe, according to my calculations, that whatever the Eagles make, Ostend CC to qualify will have to chase it down in 6 overs. So here, you see, they actually made up a bit of net run rate that game because it was a narrow loss. That's why I said it was really important they didn't get blown away, right? If they were going to lose narrowly, they did in the end, I suppose, it went to the last over. So minus 1.3 for Austin Exiles, and now Austin CC are minus 2.1. So they've got to make up about 0.8. It was about 1.1 they had to make up at the start of the day. So, yeah, think of it as a 6-over game where your opponent gets to bet 10 and you get to bet 6. It's like a T6.
It's like a rain-affected game.
Like one thing annoys me. I'll tell you, pet peeve. Ready for pet peeves?
Oh, gosh.
All right. Not going to make a whole segment out of it. When people say like a T5 game, it's not a T5.
No,
it's
it's
the
5. It's
T20. The
F5.
T stands for 20.
It's
T10,
F5.
T stands for, F5, Formula 5.
That's not an actual
S6.
formula class, but, you know.
S6. We have T3. T3's okay.
T3.
F4, F5, S6.
T2s? T2s?
E8's an interesting one.
E8.
Seems like a battleship
Just
move.
either that or a dodgy accent in the UK somewhere. E8.
Anyway, here's Shahid Mohammed. Yeah, just something. Someone was telling me about a T15 game the other day, and I was like, well, come on. All right, this is going to be 4, and Mohammed gets a lot of movement. It works against him this time. Yeah, he plays this shot pretty well. We've seen it a couple of times today. It's
Just an in-swing, he gets a little bit of bat, and especially with the keeper up, the little edge is always going to run away for 4.
That's a good shot, really. Just watches this and gets those hands through it. It's a nice shot. There you go, Carney saying I've seen the F5 called Fast Fives. I like that. Also,
Okay.
F15s.
F15. Oh, yeah, fighter jets.
Little shout to the old Top Gun.
Yeah, I like it.
Have you seen the new Top Gun?
I haven't seen the new
Oh,
one.
you got to. Very good.
I rarely have enough free time to watch a whole movie. Plus, my concentration span tends to wander a lot. Got a very, very active social schedule outside here. You know that.
I don't. Brutally honest.
That is brutally honest. Anyway, here's Shahid Mohammed. And full toss this time. This is going far enough. No, it's caught. Wow, that's a bonus, really, because Faraz, remember, he's the man who actually dropped Saran earlier. And now, yeah, really, I thought this was a matter of how far into the trees this was going. It's a slightly shorter boundary as well there. So Shahid Mohammed gets a bit lucky there, and he can thank Faraz Khan for a good piece of fielding. So the Eagles on the ropes early in this match. It's 13 for 3.
Yeah, this is an interesting start from the Eagles. They they got into the 40s, the 30s before they lost their 3rd wicket in the previous game. But they're only into the teens after losing 3 wickets, and this could be interesting. I think really, unless they build a partnership, if they keep taking wickets and if they can get them to 40 for 5, I'll say 30 for 5, 40 for 5, and if they can restrict them, because then that means that they're going to have to slow down. I know we keep saying that cricket DNA in Belgium, they're not going to slow down, but I think if they get to 30 for 5, they have to take a moment just to reconsider things. Surely.
Do you not remember the number 11 coming out and
I
whacking
do.
49 of 19 balls?
But that was
the
a
other
dead
day?
rubber. The game was finished.
I think that. Yeah, I just don't think they're blocking many.
I don't think they're going to block, but I still don't think they're going to go every single delivery. I think
one's a block in this game, really.
Yeah, true.
Most of the time. Anyway,
True.
yeah, take your point, though. Another good in-swinger. Both the opening bowlers getting some good in-swing.
But this is the pace, isn't it? When you take pace off and you let the ball do the work, it just becomes 10 times harder for the batsmen. They have to create their own power.
Yeah, new batter here. Dalip Singh. Good innings the other day.
Good to see Sultan Divan Ali keeping an eye on what's going on.
Yeah, just say it one or two more times in case people have missed it. This is going to be a French cut for 4, so this is not the most convincing way to get off the mark for Dalip, but it'll be effective as he gets 4 and the score moves up to 17.
Yeah, again, not the most convincing of shots from that man, but it's 4 nonetheless, and he's off the mark with a little French cut down to fine leg. Go on then. So you were gonna repeat it.
Yeah. So basically, for Austin CC to qualify, they need to chase down this score within 6 overs, and I mean, it's a slight bit of variation, plus minus 1 ball, depending on their final score they'd end up on if they were to chase it. But pretty much, you can be pretty sure that if the Eagles take this game into the 7th over, into the 2nd innings, if we reach a 7th over in the 2nd innings, then Austin Exiles can be assured of qualifying. So yeah. So then it asks you, well, how many can you chase down in 6 overs? 90? That's 15 and over. 100?
I mean, I'd like to know what Austin CC's average run rate is.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you if you want.
Go on then, after this.
Yeah. I can tell you pretty quickly that right now it would have been in the bat versus ball wall
Before
as well.
you get on to that, look at this.
Hang on.
James Bond.
Oh yeah. Wow, suddenly it takes one catch, Amir Hussain, and he's doing all the tricks. I didn't see the cheerleaders doing those kind of acrobatics last week. Anyway, it's 18 for 3 after 3. Well, I was looking at my notes. I can tell you that Austin CC with the bat, they are averaging 10.3 and over. So they're
Yeah,
averaging
so
103.
So 15 and over is a big ask.
It is, but I suppose you're looking about what's possible. You're going to have to play out of your skin to qualify. You know that.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
for example, if the Mecklen Eagles came out and put like 120 plus on the board or 140 on the board, you know you're not chasing that in 6 overs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's more like what can you chase? Let's say 3 a ball probably maxes out. So maybe 108, 18 and over.
Okay.
Yeah, so Fahim Bhatti's back, and he's got a bit of spring in his step now. And although he's not the quickest bowler, I do like that he's bowling with a little bit of zip here. It's maybe a bit of zip that was missing earlier in the week. You can see a bit of bounce there as well. And this is his go-to. Most of those balls just come in and cramp the batter for room.
Would you ask Shafkat to stand back if he's going to put a bit of nip on it?
That's a good question. Come back to that in a second.
I would say I like the keeper up to stumps for a couple of reasons. Shafkat's actually not the worst down the leg side, so you might have a chance of a little sneaky little leg side stumping with the batter overbalancing. Also just kind of puts the squeeze on a bit more. It keeps the batter in their crease rather than letting them advance. So I actually quite like, especially with an in-swing bowler, you don't get as many outside edges, which often you will want to be back for. If you have outswing bowlers, that you're going to get these thicker kind of outside edges. They're very, very hard to catch if you're up to the stumps. So, yeah, I quite like the keeper up to the stumps for Bhatti. Now, the left-hander, you'd probably go, well, why don't you put him back now? I mean, again, you're a chance of a stumping if the batter comes forward and the ball leaves his outside edge. So, yeah, I think the Shafkat's good enough to handle Bhatti up to the stumps. So, I like it as a move. Short and pulled and 6. Maximo! Nasir gets his first one away for the day. Again, he's favoured this leg side. He has to go reach for this one. It was almost going to be a wide on the offside, but he gets enough bat to get it over that man and 6 runs.
I think his heart was in his throat for a minute there, Vinny. He was looking a little bit concerned. You can see him there just as he walks out of frame. He was just not sure if it was going to go over, but it just got the legs.
Yeah, you can see why he was concerned. Certainly wasn't quite off the middle. Now this is more convincing as he goes leg side and bangs this one comprehensively over mid-wicket for 6 more. Maximo! Nazir rolls the dice, comes up double sixes, and the Eagles are up and away.
He loves that leg side, doesn't he? And it's once again, well, the delivery is a bit of an interesting one. It's right in the slot, isn't it? It's in the arc, just swings the hands through the line, and it goes a long, long way.
Yeah, this keeper up and keeper back discussion. I've noticed in the last few years that at the higher level, we're not really seeing keepers keeping up as much to medium paces. And I'll probably talk about that a little bit more in a second. Just wait for this next delivery because Nasir is on a heater. He's gone 6 and 6. Now he goes leg side again. This one should find the fielder, and it does, just one. So my theory about at the higher level, so in franchise cricket and in kind of one-day international, T10 cricket and T20 cricket, why we don't see keepers up as much, I think the modern batter is really good at deflecting and ramping, and it gives them a bit more margin for error than any edge pretty much gets past the keeper for 4. Whereas if you're back, you get some that kind of clunk up in the air or little edges, that suddenly they're catchable. So I think that's one reason we haven't seen that tactic used a lot more at the higher levels. This one's in the air, and it's going to be 6 as well. And this one's going to clunk into the fence. Maximo! The first one for Dileep. So that over does not go according to plan, does it, for Fahim Bhatti? After a good first one, he ends up going for 20 in that over. That one goes magical. It's 38 for 3 after 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here along with Charlie Hunt. Happy Peacock Friday to all of you guys. Hopefully you're enjoying the action as much as we are. It's a crunch game for the Ostend CC guys. I mean, they've put themselves in a big hole. They need to chase this in 6 overs, it looks like, to get through. And that overs like that won't help, Charlie.
It's not going to be easy, but an interesting bit there on the fielding. He obviously walked in, which is obviously stationary. That's always what you expect to see, but he didn't. It was a catchable height. It didn't sail
like
over.
It. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Hey, I want to tell you what you can do as well if you are enjoying European cricket. Of course, you can join us on our YouTube live chat and subscribe to our channel. I know that our subscriber count is coming up all the time. And so the other thing you can do, of course, is get involved with our social media. This is going to be leg side, and it's going to be 4, and so gets over Abdul Rahman. So bowler coming in, Siddiqui. It's a little bit too straight. I mean, probably one that he has to hit, but he does hit it. And so Nasir gaining confidence with every ball, Charlie.
Yeah, he certainly is. Abdul Rahman, he's not racing away. But don't forget, as you mentioned, go ahead and stay up to date with us on all of our social medias.
And the Telegram channel as well, +49 1708 954 1799. If you want to get involved in that as well. And yeah, European cricket, I'm sure we'll see plenty of highlights from yesterday, because yesterday had a bit of everything. Had one batter hitting 200 in the morning, which we've never seen before. We had that amazing boundary catch as well. And so we're going to see. There we go. I'll look at the catch right now. There you go. Just speak to the devil. This will appear on the social media. Poor Abdul Rahman. He probably won't want to see that too many more times. He's had Miserable run of luck, hasn't he, with the 3 ducks starting up. But you tell you what, he's the kind of guy, he could come out and just smack it in the second innings and get them into the finals. They need to restrict them first. And this one's in the air, and it's going to carry all the way. Well, it's dropped, but it's over the boundary, so no harm there, no foul. But I will say that it's a pretty good shot straight down the crown. This is more of a cricket shot this time, I think, from Nasir.
Doesn't quite middle it, but unfortunately, when you've got boundaries such as the size of 50 metres, you don't need to middle it to get over, and it goes a long way over, in fact. And it's another 6 runs.
Next ball from Siddiqui. Yeah, it's a little bit short, turns on it into the gap. This will be 4 more. So things looking dangerous, and this is how the Eagles can hurt you. And some people saying, the other day the Eagles looking so comfortable. Now they've been struggling to score. You feel like it's a matter of time till they break out. That's cricket, I suppose. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But just remember, especially with that net run rate scenario, these are dangerous runs, aren't they, for Austin CC?
They really are. Game almost being taken away from him. He races along to 29 now off of just 8. That is the batting of Nasir. He can be destructive. And no surprise, he's taking a serious fancy to that leg side. So, no surprise that on that leg side, all 3 bar 1 are out on the boundary.
And this will be 4 more. And, well, the fielder doesn't even move this time. Again, it's a little bit too straight, isn't it? I think someone like Nasir, you've got to get him reaching. They're attacking the stumps. And, well, it's a high risk, high return kind of strategy from Siddiqui right now. He's been very expensive.
Yeah, this is just not coming off. Siddiqui was a man who I signalled out at the start of this game saying, I think he's crucial, but he's not paying off here.
Yeah, be trying something different. I think you've got to be hunting just inside the tram line. You have to be a bit more defensive now. I suppose what he's hoping here, Siddiqui, is that he can get one pitching on the stumps and clunking into his pad for an LBW. But Nasir is making him pay pretty quickly. 33 off 9. He's coming off a golden duck. I mean, Sherry Butt, I think, after his golden duck yesterday, scored 89 not out in the second game.
Off of not many deliveries
yeah,
as well.
Exactly. So beware. Better ball. That's what I'm talking about. Still on the way up when it reaches Shafkat. But, yeah, much better delivery, I think.
This is a really good delivery. As you said, doesn't really keep it straight. If anything, you offer him a bit of width, because if he's going to try and drag you into the leg side, you don't mind that, because he's probably going to sky it. So it gives you an opportunity. Yeah,
that's probably the most left I'd want to have a ball to Nasir, between there and the tram line. Obviously, you don't want to quite touch the tram line because it'll be a wide. But yeah, that's his zone, I think. Siddiqui trying to stop the overgoing magical. 18 off it so far. This is a beautiful looking shot down the ground. A big task. Well, how about that for some foot fielding? Well, lucky he wasn't wearing the Cinderella glass slipper here, because it would have smashed it. But Rahimi, Prince Charming, with quite a remarkable bit of foot fielding. So the over doesn't go magical. 19 come off it in the end. And this one is, I suppose, well judged. Halfway through the innings, the Eagles are 57 for 3.
It's actually really well done.
And then how about hitting the stumps as well?
It's nothing that man can't do.
Corey, he doesn't, not a fan of foot fielding. He wants a 2-run penalty if
no
foot
way.
fielding. But my thing is, foot fielding, normally it's its own penalty, because it normally doesn't end well.
The thing is as well, you have to remember as to why a lot of the players we see on the circuit do so. Yeah. They're all brought up on sand, dust pitches all in the subcontinent.
Yeah, many of them, yeah.
So, and a lot of them don't know how to dive. A lot of them they're never coached,
You've
never
got to plan a dive. Yeah,
exactly.
It's true. It's true. A very good point you make. Top 3 failing for the Eagles, but these two at the moment putting the bowling to the sword. Here's Faraz Khan in over number 6. And yeah, a little bit of touch this time for Nasir. He moves to 35, and blink and you'll miss it. How did he get to 35 so quickly?
It's another one of those batsmen who just quietly goes about his business, doesn't he? He doesn't really try and be too eccentric. It's normal standard cricket shots into the leg side. Yes, it is all into the leg side, but when you're hitting it so well into that onside, why not?
Actually, the last ball last over was an indication that how well he can bat. I mean, that was a proper looking off drive. Kind of kept his shape a bit more. I'd love to see a bit more of that from Nasir, because I think he'd probably be a bit more consistent. Yeah, well bowled. Full in the block hole. So the score continues to climb. Remember, it looks like Lost End CC will have 6 overs to chase this. So already you're looking at kind of 10 and over required if they were to stop right now. And of course, they're not going to stop right now. I think 100 plus makes it real tough. Not impossible, especially on this field, but yeah, I would say if they get over 108, then you're starting to go into point of no return territory before you start
This is going to be the gap. It's going to be 4 more. Again, not quite out of the middle from Nasir, but he places it well. And Adventure Island has been under attack. It's a few that have been launched in that direction. And that one takes him into the 60s now.
Yeah, he moves on to 37 now, 38 I should say, and I can tell you that 37 of those runs have been scored on the onside.
Yeah, so the offside single was the only, which we saw late last over, the one stopped by the boot. That was the only run that he scored. And I've scored him on 39, so it'll be 38-1 now. And you can see what the approach is from this here. Now, the other thing is you have a restriction that you can only have 5 of your 9 available fielders on the leg side. Now, what surprises me is they still have 5 on the off to him. I think I'd definitely bring in a mid-wicket in the circle. This is in the air, and well, he's obviously heard you because he goes offside this time. Doubles his tally over there with a single to Rahimi, who uses the hand method this time. Yeah, I think the field will probably have, well, you've got options. You can either have one in the circle or you could have another one back on the leg side. I'd probably go in the circle. The reason is if he gets a miscue and it goes up in the air, then that one becomes catchable if it's in the infield. Dilip's quietly been going about his business as well. They bowled pretty well to him. Another one that they get up in the block hole, but he does squeeze it out for a single, and after 6 overs, Mecklen Eagles are 65 for 3.
Yeah, Singh just playing second fiddle here, really. That's now 14 off of 8. Hasn't really been able to get the ball off the middle. He's found the toe of the bat more times than not, but you take a look. This is the story so far for the bowlers. 2 wickets for Bhatti and also the 1 for Shahid Mohammed. They were really good at the top of the order, but just that over from Siddiqui changed things.
Power play was 18. I mean, the real over that changed things really was the 4th. I mean, Bhatti's first over only went for 2. His second over went for 20. He took 2 for 2 off his first over, and he took none for 20 off his second over. So even though his figures, you look, okay, not too bad, 2 for 22. But, yeah, just the first over was the Bhatti of 2021 that I saw, and the second over was the Bhatti that we've seen so far in 2022, where he just hasn't had a lot of luck.
Anyway, we're now going to see the man who... it was an interesting game in the last one, Ataullah Khalil.
Yeah, left arm always has a bit of an advantage, I think. Oh, well, see, I think he can run here, and the reason I would say is he's trying to get out the way. So they're going to say no. I tell you, this is an interesting one, because if you're trying to avoid the ball, then it actually is fine. So here, he is actually trying to avoid the ball. So although they've called that a dead ball for not playing a shot, I think technically I probably would have allowed that run.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of opinion.
It doesn't say why. You don't have to show why you're avoiding the ball. Is he trying to avoid that? He seems genuinely trying to get out of the way of that.
I think so.
Yeah, so I reckon they might change this. I've got a feeling about this because it's one that we actually had to look up the first time we saw it. Because we say, well, he's not playing a shot. And normally you associate that with trying to evade a ball that's going to do you some physical injury. But when we looked at the rule, that became, when we looked closely at the law, it just says you need to either be playing a shot or be trying to avoid the ball. And there, I think for me, the way he's acting, he's genuinely trying to avoid the ball.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. Whilst there's a break in play, I know you're still talking about this one. A lot of people talking about the game between Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Did you catch that yesterday?
I didn't actually.
So I think it went really, really close, and I know that one of the batsmen got very lucky. I think he had about 4 or 5 chances, and ended up making 60, I think it was. But yeah, Bangladesh ended up losing in a very close game between Sri Lanka. Against Sri Lanka, I should say. So they're changing this, so it will be given as a single leg by the looks of it.
That's technically a correct call. Yeah. We'll come back to that in a second. Again, I don't blame the umpire for that one at all.
No.
Because it's a very T10 thing to happen, right? It's something that we haven't seen much of batters strategically trying to avoid the ball to get wides, which is fair if the ball's down the leg side. Yeah, tell me about the game yesterday.
So I can tell you that Sri Lanka did go ahead and win eventually, but I know that it was a really close game, and there was one batsman who ended up making, well, I can tell you that they won by 2 wickets.
This from Khalil.
And now this is going to be muscled out of the ground. Maximo! Well, it probably works out well, doesn't it? Because it does get Nasir back on strike, who moves to 46. Again, takes the ball from outside the off stump and just turns. Has plenty of time, I think, to do that as well. He's looking good as he closes in on a half century.
It's another shot into the leg side. You might not have been able to see it there, but no. Kusam Mendes was 60 off of 37, but I think he had 7 lives or something like that. He had like 3 drops. I think there was a... There's an appeal that wasn't given that then wasn't reviewed and stuff like that.
Doesn't happen at the top level though. And once again, leg side. This is more of a thick inside edge than anything else. This will just be a single. Now to the captain, Abdul Rahman. First 100 I scored, I think it was about 16. I was dropped 12 times. I remember. I remember it very, very clearly. And my batting partner, who I'm still actually friends with today, 25 years later, he said it was funny because apparently he got to the stage where I was hitting him straight up and just calling 2. So that tells you a lot about the kind of day. When it's your day, it's your day. This is going to be 1 out to deep point. They're just trying to put the brakes on at the moment. They're on kind of 110 pace. And like I say, I think that's highly improbable. And a bit of applause there. That just tells me they're miscounting his score because... well, firstly, it's Dilip who hit it. And Nasir's on 47 at the moment.
I don't know what's happened there.
Somebody's happy over there.
Oh, dear.
This one is going to be called no ball, and it's for a fielder being outside the circle at the point of delivery. You see the umpire at square leg is right on the circle. And so, yeah, I think the offender is Amir Hussain. So this will be a single plus a no ball. You see, there's the call straight away. And at the point of delivery, you have to be inside the circle. So this is what the umpires, they're having to keep their eye on lots of different things. And, yeah, obviously the umpire's in the best position to make that call.
No, a huge shout out to the umpires because without them, you don't get the game played. And well, it's not really a job that anyone wants to have. But they do the impossible task. It's they've been really good over the last 5 days and just proving again. They're on the ball, not going to let anything slide. But it's a free hit.
Yeah, well, now's the time to get funky, and he does. And so, well, Dilip enjoyed this. He's probably playing the shots he only plays in his dreams now, and he can do that because he had the immunity cloak. Actually, executes it pretty well. And so another boundary, and things just not rolling the way of the Austin CC once again.
Yeah, as you just see there, if we can get that angle once more, his right foot slides because it comes off the pitch and he almost loses his balance. I think you see here, the straight on view might be a little bit better, but it slips just there. You don't quite see it on that one.
It shows you how far he was off the pitch, right?
Yes, you see here, look at his right leg. Just slips.
Yeah.
Does well not to do the splits.
Did very well. It's a good observation. Shows you how far across he did get. Last ball of the over then. Edged and gone. And he's quick to go, isn't he? So, Dilip, he's going to set a speed record for getting off the field. And you can see it's a good bit of bowling. Just kind of gave himself a bit of room, didn't he? Tried to go the other way. And, well, didn't even wait for the umpire's decision. So, Khalil, wasn't all his fault. But his over goes for 14. There's a wicket in there as well to score 80 for 4 after 7 overs. For those of you asking what is coming in season 2022, I can tell you the next big stop, of course, is Cartama in Spain, just outside of Malaga, where we'll have 7 days a week of cricket. For the only time in 2022, it'll be wall-to-wall cricket. So we'll have 5 matches every day for those 5 weeks. The internationals, of course, during the week, and then the domestic games on the weekend. Then we go to ECS, Croatia, and then Malta, and then Spain. So there'll be 3 more series. That's the plan anyway, before the end of the year. Subject to change, of course, due to circumstances, but we are reasonably certain they will be the locations which will take us through to the end of the season, which goes all the way, Charlie, until the 11th of December. And I know I did the very first game on the 30th of January in Gibraltar earlier this year, and I can tell you that was Turek versus Kalpe Giants. With Turek, the winning side.
Well, I think one of our crew members was involved in that tournament, wasn't he? Samir Nayak was playing.
I think he was. Now there's a bit of conjecture here, and I wonder what this is about. Maybe it's an injury. Maybe there's a 12th man coming on here. I don't think it's. Well, we have a regulation that should be in before the start of the ECC, which is if there's a 7th ball of the over bowled accidentally, then the result is nullified. So that's something which I think is pretty sensible in T10 cricket because it can make such a big difference.
Just a quick point. You said did you say that the ECC and obviously the domestic T10 is going to be the first time there'll be 7 days of cricket?
I said consistently, is what I said.
Okay.
I know where you're
Because
going
we
there.
did have it for 2 weeks.
I know what you're saying.
Okay. Good choice of words.
I was kind of careful to pick my words because I didn't forget that. Trust me, because I'm having to watch.
I didn't forget it.
Sorry, I'm choosing to watch on Sundays when we have the day off. But so what I was going to say was not for a 5-week period that we'd have seven days of cricket, and it's not just a couple of games either. It will be a 5-game schedule on Sunday. So actually, you'll get finals Friday, and you'll also have a final on Sunday every weekend because it's Group A, Group B, Group C in the first 3 weekends, and there'll be 3 teams battling each other 3 times each, and that's 9 matches. Then the 10th match will be the final to see who goes through to Championship weekend. So you'll have finals Friday and final Sunday.
Yeah, all the information on the teams is out on the website for that T10 domestic stuff.
Misses just leaned on. Well, what a shot this is to start the over, and this will be his 50 now. Nasir has come out, and what a way to respond after going first ball this morning. And, well, sometimes we said he's been a bit one-dimensional on the leg side. Not this time. That's a beautiful-looking square drive, and what a shot to bring up his half-century of just 19 balls.
Do you reckon that one was aimed at me? I've been picking at him saying it's all been one side. I think he's gone, Charlie, watch this. Look at what I can do. What a way to bring it up. An excellent innings, but he's still got a long way to go.
Wow, this is going a long way as well as he leans over this. Bit of a trademark shot. Bit of flourish about that one as well. Maximo! Nasir moves to 58, and he doesn't look like he's done just yet, Charlie.
No, that is a big shot down the ground. You can see there, he likes it so much, he's going to hold that pose. Big shot down to the ground. 6 more. But again, no, just to let you know, the teams that are involved have been published for that ECT10 domestic tournament. So Getafe, Sevilla, Malaga, Madrid United, Madrid CC, Catalunya, Granada, Costa del Sol, and
Gracia.
Yeah, so a couple of teams from Catalunya coming down. That'll be good to see.
Yeah, I think so. Catalunya CC, good to see them back as well. Of course, they competed at the original ECL in 2019. Thick edge, gets lucky, gets 4. Nasir into the 60s, and well, he's been a thorn in the side of Ostend CC in this game, hasn't he? Because he had the early running, Ostend CC, had 3 wickets in the power play, but Nasir has come, and right now it looks like he's batting Ostend CC out of the tournament.
This is a really good comeback, losing those top 3 early. I think it was 13 for 3 at one point, so to be able to come back and now look at them, 94 for 4, which is a really good comeback from these two. Mostly is from Nasir and also from the likes.
Say, since Yuvraj would like us to have a PNG series at the end of the year, we'll have to ask Rico. Well, goes again and goes far enough. Maximo! Put it with the rest, and Nasir, wow, dare I say it, he's 68, still over 2 overs to go. If he keeps hitting him like this, he's only a few blows away from the you-know-what. We've already had 2 of them this week.
Well, Shrike just asking there, which team is mine? Well, actually, my local team isn't in that. We're not participating this year, which is a real shame. Yep, no, that's the one. Not participating, real shame. But no, I was. There was a little teaser of whether if I was going to be in Carter at the time and whether I was going to try and get a little emergency loan or
set your price.
Well, do you know what? Worth too much.
Is that right?
Yeah, 100%.
That's what I always say. Can't afford me.
Can't afford me.
But even when I have to play for free, no one picks me now. So
hang on, let me just get the world's smallest violin out for you.
Here we go. 100's up now. That spells trouble. This one maybe just sneaks a little bit inside the line.
I think so.
Yep. Late movement.
Doesn't really touch it. If it was a millimetre.
Really, yeah, I mean, we've seen those called. Technically, probably did touch the line teensy bit. This one a little bit further back. Could be gone. Is gone. So Nasir goes for 68. Again, trying to hit across the line. It's a bit of a consolation wicket, I suppose, for Faraz, who had gone magical already in that over. 4-6 dot. And then it finishes with a wicket of Nasir, who went past 50 in that over. Also ends his innings on 68. An even 100 on the board. 100 for 5.
It's a good bit of bowling, really. It's come back to what you said, isn't it? Trying to give him width on the offside, knowing that he's going to try and drag it a long way onto the onside, and hopefully he picks out a man or skies it. That's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's so funny how it seems pretty consistent, the 12 and over or so. It's 12 and a half at the moment through this innings with the batting of Nasir, but also with the slow start. have a look at the conditions today. You can have a look at the blue skies that we are dealing with in Belgium. And we've had some very cold weather. We've had some very hot weather this year. It's all part of it. Like I said, we started all the way back in 30th of January. But I think we've hit the Goldilocks zone here. I think it's been absolutely perfect this week in Belgium so far. Hopefully it continues. There's a big swing from Shakarula. And so that's the way he was going to go about it. And he was the hero, wasn't he, when he came out last time after a tactical retirement of Idris. And he absolutely banged them. And that's essentially what got the Eagles home.
Yeah, no, that was good captaincy by Mohamed Ismail.
This time he gets it too high under the ball. Rahimi, well, he comes round to his right, and it's almost an instant replay of the catch earlier. And so, well, that's just a case of cricket, isn't it, really? Shakarula was the hero, and then he goes first ball. And there you go. I think that one's for Karina, because he did get the word that Karina was calling him Prince Charming. So the way things are going, it might be our last chance to get a look at Omid Rahimi until the ECC. I think Karina's working that week. Anyway, it was a well-judged catch, and this man has a beautiful pair of hands.
He's got a beautiful lock of hair.
That's all I want to say about that.
Look at it. Look. Oh, look at that.
That's
what a man.
like a model.
What a man.
Can't wait to see some more of Rahimi.
But hey, big news.
Go on.
The England T20 World Cup squad just been announced.
Has it really?
Jason Roy misses out.
Yeah, he kind of foreshadowed that, didn't he? I think there was something on social media last night. Yeah. I guess happens to the best of the players. Kind of drift in and out of form. He hasn't had a good run. 10 to come in this innings. This will be clipped away. And more work for Rahimi. Probably not as graceful that time. Concedes a second run, or does he? Yeah, I think he doesn't quite get the ball back in time.
Yeah, just misses out there.
Yeah, a bit of a bat plonk. That's why I think the keeper wanted to have a think about it. But
Ooh.
nah, so his bat's in first. So because once his bat's in, this is the new rule that they brought in. If you're running or diving for your crease, then once your bat's in, even if you lift it, as long as you're continuing the motion of running or diving, then you're not going to be out. It's different for a stumping. If that was a stumping thing, you almost could have given that out. Almost. But that's why the keeper has a little inquiry to the umpire as well.
I think we've got a familiar face. It's just joined in the chat.
Let's have a look. Maybe it hasn't shown up on my screen yet. Let's look at Khalil. Well, this is another ball that's been hit high in the air, and this is Shiraz Sheikh. Well, he drops a catch. Well, now they're going to maybe get a run out at the keeper's end, but they won't. The throw's bad. Well, 3 mistakes in one ball. Probably the most surprising. Shiraz Sheikh drops the sitter.
That is an absolute dolly of a catch. He had so much time, almost too much time to think about it. Look how high this went off the bat. Sky high. It had snow on it coming down. No clouds to come and collect there. But look at this. Just goes for the crocodile approach.
Yeah,
gets it all
isn't
wrong.
a great hand position, and Shiraz Sheikh knows that. And then we almost had a chance for a run out if that throw had been better from Faraz Khan. So they end up getting 2 from nothing, basically.
Sri Collar in the
yeah,
chat.
I saw it. It just popped up. Hello, Sri. Hope you're well. Watching from Luxembourg, I'm sure. There's a bit more bat on this, enough to get over the infield at least, and it will just roll away to the boundary. So Shehzad getting moving, and he gets a boundary now. So the score is climbing. Now they're at that 108, which I thought was probably kind of the max I could see them getting in 6 overs. Having said that, this is Belgium, and so
well, if Prince Charming wants to get on the action.
6 magical overs, 120.
Yeah, but no. Do you reckon they're going to put Prince Charming to open?
Maybe.
Just got to chuck him up there, face as many deliveries as possible.
Yeah, good point. Last ball of the over. Slower ball. And this is hit to the man who will hold on this time. Nice catch out there on the point boundary. So Khalil ends up chipping in with 3 wickets. Faraz Khan, he's taken a couple of good ones in this game. He went for that short boundary, didn't he? And that obviously is encouraged. But, yeah, pretty well taken there off a flat hit from Shehzad, who contributes 8. He's the man out off the last ball of the 9th over. So 9 overs down, 108 for 7. For those of you interested in the ECC, which hopefully is a lot of you, we have the Belgian team playing in Group C with Scotland, France, Malta and Luxembourg. So 2 new teams in there. Of course, Luxembourg. Sri's watching from Luxembourg right now.
There you go. Well, this is interesting. Shrug. And just saying, maybe Jason Roy could come along to the finals week for the ECC. He's not in the World Cup.
And meet his alleged lookalike Corey.
I've heard
people
about
thought
this.
that Corey looked like a kind of store brand Jason Roy. That was one of the
Budget version.
We even did a side by side of him, and I can kind of see the resemblance.
The budget version.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, this one is going to be clipped away. Well, now they're going to go for 2. And a good throw would have had him. In fact, it was a good-ish throw. It's going to be 1 short, so it was only all for 1 anyway.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It's all coming off here.
Haven't seen too many 1 shorts this series. Let's have a look at the bat who hits the ball here, Marshall, who's a genuine number 11 most of the time. And, yep, doesn't quite get across the line. You have to get across the line. That's just basics. And again, if that had been run out, it would have been essentially a dot. Last overtime. Hits this one all right. They may think of 2 here. 7 wickets down. They're going to go for it. Good throw to the bowler. Again, can't gather it. And so it's good running, putting pressure on. Wadwa was the man who gets back to the non-strikers end. So 2 more runs.
You Raj Singh saying second hand, Jason.
Yeah. Yes. It's like the Wish edition. Isn't it?
That's quite good. I got told when I first did an intro for Portugal, I got given Paul Sterling.
Oh, okay. I mean, good batter.
I'll take it.
Gone. And so Marshall is going to go after knocking a couple of 2s. It's the stumps that are knocked out. He'll be the 8th wicket to fall. It's 110, I'm going to say, for 8.
Yeah, I think you're right. But no, this is this is a bit of a lackluster performance with the bat, really. It's not what we've come to expect from the Eagles. It looks like they're going to finish below par. And it's just a telltale sign of things to come, possibly.
Yeah, maybe. Sorry, I'll correct myself on that. It's 111 for 8 because the score on the board hasn't added the 1 short yet, which will take it up to 111. And then the wicket. So, yeah. Yeah, poor Sterling, hey? Could be worse. I don't get many. So the lookalikes I get, it's like The Rock.
Oh, jog on.
No.
Jog on.
Back me up in the chat, guys.
No.
I'm just telling you. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying what I get. I get The Rock. I get Vin Diesel.
What are they smoking?
Yeah. Hey, loyal viewers. Well, how about this for a shot? And the number 10 comes out and just does one of these. And I guess they got the license. Bit of fancy footwork. Well, Andrews, our director, reckons he's got another one.
There's no way someone has said to you.
Used to get the guy off Prison Break.
Oh,
Remember
Wentworth
that guy?
Miller.
Wentworth Miller. Yeah. Probably not the hairline, but I get the features, yeah. No?
You've got a better hairline than The Rock.
I feel, yeah, true.
And Vin Diesel.
I'm somewhere in the middle.
Who said that? I'm going to have words with
It's been
whoever.
said, I can't even pinpoint one person.
Shree, shush.
I get it
Stop
all
that.
the time.
No.
I get it all the time. Anyway, carrying on. There's 2 to come. 115 the score. And next one will be fumbled. Go chase it. Yeah, fine, I think. Oh, don't fumble it again. Now they're going to take 3. And, why not? And they end up going to the keeper's end. Well, it's a mess. And I've got to say the running's been very good late in this innings. They're not taking anything for granted, Mecklen Eagles. See here, he fumbles it, and then I think he kicks it back just before the line. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Line isn't disturbed. But how about the running? I mean, to come back for 3, but then if he fumbles it across the line there, that reminds me of the one in Czech Republic where the guy threw it accidentally backwards over his head. You seen that one? No. All right, they're going to go here. Should be gone. Misses, of course. Doesn't try to throw. Well, that just sums it up, really. They put 119 on the board. That's the 1 run they shouldn't have got. But Shafkat couldn't hit the target. So the target will be 120. Well, they need literally 20 and over then. They'll need 120 in 36 balls. Seems unlikely. And, yeah, you see Shafkat just not able to hit the stump. So, not looking great. We'll keep the lookalike thoughts coming. It's The Rock here with Paul Sterling bringing the action from the Ice Cube. And, well, I'll get you to take him through the action, Stirls, because it's going to be a tough one. Austin CC, look, in the game for sure, because they need 120 to win. But it's not just the win they need. They need to win quickly if they're going to make it through to quarterfinals Friday in a week's time.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a big, big chase. In fact, they're going to have to double what they're averaging in terms of run rate. They need to go at 20 and over. They're averaging 10.3. So that's going to have to be a big, big push for the Austin CC. But there it is, that man again with the luscious, luscious locks of the likes of Rahimi. And, well, that was a really good catch from that man, Amir Hussain. He did really well. He still wasn't happy, but when's he not? And, well, they will finish on 119 off of their 10 overs. So, again, just go to show 120 is required for victory, and they need to do it in that 6-over period. But, again, we take a look. They lost early wickets, didn't they? They kept them in the game. They were 18 for 3 after 3 overs, much due to the work of Shaheen Mohammed and Fahim Bhatti right at the top of the order. Those two bowling the first 4 overs. And it was a good bit of bowling for those first 3. However, the 4th over went big, didn't it? 20 off of that 4th. It went .1, 6-6, 1-6. And also, the 5th was pretty similar, 4-6, 4-4.1. So that was where the game was taken away from them almost. But it was due to that man, the left-handed Ikramullah Nasir, 68 off of just 24 deliveries with a good amount of boundaries in there. 6 4s and 6 6s, striking at 283.33. Most of them into that leg side. And it just shows sometimes no matter how far you try, you just got to keep going and going and going, and eventually you will succeed. But in that innings of 68, 57 on the leg side, only 11 runs coming into that offside. And eventually, well, he was joined most of the time by the likes of Dilip Singh, but he was eventually caught behind for 19 off 12, but it wasn't for some nice shots, some nice elegant ramps. 2 4s and a 6 to his name. And then, well, the man who got them over the line last time, Shakarullah, he got a duck. So that's just the beauty of the game we call cricket. But how many times did we see him go into that leg side? And this time it was one too many. It was a good catch by Atalua Khalil out on the leg side, making up for after what could be classed as a missed opportunity after letting one go over his head. But then, well, that man, he had another catch amid Rahimi. That's 2 for him in this innings. There he is. Look at the smile. He knows he's Prince Charming. And then Khalil, when he came on to bowl, he had a good bit of bowling, really, wasn't it? 3 for 22 off of his 2 overs. But that was a big drop, and a big drop that we don't come to expect from Shahraz Sheikh. He will be disappointed, that is for sure. But then we saw some more boundaries just tickle over. But hey, look at that last over. What an interesting one it was. It had everything. It had a wicket, it had 2s, it had a 3, but it also had a bye. Every single form of run. All we were missing was a Maximo, but we didn't quite get there. But it was 11 off that last over, getting them to 119 for their total 10 overs. But it was with a bit of entertainment. Yes, no. Is it a 4? No. Has he got it? No. Eventually, he did get that one through. He's a little bit fuming with himself. And eventually, there was a dive, and there was a shot at the stumps. And eventually, there was the 3. And then they come through for that bye at the end of the innings. So they will finish on 119 for 8. They're running off. They know they've still got a job to do with the ball. They'll be back in around about 5 minutes. As we take a look at the scorecard for Mecklen Eagles. Again, one man going big. We've seen it time and time again here over the last few days. Ikramullah Nasir this time 68 off of 24. Mostly joined alongside Dilip Singh, 19 off 12, and then a duck for Shakarullah. But look at that top 3, all failing. Saran, Ismail, and Yard, 1, 1, and 5 respectively. And then obviously the only batsman not to bat was Zakel. He won't be too upset, but he will have a job to do with the ball in a moment's time. We take a look at the stats for the bowlers. Well, Bhatti, he did really well at the start, as did Mohammed. Mohammed was the better though, 1 for 12 off of his 2 overs. Bhatti 2 for 22 off of his first 2 overs. Them two taking the first 2 overs respectively, so 4 overs in total from them. And then, well, it has to be really Atalua Khalil, 3 for 22 off of his 2 overs, with a no ball in there as well, just to keep things spicy. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes or so as we'll see the response. Ostend CC, they require 120 for victory in about 6 overs time. You're watching match 18 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium with myself, Charlie Hunt, here alongside Vinny Sandhu, aka Mr. Maximo, on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to a warm, sunny Mecklen here in Belgium. You join myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 18 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. And the equation is pretty simple. 6 overs to go. And, well, Ostend CC, they require 120 overs if they're going to have any chance of making it out of Group A. And, well, I asked for it, and I think I have been delivered. It is going to be Prince Charming. We're going to see Omid Rahimi. He will be opening the batting for Ostend CC, and he's going to have to go from the start, isn't he? We've seen him do it before. He likes to go big early on. They've got a man at long off for him, which does make a lot of sense. But he will be opening 3-3-3 on the back. Well, they could do with him going at a strike rate at 333. They need 120 off of just 30 balls, really, if they're going to have any chance of getting into the next part of this tournament. But a huge thank you to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. A huge good morning to you, and it's pretty simple. And it is going to be Rahimi. He will face up, and you can see there the man who will be opening the bowling for the Eagles is going to be Abdul Rahimza Idris. As we're almost ready to tick things over. Just waiting for that clock to tick over on that mark. In fact, I said long off was back. Long off is not back. It's just a conventional mid-off. But huge thanks to everyone who's tuned in at the moment. Actually, Collar's in there as well. I can see you. Binge Watcher as well. They're there as well. Hope you're okay. Vilgat Abdu as well. But we're ready to get underway. And it's gone high in the air. And it's being put down. And it could cost them, and it will, and it goes a long, long way along the ground, and it will be the first boundary, and it's all happened off that first delivery. Sky high off the bat of Rahimi. It's a big opportunity. It's a big wicket that could really put the nail in the coffin off the first delivery. And then I think it might have just been left by both of them, and eventually it races down for 4 runs. So that certainly is the rate they need to be going at. 400 strike rate certainly helps a few things, but Rahimi, we know he's going to go from the off. There's only one way you can do it. It's 120 off of about 36 deliveries, if anything. So this is going to clatter into the pad, and it'll be a dot ball, so it could come back. He's having a bit of a conversation with Prince Charming himself. I love the fact that that's going to stick now. Over the next however many years, that's all it's going to be. This is it. But he doesn't leave it. It's interesting. Prem Wadwadwa just gets it wrong, completely wrong. The keeper was there. He wanted it, but it was Prem's catch. He was coming in from the short third man. But he puts it down, so Rahimi survives. Slower ball and picked, and this is going to be another boundary. Rahimi is a man of pure class, and that just shows it there. There was no way he was going to miss out on that sort of shot, and this has gone a long way into the leg side. It's 4 more. So Rahimi now 8 off of 3, and well, this is just going to be interesting. I think a man who knows what the numbers are exactly is Vinny Sadhu. He joins me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, pretty much what we said. 6 overs. I still try to work out how Rahimi's there. I saw that first ball go straight up. Wasn't looking too good, was it? Here's Idris. Each one of these hurts a little bit more. I think I've got to... Now, everyone says if the keeper can reach it, they should catch it. And I do agree with that theory. Trust me. But I would also say, I'd add a word. I'd say if the keeper can reach it comfortably. I suppose what made that a little bit uncomfortable was that Saran was running with the flight of the ball, and it becomes a bit more of a tough catch. But as everyone will know, things are a bit harder when you're being watched. And poor Wadwa, he had Saran right in his face going, hey, are you going to catch this or what? This is up in the air. Another one with a flight. Fielder goes back, can't quite grasp it. Needs to keep it in and does. And that's Nasir, who does keep it in the field of play. Again, these are all handy, aren't they? And you need 20 and over. It's crazy. If there ever was a ground that you're going to do it, it's probably this one. But yeah, Rahimi's had a couple of close calls.
If there was ever a country that we were going to see it done, it would also be in Belgium.
Yeah, this is, see, look at Saran. And what he's actually doing is now he's just staying there for the rebound. But he's... Certainly, it's like 2 guys in a phone box. Neither one's particularly comfortable.
Oh, dear.
Nice ball, the over coming up.
Mohammed on strike. He gets,
oh, yeah.
has to go. He has to go for now, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's his game as well.
It's everyone's game in Belgium.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, in particular, though, I think he's going to like this angle from Idris, who needs to keep the ball away from Abdul Mohammed. Otherwise, he's going to disappear into Adventure Island. Last ball, the first. There we go. That's hit pretty hard. Who wants to go fetch that? Because that's gone a long way. Cuatro carreras. I was getting ready to launch into it. Sorry, I just stalled there for a second. Anyway, it's the end of the first over. It's 13 without loss. 33 matches without a golden ball. Well, it was hit hard enough to be a Maximo, so I was almost launching into it. And let's just carry on with it. Yeah, I was just getting ready to... This might be the fat lady singing, and that might have been an F sharp. Anyway, don't know if we'll see one this time. I mean, we could. It's in that kind of zone that it could be. If it's a golden ball, though, it won't be enough for the Osten CC guys who are trying to stay in the tournament.
You did really well to cut yourself off, though. You were really going to go for that one as well.
I got one letter into a Maximo, and then I realised, hold on, although he's hit that potentially 150 metres in distance, it won't be 6, it'll only be 4.
Oh, dear.
It's been a good day.
We're only not even halfway through it as well.
Yeah,
Plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Don't forget, 4 games a day. We'll be back later on this afternoon. What 2 games of cricket we have coming up?
Yeah, of course we do in the afternoon session. But before that, we're going to get a look at Ainuddin Sakel, who's into the side for the first time, getting a bowl here in over number 2. Tall, wiry, kind of a customer, left armour. So Rahimi, to get back on track, they need to be basically 40 after this over. So they want to be, I mean, every over kind of needs to be magical. An average of 20s. I wouldn't say unprecedented, but pretty close too. Here we go in the second over. In the slot, and goodbye. That's out of here. And Rahimi was waiting for it. Had a feeling it might just be on that kind of slot length. He was ready. Bangs it sideways. And this time I'm going all the way. Maximo! And Prince Charming bangs this one out of the ground.
Indeed. And that, well, it was in the slot. Looks like a good bit of good action from Zakel. I like this. Tall left armour. But that one was just a bit of a slot delivery. And he gets punished, as you would expect so from Rahimi. But they're not far off the rate so far. They just need to go big every over, though, don't they?
Yeah. They'll hope they can turn this into something really big. Better ball, though. See, that's the adjustment. Makes it straight away, and they do have some cover out there on the leg side. So just a single.
I think I'm really funny.
See in the chat, Mandrake was asking if his messages were being seen. Sometimes there's a bit of sorcery in the YouTube universe where not all messages get seen. It's not our choice or anything like that. But a bit of AI, I think, goes into it. But Mandrake, I see you.
I thought that was really funny.
Oh, well, showing your sense of humour and acquired taste.
Or lack of.
Abdul Mohammed tries to bang it, misses. So, yeah.
Ian Johns finds it funny, and Mandrake themselves, so it's fine.
Would you like to know the highest ever run rate in a completed innings?
I'd imagine it would probably, in T10.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it'd be back at the ECL 19, wasn't it? Possibly.
I would say you are incorrect. Oh, shot. It catches up with this, and this has gone miles away. Maximo. Well, no doubt about that one from Abdul. This one probably would have been a wide. Not probably. It would have been a wide. If you're going to hit a wide, hit it a long way. He does. And that one's out of here. 6 more runs.
Well, you might want to put a sun deck out there because you could lie down there and that would just catch you on the full. Lovely shot. Picks it up with pure elegance. All right, now come on. Tell me, why am I wrong?
Well, okay. The run rate in the ECL 19 final was 22.2 and over for the 222.
Yeah.
But there have been a couple of chases where it's been bigger. I know there was one in Cyprus where it was like 23.86.
Wow.
It was like 150 chase in, well, however many overs that is, like 6.5 or something.
Wow.
But the highest ever run rate was a famous match. 13 Minutes of Madness, Drew versus Trumbridge Wells. They scored 88 in 3.1 overs, and their run rate was 27.79.
Oh, my word.
So yeah, that's basically almost 280 pace in a completed innings.
Do we know who the French qualifiers are for the ECL next year yet? Or
I don't think so. I will check, though.
You do that. I will see Zakel. Okay, carry on here. Wow, and he will get another bit of treatment, and this time, not quite as long, but it's still as handsome. This is a long, long way. It's another 6 runs.
Yeah, that'll do. Again, not really well directed, is it, from the bowler? A bit of a risk, I suppose, bowling Ainuddin Zakel. But don't forget, the Mecklen Eagles don't really have that much to lose. They're just trying to
cross the I's and dot the T's. If they win this, they'll be untouchable at the top of the ladder. Potentially, they could be caught by Antwerp or 12 Stars later in the day if they weren't to win this. But there would be net run rate kind of calculations for that.
I like this. Ian Johns was just dropping a reminder of what to do when you're in the chat. And normally it's just respected players and umpires, but we've been included now.
Yeah, the commentary team.
That's nice.
Yeah,
it's always nice.
Just a little reminder. That's good. And that's what the chat's about. It's a community, isn't it?
It's a very unique aspect of the ECN.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, we've got some ECL 23 clubs qualifying. We're hoping to do the draw during the... release the draw, I should say, during the ECC at some point. So I know we had a few surprise packets in there. I know Brno in the Czech Republic knocking off PCC Kings was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. I remember watching that one.
So we'll see no Beast, no Shokin there. Edged and past the run for 4. So you're going to need a bit of luck, probably more than a bit of luck, if you're going to do this almost impossible task. But yeah, Saran, he actually kind of almost gets there. I think the ball was gone though. Anyway, cuatro carreras and useful runs for Ostend CC.
Mohamed didn't get his feet moving, but it's better from him. He's not just looking to target the leg side, even if it's that far outside the off stump. So I like that from him, and he gets rewarded. He gets a lucky edge. It's the end of the second, 36 for none.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, the pace is 40 off 2. They're 36. So that's the over they wanted. And I just had a feeling from the first ball when it disappeared, they wanted to make that a big one. They get 23 off it. But like I say, that has to become the norm through the next 4 overs if they're going to do this.
No, absolutely. And well, they faced 12 deliveries. And I can tell you that 7 of them have been boundaries.
Yeah.
3 dot balls in there as well.
And they're going 3 a ball, which is what I felt was kind of the max sustainable pace. We have seen higher scores, but that's basically 180 pace. You don't see too many scores above that. I think the highest score this year, 193 on ECN, and the highest score this week, 167. Here's Idris, who is going to come back in the third, and he will get blasted out of the ground. That's a huge one from Rahimi. Maximo! And he hasn't given up yet. Had a bit of luck first ball. Nothing lucky about this, though. This is right out of the screws.
That is stand and deliver stuff from Rahimi. Normally, I would have expected to see him get that front leg out of the way, wind it up. But he doesn't need to. He times it, and times it to perfection. 6 more.
Yeah, what a good start to the over again. That's every first ball of an over has gone to the boundary so far. The first one, I suppose, was a lucky one off that drop catch. Ended up sneaking away for 4. Then a 6 to start the second. A 6 to start the third as well. Abdurrahim Idris has some things to think about. But I think it's as simple as this. Don't give him that length. He's one guy that will typically stay deep in his crease, and occasionally he'll come out looking for the ball. But I think his best batting is done when he stays pretty still in his setup.
100%. I think I said that yesterday. He was hitting it to all ends of the park. Then he tried to come down the track, and it just got everything wrong, and he ended up getting rattled over.
Oh, gives him some length again, and this time it's going to be 4. It's a lucky one. It's off the gloves, I think. And so Rahim, even when he doesn't hit him in the middle, he's getting boundaries right now. You see, there's the leg kick, and he tries to maneuver it in that top right kind of portion of the ground. Gets a bit lucky, but does get another 4.
Yeah, he was winding up there, wasn't he? That has no right to go down towards that boundary on the offside.
Well, that's offside. It'll go in the offside runs. I know you like those offside leg side stats. That's one way to do it.
I do like that, actually.
Yeah, it's a good indication of where guys are trying to hit, but also where bowlers are bowling to certain batters. Rahimi, because he got funky this time, I think he's just standing still and he's trying to hit. Let's see what he does here. Oh, leg kick, and guess what? This one's travelling as well. Maximo! Wow, do you believe in miracles? Rahimi does. He moves into the 30s, and he does it in style. This one's baseballed out of the park. That's a home run.
16 off of 3 deliveries now for Rahimi in this over. And boy, oh boy, is he giving this a good go, isn't he? What's that now? That's 32 off of 10, going at 320 strike rate.
Yeah, and that is the pace, isn't it? 20 and over is, yeah, it's basically 333 strike rate across the whole innings. So, good to see a few people, youngsters, exploring the park today.
Shouldn't they be at school?
They should probably be watching out because the cricket balls are flying all around the park at the moment. A rare dot. Probably hurts him more than usual. They're probably on a school trip. If your question was,
probably,
why aren't they at school?
Take a look at this from Rahimi. Watch him say no. Watch this, right?
Yeah.
Big shot. Gets it wrong. Look at this.
Yeah.
No.
Almost like he was throwing a Hadouken there. For you Mortal Kombat fans out there?
I'm not a fan.
Before your time. Do you
Oh,
know what a
not a
Hadouken
fan.
is?
Yes. Yeah, I know the Hadouken.
Wow, this one's going as well. You can forget it. It's going. It's going. It's gone. Maximo Rahimi. He's a one-man band at the moment. And this over has been destructive now. It's gone magical.
Yeah, this is just proving to be an interesting affair now. What's that now? That's now 62 off of 42. That is very doable. Of course, they need the win as well, but they need to do it in, what have they got now? 30...
Yeah.
Less than that.
You got
They've
19
half of
balls
that
left.
19, yeah.
62 off 19 is the real equation. Slower ball, picked, hasn't quite got it though. This could be trouble for Rahimi, and it is. He gets caught, and a pretty good catch down there. So again, it was a spirited effort, wasn't it, from Omid Rahimi, but he doesn't get out of the 30s once again. 38 off 13. He's given his team a prayer, but that's all it is really. At the end of the power play, it's 58 for 1.
Living on a prayer, Vinny, and well, that one is almost, could be all she wrote, really. No one else has gone as big as Rahimi has for Ostend CC, but the man coming out, he's gonna have to go from ball one. He got the leg swing in there, then had to readjust, but it wasn't enough. Holds out to the man at long on. It's the first wicket to go. 58 for 1 here in the third.
Yeah, so having a look at the real equation, 62 off 18. So that is essentially 20.67 and over is what they need. And look, you think that's impossible? Well, not really, because the last two overs gone for 23 and 22. You've got Abdul Muhammad, he'll be on strike. I think that's pretty important as well. And so the other guy coming out there, Abdul Rahman, I mean, this would be quite the story if he could somehow regain his mojo at this point in the tournament and launch a few balls. He is a big six-hitter. So, yeah, let's just see what's in store here. Again, the Eagles, obviously, they're trying to win the game, and that's what they are concentrating on, and win it well, because if they win at all, they'll be top of the table. But if they do happen to lose, then it will be net run rate that might determine the top 3 places, or definitely top 2 places. So there's a few scenarios that could play out. Now they're going to have some spin, and we'll see Nasir, who, just trying to think to the first game, not sure he bowled in that first innings, unless he did, and I'm completely missing it.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, Nasir, we didn't see him early on. It did get a bit of stick the other day, but...
Yeah, 30 off 1 over, wasn't it?
Yeah,
at one
but
point.
he's a pretty good bowler, good cricketer. But he's got the left-hander to deal with. Abdul Muhammad, who's on 20 off 5, needs to keep going at that rate.
Yeah, well, we're halfway through the innings, essentially, aren't we?
Yeah,
At the end of
game
3
within a
overs.
game.
So this is just going to be interesting, isn't it? Left-hander against left-hander. Big
Yeah.
competition.
Yeah, we go. Over number 4. Abdul tries to muscle him over the leg side, but doesn't get too much of it.
Collected by Idris. Brings Abdul Rahman on strike. It could be an incredible story. Stuff you only hear about in dreams, really. 3 golden ducks. Maybe not golden, but 3 ducks in this tournament, back to back to back. He's only had a handful of runs, but if he was to come off now, it would be a sensational story.
This one's pulled away, and it's going to be 6. Maximo! Well, good start, isn't it, from Abdul Rahman? And the scary thing is this isn't quite as far as he can hit them either, but he times it well, and that's their only path to the finals. They've got to hit, and hit big, and hit often in this next 3 overs.
Well, do you know what? I feel like he could be taking a fancy to Nasir here. If he drops it short, he's going to get punished. But it also would surprise me if we see Abdul Rahman go down the ground, go downtown, but he's got to do it for the next 4 deliveries as well. But it'll be good for their confidence away from this tournament to get a victory here against the top of the table if they can do so.
Well, this gets it wrong, and he's going to be gone. 6 and out for Rahman, and disappointment for him as he tries the same shot, but this time it's just a thick top edge, and Saran was really quick to get in front of him. So, unfortunately, that's the end of the skipper. He falls as the second wicket at 65 for 2.
Yeah, it just didn't quite go his way, did he? Good shot into the leg side, but that possibly, well, could be the end of his tournament as the skipper for Ostend CC. Take another look at this one. Just got a bit big on him, really. He also played it quite late. Didn't pounce on it as early as he did the previous delivery. But he will go 65 for 2 here in the fourth. And, well, what is it now? 55 off of 39 is the overall equation. But the game within a game, it's just not coming off, is it?
Yeah, not at the moment. Again, they're going to have to try. And this is another guy that can whack it a long way. Shiraz Sheikh, but hasn't really had a week to remember so far here in the ECS. Let's see if he can keep them in this contest.
Yeah, he's had an interesting time of it. He dropped a sitter, didn't he, in the previous innings, and I think he'll be hoping that he can pounce on that and maybe get himself a bit of luck. But he's got to go from the first ball here up against Nasir.
Well, he hits it pretty well. First ball, 4 runs, and so Shiraz Sheikh, well, he's going to have to do something magical. It's a good start, hits it hard, hits it pretty flat, gets a boundary.
Yeah, that's going to help the equation. But again, we saw it before as Rahman went a boundary early on. Then he got out next ball. So can Sheikh go one better? He's 4 off 1. Well, he could do with being 10 off the 2, couldn't he? There's just a break in play, making sure all the fielders are back where they need to be. Does he have a response, Nasir? Well, it's floated up, and it will come through for an eventual single. So not quite the response that he had previously, but it's just a single. Won't hurt them too much.
Yeah, have a look here. It's a big swipe, but we'll just get one. Tossed up, hits it well. Yeah, Abdul Muhammad under pressure standing up. So just keeping their faint hopes alive at the moment. And so another over that travels. Not quite magical, but not far away. 18 come off the fourth, and the score is 76 for 2. I mean, in any other game, you'd say they're flying. Where's this been, though, for Austin CC so far in this tournament? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me in the commentary box, once again, is Charlie Hunt. And look, we're going to say from the whole week, really, we never quite knew which teams would miss out because they're all so explosive. It's a shame that one has to miss out, but that's just a sign of how even this competition's been. That the team that may end up finishing bottom and probably will, they're going out there and they're smacking it at the moment, 76 off 4.
I think it's just batting with freedom, really. They're going into this game, they're not expecting anything from it. They know that they're set their fate is almost sealed. They can't do much to change it unless they can do the unimaginable here in Belgium. But to be honest, this is the approach they need. No worries about getting out. If they do get out, it is what it is. Just get the next batsman in and they can try and go again.
Yeah, and it's not like they've been conservative in their other games. I suppose it just hasn't really worked out for them. It's like I often say, it's hard to know where that line is between aggressive batting and probably going too far and being a bit indisciplined, especially in this form of the game. So I guess we'll have to see. They've got 76. They need 44 off the next 2 overs. So again, 22 and 22 would do it. And yeah, the overs so far in this innings, 13, 23, 22 and 18. And again, you've got 2 guys out there that hit the ball really, really well. Oh, this isn't 6 as well. This is a proper cricket shot from Sheikh, who just whips it away off the pads. And wow, what a miracle this would be if they could pull this off. It's Shakarullah who comes out to bowl, and he was the hero last time. At the moment, he's got his work cut out for him with Shiraz Sheikh. That's a classy shot.
I said it was a really good tape job, but it's well, clearly wasn't. He's lost it. Normally was 71 with that tape, but he's lost it.
Did start with a beautiful looking tape job, but now
That's
you can
sad.
have one player
That's
in every
sad.
team without a number.
Sanjay's asked a really good question.
You just want to win, don't you? Anyway, this is going to be one down to square leg, and that becomes a big ball. I mean, every ball that they don't get a boundary, I feel like it really hurts them.
I need a victory.
Oh, well, I'll vote for you then. I often vote against myself.
I don't want a sympathy
If
vote.
the robot's in, we'll have a poll.
I don't want a sympathy vote.
That's not a sympathy vote. I genuinely like your shirt. Hadn't seen it before. I'd seen mine before because I bought it.
I'd hope so, unless you've got a stylist.
Stretches. Called a wide. Shakarullah doesn't like it. Let's have a look on the replay and tell the story.
Ooh.
I don't think that's a wide.
But I think he might have been blocked, not by the bowler this time, but by the
By the
non-striker.
non-striker.
Who'd be an umpire?
Yeah. The ones that are angular, most umpires will tell you, it's not as easy as it looks on
No.
TV because we're a lot further back than they are as well.
Elevated as well.
Yeah. So anyway, keeps the game alive, I suppose. 84 on the board. Bowled. That's really well bowled for Shakarullah. couple of fake throws.
Fake fielding.
Yeah, is that 10?
That'll make a game of it, wouldn't it?
Yeah. See, I don't think a fake... The rule is such a bad rule, and it's badly worded. Pretending to throw and not throwing, I don't think it's fake fielding. You have the right to change your mind and not release the ball. It's not like you're pretending to have the ball when you don't. Right? Anyway, moving right along. Yeah, well bowled again. Full and straight. Shakarul has actually come back really well. After going for 6 first ball. They go for 2. They'll get there at the end. Bit of throwing round the horn, but that'll just be 2 runs.
Yeah, it's all happening here, isn't it? Well, look at that. They're pretty much double. Well, not now, they were. But they're just double at where the Eagles were. But Shrug asking the same question, where's this been all week?
Yeah, 8 balls remaining, 34 required to qualify. So, yeah, not looking great.
It's doable. This one needs to go big.
Oh, this one's in the air, and miles in the air now. Where's it coming down? I've got no idea. The fielder's under it and takes it. That's a very, very good catch. And, yeah, it was Delete that holds it. So, well, more importantly, probably, it's a dot ball. And so Mecklen Eagles struggling to defend this total of 119 in the 10 overs. But as far as the 6 goes, it's going to be tough going from here. And that is the end of a pretty spirited knock from Abdul Muhammad as well. He goes for 29, the score 86 for 3.
Once again, gets a start, does Abdul, but isn't able to carry on and try and get his team into unprecedented territory with more of a victory here. But, well, I think it's fair to say they look like, unless they lose an abundance of wickets now, which is, well, knowing Austin CC, it could be possible. But, again, you just feel that it's frustrating more than anything, because you do just question where this has been and what's gone on, and well, you just don't know. There might be some internal issues that's been thought out today, and it's something we will never know. But credit to Austin CC, they have played well. They haven't gone down without a fight, which is always good to see, as is the Belgian DNA. But again, just looks like it's going to be a little bit too late, really, for Austin CC.
It does seem that way at the moment. Anyway, we'll be trying. Siddiqui comes to the crease.
I think there's a mysterious chatter. There's someone called Binge Watcher was in. Spanner. This was up in the air. Could be an opportunity. It'll fall short, so we'll just be a single to the total.
So what's this about? Binge Watcher?
There's a spanner called Binge Watcher.
Someone might have just changed their
Possibly.
handle.
Very
That's
possible.
what
But then
often happens.
Shrug and Mandrake, they were trying to find out what's going on. They're getting no success.
Yeah. It's a mystery to me.
Mystery.
And now they're going to need something supersonic to get home from here, because 33 required off this over. They've given it a good shake, haven't they? But, well, you're going to have to see something you don't see very often. Like I say, if you were going to see it, you'd probably see it here. As far as it goes, we might have a kind of dead man walking situation here, where it looks like they're going to be countering to victory in the 10 overs, but they're not going to be too satisfied with it. It'll be a hollow one, as they need it to win in 6 overs if they're going to qualify for the finals. Anyway, here is Marshall, who's going to come and bowl over number 6. That's not going to help either.
Do you think this is going to affect the Eagles? Obviously, they've been pretty much on top all week.
Yeah.
No one's really been able to get one over them apart from once. So, do you think this is going to affect them, or do you reckon they'll just knock it off and say, yeah, it's fine, is what it is, we move on?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. Well, I'm sure about this. That's going to be a wicket, and Marshall is going to get one here, and he says bad luck to Siddiqui. It's, I think, good sportsmanship.
Yeah, he's smiling. He's smiling. I hope so. Otherwise,
up until the fairly forceful push in the back at the end. But, of course, these guys are pretty close off the field as well. It's community here.
Look at this. There is a smile. There's a smile from Siddiqui.
Definitely.
If not, then Stefan Gooch has got a lot of work on his hands.
Australian football, that's a proper free kick as well for pushing the back. Anyway, it will be another wicket, and that one will be the 4th now. The score is 87 for 4.
Yeah, 87 for 4. Just looking like they're going to... they're not going to get it in this over, so that pretty much just settles their fate. Well, there you go. Look at this. Yeah. I think you were right. It was a school trip. Where is that on the ground? Is that?
I think... Oh, there they are. They're all going across the back now. There you go. Bring us back to the... Maybe the moving camera will capture that.
There you go.
There's a lot of movement. There you go. It's good to see.
Tiana.
No, I just really hope she doesn't get caught up in the crowd. She might find herself. She might find herself on the wrong bus at the end of the day.
She's watching. Oh,
Anyway, I'm just waiting to get the come along. Anyway, we love Diana.
We've picked up could you imagine they do the head count? It's like, well, we've got 45. We should have 44. What's going on here?
Yeah.
It's just. Oh dear, that would be
Marshall,
funny.
he's had a pretty good series this morning. Anyway, this is going to be hit out sideways. It'll just be one. Yeah, Austin CC, I mean, they've almost done the impossible in this innings, but they're not going to be able to. In fact, now we probably look back at the game situation, but they'll be disappointed with some missed opportunities. Just the one victory to this point over the Exiles. Potentially they could get a second here. And this one will just pop out of the reach of Marshall. And now they're going to try and get a run out at the bottom end. Backed up near the helmet. That was dangerous. Just a single.
Yeah, what an over this has been so far from Marshall. Just the 2 runs off it with a wicket as well. Yeah, no, you're right. He has had a good little morning out. That's a little Friday morning for him. Couple of wickets, not many runs. So doesn't get much better as a bowler.
Binge watcher, hey?
I'm confused.
We're going to get Magnum PI on the case. She's over there. This is hit straight and hit pretty well. Almost a sensational catch, but Idris can't keep it in the field of play. It'll be 4 in the end.
Yeah, no, almost got there. Would have been an excellent catch. Would have been one for the highlight reel. But unfortunately, not the end to the over that Marshall would have wanted. It's will bring us to the close of the 6th. Austin CC now 93 for 4.
So have a look at the bowling scorecards. You can see Marshall, pretty good over. Again, got that feeling now that Austin CC, they're batting, but their hearts are broken. They still need 27 off 24. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. It'll be Shakarula, who will be the bowler in over number 7. So yeah, now, if you're the Eagles, you can really put top spot to bed if you can somehow win this game from here.
Well, that was right off the toe.
Good start, well bowled.
Yeah, Shake just he had a really electric start, but he's just being dogged down. A little bit quiet now. No, this is proving to be what could be a good performance from Austin CC. I know it will be in vain. Obviously, they won't make it through, which is a real shame.
Yeah, this will just be 1. Yeah, it is a shame, sure, but we knew it was going to be tough for whoever missed out. I mean, if you asked me after the first day, I would have said, well, 12 stars. Yeah, they showed signs, but could they perform consistently? They sure showed us. I mean, they've been really good. In fact, we'll see them in Antwerp, 2 in-form teams later on this afternoon in the final 2 round robin fixtures. And again, they've got a fair bit to play for because I can't see both of them making the top 2. And if you do make the top 2, you play a lower ranked opponent. There's also another benefit as we see this hanging in the air. Idris should handle this, just a single. The other benefit is that if rain intervenes, and hopefully it doesn't, of course, we do everything we can to get the match completed here on ECN. But there is a bit of rain forecast around next week, a bit more than this week, which has been picture perfect, I've got to say. And so we have seen situations where matches have been washed out. The higher ranked opponent has gone through to finals day.
Okay.
The 3rd or 4th team misses out. Driven reasonably hard. Well handled by Hediatul Shahzad. Throws for fun. Probably gets away from Yar. Doesn't know where it is.
I love.
Brilliant. He backs that up with his wrist, I think.
Oh dear. Now I'm just looking at the forecast. Next
Ouch.
week is looking a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't lose any.
Hopefully not.
Never not.
Hopefully
Never
not.
want to
Hopefully
lose
not.
any.
So, hello to Kitty, who's joined us from the United States. Luke is off to Brussels to watch some world-class athletics this evening.
Oh, there you go.
Excellent. Will just be a single to Hussain down the ground. So, yeah, game's not put to bed yet. 23 off 19. Last ball for Shakarula coming up. He's been pretty good. He's only conceded 15 in 1.5 overs.
Yeah, well, it's not far away as we look towards to get to the end of this game. But, yeah, 1 delivery left here in the 7th.
Yes, there'll be no run. So the game stays alive and kicks on as we head into the 8th over. 7 overs away. It is 97 for 4. 23 required off the last 3.
A huge thank you to everyone tuning in. Or don't forget that we are flicking that switch to prime time. ECC is going to be under lights. We had a conversation about the lights in Cartama, where they are, what's going on.
Yep.
But yeah, no, so that first game will start at 11:30 local time, 9:30 GMT. So a bit of a lie-in for you, Vinny.
Yeah, it's actually. I actually think I'm going to get more sleep. So that's one. Among all the reasons, that's something I'm looking forward to.
Is that what it is? You said no, I'm not working that early. Let me have my lie-in.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen. But of course, I'll have a bit of help there because we'll have Corey as well to help out with the commentary. Yeah, looking forward to that very, very much.
Yeah, also, Saturday, Sunday, cricket, 7 days a week for 5 weeks consistently is the first time.
Consistently, over that period of 5 weeks. And yeah, it'd be jam-packed, 34 matches a week. Here we go with Marshall. He just worked away for one to start the 8th over. 22 off 17, this game tightening up.
Yeah, it's not quite over yet. I think if they get a couple of wickets or keep them dogged down, no boundaries in this over, could make it a little bit interesting. It's been an interesting chase. They went electric at the start, and now they're just quieting down. Well, that one is not quieting down. That's a big shot into the leg side. And while that will make this game a little bit more comfortable for the Ostend CC, that's 6 into the leg side. Huge shot. Pressure
reliever. Just misses his spot there by a little bit, doesn't he? It's not quite up in the block hole. Pretty well executed shot across the line, though. Just a whip from Shiraz Sheikh.
Yeah, it's interesting, this is. But going to continue on again. At this stage, 90 for 4, so they're 14 runs ahead.
Yeah, again, this one's clunked back. Yeah, thinks of throwing. Decides against it. The owner of the world's shortest #1 shirt, Mirko Yar.
I think it's got shorter since he batted.
He'll just have to be down in the book as a decimal point soon, I think.
Kiani's got an interesting question. Well, I tell you what, we'll have to wait because this has gone a long way again. Well, Hussein, they've had enough, haven't they? They said, well, we know we're done in this tournament. Let's just get this over with. And this is going to be a lovely shot down the ground. This is 6 more runs.
Yeah, nice shot. So, yeah, no real speed wobbles with a couple of big hits in this over, getting them close to that target.
It certainly helps proceedings. At least they will get the second victory. They won't be stuck on that 1 run in this tournament, or the 1 win, I should say, in this tournament. There you go, 9 off for 14 now. Can do it in 2 hits. This is a big appeal, but it's coming round that angle. It's never easy to get the LBW from there, but that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah. See here, coming around. It's not even going to go on to hit the stumps, but it's only impact outside leg. Look how far out of the crease he is. Wild swipe.
Not a wide.
Races away to get to that, get back into the crease, and that will bring us, the dot ball, will bring us to the end of the over, and well, pretty simple equation, 9 off the last 2 overs at the end of the 8th, Ostend CC 111 for 4. Well, that is coming up in around about, what's that going to be, in around about 45 minutes from now, Antwerp taking on 12 Star CC, in a double header, of course, so 2 more games to come here on the European Cricket Network, and I'm looking forward to that one. 2 informed teams, Vinny.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, inform is the word, isn't it? And they've been getting better and better. Remember, it's their first series, both of those teams as well, though they have quite a few, particularly Antwerp have quite a few experienced campaigners in ECN cricket. Sherry Butt, of course, been excellent for them. Anyway, that match is coming up, and it's only about 45 minutes away. Bit of extended break, of course, between this match and the next one. And we'll get a single here. So 9 off 12 becomes 8 off 11 required.
Yep, so they can do it in two runs here. 2 hits, I should say. Mandrick asking, is the brewery in Cartama up and running yet?
Good question. I don't know. I've heard it might be close, though.
That sounds fun.
Could be dangerous.
Shame I'm missing out on that one.
Goes after this and shouldn't clear the field. And Marshall is the man that will take the catch. And, well, he's cool enough to wear 2 hats, 1 forwards, 1 backwards. Perfect symmetry as well with the hands as Hussein falls for 14. He tried hard, but he's the 5th wicket to fall as they haven't quite reached this target yet. 112 for 5.
I don't like that. I'm not sure about those 2 hats. He's changed it around now. Now it's back to 2 on the top. And they're the right way around. So, yeah, no, so this game not over yet. Obviously, 8 off of 10 now is the equation, as it's a long walk back for Amir Hussain, the man with 28 on his back. He has to make the long walk back over the boundary, and he will sit down and watch the rest of this game unfold from the tent. But the new man makes his way to the crease, and again, he's only got one thing on his mind, and that's a win hit, is Faraz Khan.
Yeah, let's see. Faraz Khan had
quite a few highlights in this series. Got to say, Austin CC, I know we'll be saying goodbye to them regardless of the result now, but they've entertained us a lot, haven't they? Of course, no doubt about the talent in their side. It's just one side did have to miss out. Hit back, straight into Zia. Pouched it with one hand. So now it's about taking it to the last over. See if you can do it. So yeah, new batter on strike, of course, for us. Yet to get off the mark. And he still is yet to get off the mark. Well held behind the stumps by Saran.
Well, I think if Austin CC go on to lose this game, that'll sum up their tournament, really, won't it?
Yeah, true.
I can't imagine them going to doing it, but you never know. I've seen crazy things happen.
Tosses up. Batter takes the bait and gets out. So nice catch that one by Dilip. And that's brave bowling by Nasir. He got it up above the eye line. And for us, he couldn't resist, could he? But he didn't quite get the distance to make it travel the whole journey. So he goes for a duck. And this game still alive. It's 112 for 6 with 7 balls remaining.
Yeah, it's clever from Nasir. Clever bowling. I think he knows he's bowling towards the lower or middle order of the Austin CC, towards the tail enders. And I think he knows you chuck it above that eye line, they're going to go for it. They can't resist it. They want to do it in style. They know they're only a couple hits away. And, well, the takes the bait, and it's a catch. Good catch in the end.
It's going to happen. Anyway, this is pretty much a free hit, I think, for the new batter who's going out there. This looks like Ataullah Khalil. So the reason is you've still got some wickets in hand to play with. We know these guys bat deep anyway. And you've got Shiraz Sheikh, who is basically saying to him right now, look, I want to be facing when the last over comes around. So I don't really want a 1 here. I'll take a 6, a 4, a 2, or a 0 in that order. Probably not going to try for a 2, because that, I mean, unless you're super confident that Shiraz Sheikh can get back comfortably to the non-strikers end. So he's probably saying, look, just go for it. If you get out, doesn't matter. Here we go. Last ball for Nasir. He's got 3 for 19. And he hits it straight up in the air. And they're not running here. Doesn't matter if they catch it or not. It is caught. So Khalil's going to go first ball. And Nasir will finish with a cheeky little 4 for 19 for him. Nice return to form. I think he's an important cog in their bowling lineup, even though I know he had that one bad over that went for 30. But I think that's going to happen to pretty much all bowlers at some point in this tournament. Nice catch by Saran, racking up the stats. It's the end of the 9th over, and the score is 112 for 7. So 8 runs required off the last, Charlie.
This isn't over. This game is not over. Just like I'll wait for the ECC. It's not over. 10 days to go.
Not over yet, but it's a bit like Christmas. That's why we're counting down to it. We'll have 120 matches across 5 weeks in the ECC, 21 nations, and yeah, really, really looking forward to it. And hopefully you can join us for the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, held currently by the England 11. But I know there's 20 other sides that are desperate to get that trophy. So join us for that.
Well,
Charlie's
I just want
up
to say
something.
something.
Go on.
You never know, okay?
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
going to put it out there. You never know.
Okay.
Be patient. It's coming. Don't worry. I'm just
All right.
waiting. You never know.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You never know.
Fair enough.
You never know.
I thought
7 for that golden
I
ball.
thought you were going to put the lookalike of me up.
No,
Whatever
no.
secret lookalike. That's what I was waiting for. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, we're in golden ball territory. No, to do that, you need to get Shiraz off strike or get him out here. So it's going to be Dilip to bowl the last over. 8 to win. Pressure does funny things. Let's roll. Last over in the group stage for these two teams. The last over for Austin CC in the tournament starts with the ball, which is just dragged. And they want 2 here. Shiraz Sheikh will probably go for it now. He won't. Well, he's upset at Shafkat. Shafkat's no stall gift runner, as we'd say in Australia. And he was just content with a single. So pressure's on. Shafkat can whack it himself as well.
He's got to do it, isn't he? This is interesting, Vinny.
Sure is.
This is going to be close.
Maybe.
Shafkat could end it here, though.
7 off 5. Shot and gone. So he hits that pretty well. He hits straight at the fielder. And Shafkat is going to have to go first ball. And if I'm not mistaken, that might have been a pair for Shafkat today. If we go back to the first game. Yeah, he went first ball last game. So it's a king pair, in fact, for Shafkat. And, well, he's just probably thinking about his life choices in taking up cricket. But, I mean, that's the game. It'll happen sometimes. Probably not a day that he'll want to remember as he becomes the 8th wicket. I'm going to say 8th wicket to fall. Score now 113 for 8.
Double quacker. Double quacker for him. And, well,
If he wants to know how that feels, all he has to do is ask Abdul Rahman.
no, Abdul Rahman went better. He went 3.
He went golden, 3rd ball duck. Shafkat just goes golden, golden.
Well, 7 off 5. And Sheikh isn't on strike. This just is looking. I'm getting a tingle.
You getting it, are you?
I'm getting a tingle.
I got a feeling.
I'm calling it.
Boundary puts this game to bed.
I think, realistically, the new batsman, the only way I think he's either going to go big. It's that man. He's got plenty of experience. Fahim Bhatti.
The other thing is, you're 2 balls away from winning the game. You're 2 wickets away from winning the game if you're the bowling team
Very
here.
true.
And Fahim Bhatti is better than your average number 10. And he's coming out to face now, needing 7 off 4. And hitting a 4 first ball. Is he? No. Well, there's that guy come from. Mashal was blocking my vision there, and I thought that was going to go all the way to the boundary, but it's only a single. But I suppose it does get Shiraz Sheikh back on strike.
It does indeed, but I feel if Austin CC, if this goes to a golden ball, if they don't win it from here, it's not supposed to be. Their tournament is just not supposed to be.
Can win it with 1 swing of the bat. That's probably what Sheikh's thinking. But how dangerous does he want to be here with only 2 wickets in hand? Well, swings and misses, missed by the keeper. Saran has hardly missed anything in this series, but that's going to be 4 byes. Well, Shafkat, he might finally be smirking as he gets off the field because he had a couple of these earlier. Again, it's the cutter that bounces twice, and Saran does pretty much everything right there, but he can't quite block it. Takes an unexpected bounce, and well, that'll be 4 that takes him close to the target. 2 off 2 required now.
I'm not disappointed. I'm not angry. Actually, no, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. I was expecting. I really had a feeling. Still on. 2 off 2.
Still on, but I mean...
Needs a dot ball.
Well, 1 here. Maybe can sneak a dot on Bhatti. I can't see you sneaking 2 dots on Shiraz Sheikh. The thing is you could get him out, I suppose.
You need a dot.
Dalip Singh with the ball in his hand. Oh, now you got to run. Well, now... Well, have a look at this. I want to have a look. I don't think he had the ball there, Saran. He's saying, sorry, didn't have the ball. So that's what he thinks. Maybe he didn't realise it. Let's have a look. Well, it's direct, does it? Maybe that's what he was saying. He's saying it hit direct. And so, well, this will be interesting. I think he's gone. That bat's in the air. Wow, what's going on here? I mean, it seemed he should have made it comfortably, but I think that Bhatti is going to get the message, and he's going to be gone.
He goes.
Wow. See, I thought immediately that Saram was saying, no, I didn't take it. But what he was pointing at the stumps. And he was saying, no, the ball hit the stumps direct. So Bhatti was over the line, but he hadn't grounded his bat. So now we're right back on. We've got the number 11 coming out now. And it's 1 for a golden ball and 2 for a victory.
So I'm assuming this also means that Sheikh isn't on strike, right?
Sheikh is not striking for this last ball. Number 11's facing this one.
So a one for a golden ball.
Basics, isn't it? And it's hard to slide you back, okay, sometimes on the grass, but, well, how about this for some pressure? Shahid Mohammed's coming out. Again, a dot wins it for the Eagles, and they sew up top spot. Well, this is a weird game. If you're going to do over 1,000 games in a season, you're going to see some strange ones. This is strange because it had a bit of a hollow feeling for Austin CC. So they'd probably be the least enthusiastic golden ball participants ever, considering they know that they're heading home. But, I mean, it's a chance for a highlight, isn't it? And the number 11 gets a chance to be a hero. Again, I'm a bit surprised that Shiraz Sheikh's missed out a couple in a row. Just shows you he hasn't quite been hitting his straps with the bat. And now what do you do here? Are you happy with 1 and then Sheikh can then face the golden ball?
It's not easy. It's such unknown circumstances for any team. But anyway,
right, here we go. So it's 1 for a golden ball, 2 for the win for Austin CC. And if it's a dot ball, then it will be the Eagles that win and top the table. Here we go. Last ball of this match. He whips it away. Well, they got to go for 2 for the win. A good throw. Well, now they're not even going for it. Well, Shiraz Sheikh has decided he only wants the 1. He doesn't want to risk getting run out. And now Shahid looks like he's pinged a hamstring. Well, and that's interesting because he should run, really, except if there's an injury. So they're pretty much accepting the golden ball. I don't know if they've miscalculated on the field, but Shahid's hobbling.
He's struggling, isn't he?
So we've got our golden ball here. This is a weird game. Let's see what look. And straight away, actually, as soon as he hits it, that's why they were never coming back for 2. Because you can see that he's injured. And so if there is a genuine injury, then you can replace the non-striker with someone who is actually out I believe, under the regulations. Anyway, we've got our golden ball here, and golden ball 35 is just around the corner. This is what happened this year with golden balls, with the batting team winning 3 of them, the bowling team winning 7 of them. With Shiraz Sheikh on strike, what do you think? I mean, he is the man who will be facing, no doubt.
I think he's got to back himself to hit this for a boundary. He just needs to hold his ground deep in the crease and just play it along its merit. There's no point on a wild swing, because if you wild swing and you miss it, then that's it. You won't get the 2 that's required for victory. So he just needs to hold his ground and knows and back himself, really. That's all he's got to do. But there you go. Ostend need 2 runs for the victory here. And it's a golden ball. Vinny, how many have you had this year?
How many have I had? Probably 4 or 5,
Well,
I
I'm not
think.
far behind you.
No, I think I probably had more than that, actually. We put that list up again. Andres, show us the list of golden balls this year. I'll tell you the ones I've done.
Go on then. Because there's Stefan Gooch. He's just having a word.
Yeah.
This is obviously, again, for teams like this. I mean, I had the issue when I was in Portugal. I've never done one before, never covered one. So you just want to make sure you get everything right. And he's just going to be explaining the rules, explaining what's expected of each other. And obviously now it's a question mark of the injured, the injured one there.
So yeah, that's golden ball timeline, which is showing the run of them at the moment. You can see the bowlers have had the run of it, and I wonder here if, again, the debate is surrounding whether Shahid Mohammed is the man who has to face.
So this is what happened here. So that was the big moment, wasn't it?
That was huge, wasn't it?
Poor cricket. Poor cricket for Bat. He didn't get the bat down in time. And this is going to be interesting to see.
I'll tell you the ones I did. I did the first 2. And I did Star CC, yes. Madrid CC, yes. Brothers Portugal, yes. That's 5. And then the other ones I didn't until last week in Germany.
So
this is my 7th.
Well, that's not too bad. This is my 3rd, considering. So I was there for Lisbon Capitals versus Gorka 11 and Gorka 11 versus Coimbatore Knights. So no, this is good. This is really good to see. And, well, it just goes to show sometimes out of nowhere you get a golden ball, and that's exactly what we've got here. So the simple equation, Ostend CC need 2 off of this single delivery, don't they, Vinny?
Yeah, they do. So that's Shahid Mohammed coming off. I do believe in the case of an injury, you can replace the non-striker. And so this is something that, there is provision in the rules for this, and he is genuinely injured. Obviously can't just go out there with 1. So to keep the contest fair, there is that provision. But Shiraz Sheikh, I mean, whether he knew or not, he seemed determined, just take the 1. Because if he got run out going for a second, that would mean that there'd been then you couldn't replace the number 11. You've got to go a not out batter, and if your 1 not out batter is injured, then you're kind of stuck. So I think they finally worked that out. And
I'm just trying to work out who is going to be the man to come out here. And essentially, he's a runner. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be Siddiqui. That's what it looks like. Andy House.
And the thing is, this isn't a situation where the guy is faking an injury, right? Because he had the game to win there if they went 2, and he's done that hammy straight away. So yeah, you need to keep contests fair, and that's a sensible decision. I do believe there's provision as well in the rules for it, but it has to be a genuine injury. You can't just replace somebody with a quicker runner.
It's going to be Dileep Singh.
Yep.
Which I like, because he's just come off of a really good first over. Only 3 runs off it. And, well, he's got to defend 2 off of a single ball.
You had the golden ball tingle.
I
did.
You
had a pre-tingle before anyone.
I called it. Well, someone in the chat said that I should have a new nickname.
Well, what a day we've had here. And, again, there's a lot happening. It's Peacock Friday. It's the last day of Group A matches. And now it's a golden ball Friday. Well, just saying, not taking all the credit. Bit of a golden tinge to my shirt here, just saying.
Gold ring.
And so we've got golden ball 35, and really, really excited here. And Shiraz Sheikh, remember the batters have been struggling a bit to win these, so he needs 2 runs to win the match. If it's 1 or 0, it's not enough. There cannot be a tie after this ball. We've never seen a no ball or a wide either. Here we go, golden ball 35, live from Belgium, 2 to win, and he doesn't get it. They've got to go 2. They'll probably try it, Shiraz Sheikh. He's just stuck, and he's already conceded defeat. He cannot hit the ball. He had 3 chances to win the game for his team, and he just couldn't get it done. And, well, that sums it up, really. The Eagles, they're going to top the table, and they do it with a golden ball victory here in the final group match.
Well, that's, to be honest, it's a real shame for Austin CC. I feel like they deserved a victory there. They started so well. They knew they had to try and tick this off in 6 overs, but they weren't able to do it, and they just put the brakes on, didn't they? We take a look at this one. Clatters into the pads. Siddiqui was there. Well, Dalip Singh was celebrating already. I don't think he realised that he's got to go ahead and ensure they don't get that second run, but they don't, and they take victory in the Golden Ball.
Yeah, so disappointment for Shiraz Sheikh, and that kind of sums up their week, doesn't it, Austin CC? I mean, remember, we were talking about not just chasing in 10 overs, we were talking about chasing in 6 overs, whether that would be possible, but they hit the wall. And, well, I suppose it's hard to bat with a broken heart because, unfortunately, Austin CC, the wheels fell off in that chase, ended up getting tied. And yeah, this is what's coming up. We do have match 19 teams out, and Antwerp winning the toss. Electing to bat first in that one. That's coming your way at the top of the hour here, which will be in around 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Oh, well, it's Golden Ball Friday. Charlie, take us through the first part of the highlights where, yeah, it seemed like it was a case of how quick would they do it. But first, there was a hairy moment for Rahimi, who got dropped in at nutmeg prem. And although that went for 4, the others were a lot more convincing as Omid tried to hit them into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he gave it a good go, didn't he? 38 off of just 13 deliveries. We've seen him do it many a time here in Belgium, but this time he had to go with intent, and I called it just before the start of this innings. I hope he opens, and boy, did he do so. 38 off of 13, 3 4s and 4 6s, and it's striking at just under 300. I said he's going to have to go at 300, 292 for him. But he was joined at the top of the order by Abdul Mohammed, who also went pretty well, don't forget. 29 off of 10, 2 4s and 3 6s. Again, striking 290. But again, when they got those 2 out, I think that's when it all started to go a bit pear-shaped. Abdul Rahman, it's not been his week. There's no way of going around this, and unfortunately, he now takes a Golden Ball loss onto his name as well. So that's not really up to him, but unfortunately, as a skipper, he will be disappointed, not only with his own performance, but also the way that the team has gone about things. Don't get me wrong, they've been credit where credit's due. They have been really good over periods this week, but it's just not come off for them. That was a good shot for Rahman to get off the mark. 6 into the leg side, then very next ball, almost the same shot. He got this one all wrong, and it went sky high. Easy catch for the keeper. And after that, it just didn't go his way, did it? And then, unfortunately, they got a really good start, don't get me wrong. Well, if you take a look at the over-by-over rates, they were 76 for 2 after 4. And then after that, just went slower and slower and slower. So in the 6th over, they went for 6 off the over. 7th, there was 4 runs. Good over in the 8th, 14 runs off it, but a single run on that 9th over. But there were 3 wickets in there from Ikramullah Nasir, and then also 2 wickets in that last over as well. And you think back to that last over, it was that moment, wasn't it, when he didn't run his bat in. So Batty, he will be kicking himself.
Yeah, every run was crucial, wasn't it, in this last period. And, well, what can you say about this finish? I mean, it had a bit of everything, didn't it? And then this one was hit down the ground. And, yeah, when that was taken, you just thought, there's something brewing here. And got to say, Nasir bowled very, very well. Finished with 4 wickets. And got to say, they caught pretty well, maybe with the exception of the first ball innings. But, yeah, it was always going to be interesting to see how this would pan out, especially after 6 overs. Went, well, Saran, I was saying, get out of my way. I tried this before, leaving it to someone else. It didn't work very well. Delete, yeah, he was the hero. I mean, how about Shafkat? He smacks that. I thought it was 4 off the bat. He was caught, and then, well, this one was big as well, wasn't it? Thought maybe this would cook the game for them. The 4 byes on the double bounce. Not the only time we've seen that today. And Shiraz Sheikh, well, he just wasn't able to get bat on that one. It ended up in a run out of Barty, who didn't ground his bat. And you see, Siddiqui does everything right here, but they don't even attempt a second. The writing was on the wall. Shiraz Sheikh was a picture of disappointment, wasn't he? As it will be the Eagles that win in dramatic fashion. Golden Ball stuff. And it will be the end of the group stage for these 2 teams. Match 18 turns out to be a real cliffhanger. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And you can see the ground here. Well, let's just say it's a beautiful complex, 3 kilometres around, and a few little surprises around the ground as well. As we have a look at the scorecard, and it is Rahimi who tops the scoring for Austin CC. They did open with him. I think it was a good move, 38 off 13. Mohammed also looked good. Abdul Mohammed, 29 off 10. Shiraz Sheikh, yeah, well, 24 off 15, but he'll be disappointed that he couldn't quite get his team home. Player who we will see, I'm sure, playing for Belgium before too long in the ECC. Amir Hussain hit double figures, but then it really fell away quickly, didn't it, with 3 ducks, including 2 Goldens in the bottom order. And Shahid, he ended up going off injured after he tied the game with a single and Sheik needed to hit 2 off the golden ball. He wasn't able to get bat on ball, end up scrambling through for a leg bye, but it wasn't enough to get the win. And Ostend-CC, they will be bowing out of this series with a 1-7 record. As far as the bowlers went, well, I mean, obviously it was hard to keep things down early as they were chasing that 20 and over target, but in the end, Nasir 4 for 19, super important, and had a lot of help along the way. And how about that last over from Dalip Singh? With 1 for 3 off the last, he forces a golden ball.
Yeah, he did so, but not only did he force it, he was the bowler selected for the golden ball, and he defended that 2 total. Only the 1 run off it, and it just really kept his name up in lights for the Mecklen Eagles, so they will top the table, won't they, Vinny?
Well, there we go. We've had a lot of action so far in Belgium, and no exception this morning with a golden ball. And, well, it's one of my golden ball heroes, Charlie Hunt, the man that broke the 405-game hoodoo. Brings us our golden ball, a 35th golden ball of all time. Got to say it was a strange one, given that one team were essentially out of the competition, but yeah, still would back Sheik more times than not to hit a ball for 2 and at least get his team home. Wasn't to be. Ostend-CC, want to thank them for their contribution to the European Cricket Series, though. Hopefully we'll see them again in the future. So not long to go now. We've really eaten into the break because it's only 20 minutes until we have the first ball of the Antwerp versus 12 Stars clash. 2 informed teams. Make sure you join us then. And Charlie, what was it like? Golden ball 35?
It's pretty good. I'm quite happy.
He predicted it, I think, as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt with me. We'll see you shortly. The afternoon session is on the way. We're in Belgium and we're loving it. See you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Belgium on a beautiful sunny Friday afternoon. We've had a lot of action so far, haven't we? And we are ready for the final 2 group matches. Already we know which 4 teams will make it through to the quarterfinals. We know that Ostend CC won't be one of them after they bowed out of the competition in the previous game. A dramatic one that ended up in a golden ball, but we are looking forward to this afternoon's action. We'll see 2 teams tied on points. It's Antwerp who are taking on 12 Stars CC in matches 19 and 20. Toss news from match 19 is that Antwerp, their captain Sherry Butt, has won the toss and elected to bat first. No surprises there. And I do think we're going to see a battle of the draw cards here. Sherry Butt has been excellent, hasn't he? Scoring a century, breaking that kind of hoodoo of hundreds on ECN this year. But I tell you what, the very next day we had Paramjit of 12 Stars CC who came up with the biggest score this year with 120 not out. So 2 centuries in 2 days. And well, not only did he score 120 not out in that game, he followed up with 80. So he had 200 runs yesterday morning, which is something we've never seen before on ECN. So basically we know that top is out of reach for these teams now, but they can battle for second. Whichever team plays better this afternoon will get second. And why is that important? Well, because you'll play a lower ranked opponent in the quarterfinals. And also if weather intervenes and we can't complete the match, the higher ranked opponent will get through on quarterfinals day. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but certainly a lot on the line in this afternoon's matches. Charlie Hunt is in the commentary cube. We're still recovering from our bout of golden ball fever, but we will get ready for the next game now. Antwerp winning the toss and batting. Over to you, Charlie. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Welcome back to a warm, sunny Mecklen here in Belgium. And I am still getting over that golden ball. We didn't think, well, I did. I knew it was coming. I just had a feeling. When you get that feeling, you just can't stop it. But no, incredible scenes in the previous game. But we have to move on as these 2 teams take on each other in a doubleheader. Antwerp taking on 12 Star CC. Antwerp have won the toss and will elect to bat first here. So looking forward to seeing the likes of the skipper, Sherry Butt, leading from the front, getting a century in that previous game. A couple of games ago now, actually. And I'm also looking forward to seeing Tayyab Ali with the ball in hand. I think he is crucial for the team of Antwerp. But 12 Star CC, they're the surprise package, aren't they? They made their debut on the European Cricket Network a few days ago, and well, they've just gone from strength to strength, haven't they? And there's that man, the infamous Manoj Nag is still in there. He's at the bottom of the screen. And well, there is the bat versus ball wall. Taking a look, Antwerp expecting 127, but only 103 for 12 Star CC, which is interesting. Look at the average runs for. There's more for the 12 Star CC than there is for Antwerp, which is a little bit interesting. But again, I think where 12 Star CC could be in a bit of trouble is that average runs against. And as we see there, they have decided to bat first. So this is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to this one. Let me know if you are in the chat. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and get involved in the live chat. Good afternoon to all of you tuning in, whether that's on FanCode in India or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Go ahead, get involved in the live discussions. There's plenty of stuff going on. And I know that there's a lot of chat about the ECC at the moment. 10 days away. I am looking forward to that one. Watching that one as a spectator. That'll be good fun. Don't forget, there will be Vinny, Rico and Cora will be taking you through the 5 weeks of cricket action. Don't forget, 7 days a week, there'll be cricket. There'll be the ECC live international T10 from Monday to Friday. And then on Saturday, Sunday, there is domestic T10 cricket from Spanish teams all around Spain as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. I know a few players that are going to be involved in that one. I'll be looking forward to watching them on the big stage. And there he is, Manoj Nag. He had a good time, didn't he? Came on with the ball, got 3 wickets. Almost had a hat-trick, but it wasn't meant to be. We've seen a couple of hat-tricks over the last few weeks on the ECL. We had one not too long ago. But we've also seen lots of opportunities, plenty of 2 and 2, but unfortunately never able to get that last one. So we're almost ready to get things underway. And well, it is going to be Rajiv Sharma to get us underway for match number 19. And this is lofted in the air, and it's a diving attempt. And unfortunately, it will be a single, but it wasn't able to go to hand, but a good attempt from the man up mid-off. This one right off the toe of the bat for the batsman. A good attempt from the skipper. Sazad Hossain, we'll be looking forward to seeing him with the bat in hand later on. There he is. He's led pretty well here on the 12 Stars CC's debut on the European Cricket Network. Currently 4 and 2. Both of these teams have a record of 4 and 2 so far. Let me know if everyone has recovered yet from the golden ball. And this will be over the top, and it will be the first boundary. A bit more convincing this time. It's off the bat of the wicketkeeper. Zulkarnain Tasovar gets off the mark with a lovely flourish of the bat. 4 runs into the offside. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. This is probably an exciting game. I think these next 2 games, obviously match 19 and 20, could prove or provide some interesting cricket here in Belgium. So continuing here is Sharma. And this time he goes down the ground, and this is going to be another boundary this time. 2 more than last time. This has gone a long, long way. 6 runs, a little check drive. It goes a long way down the ground. Look at that. Punched down the ground, if anything, plays through the line. And Tasovar, he's 10 off of 2. It's only going to help proceedings. Just to settle the nerves a little bit. This has been a matchup that I've been looking forward to over this week, as we've seen the matches unfold here in Belgium, in Mecklen. This is a slower delivery, but an off-cutter. He's called him through. That's good from Jabarkel. He wanted that run pretty much straight away. And he was dead set on getting down to the other end, and they do come through for a pretty comfortable single in the end. See here, rolls his fingers down the side of the ball. And clatters into the pads, and they do come through for a single. So it brings Jabarkel back on strike 2. Deliveries left in this first over of the game. Antwerp 12 for none. And again, it's a slower ball, but it's got through. That's poor from Ashley Gosh, and it's going to go all the way. So this will be 4 byes. And it's just not going Antwerp's way. Sharma feels a little bit hard done by. Well, the keeper, there's not much of a gap there, but it finds its way through the legs, and it's going to be 4 byes. Look at that. It's the tiniest of gaps in between the 2 legs of the keeper. Gosh, unable to keep that one, and this will be another boundary. So boundaries flowing early on here in the first over. 1 delivery remaining. And this will be short into the leg side, and it will be taken. Excellent catch from the man out in the deep. Great work from Venkata Subramanian, and he will collect the first wicket. The first one goes 16 for 1 after the first over, Antwerp. So it brings an end to an eventful first over here in match number 19. And there we go, we take a look at the stats. Gone well for Antwerp. There's only really 1 man in the top leading run scorers. It's Sherry, but a long way ahead. And it's 273 at the moment. Look at that strike rate, though, 243. Just goes to show sustained power from the skipper. And also, we'll take a look at the 12-star CC. There's a man that's not on there. There's a reason for that. I don't think he's in the lineup today. Paramjeet Singh isn't going to be here, so he will not be there. That's the reason he's not there, but they'll also be looking towards the likes of Sazad Hossain. But the man that makes his way out is that key batsman for Antwerp. Sherry Butt, the man who took the catch, Venkata Subramanian. He's going to take the second over here. And we're going to start with a leg side wide. Can tell you that the umpires for this game, match number 3 today, are Abdul Rahman and Syed Abbas Ali. So they are the ones that will be taking us through this game here. Antwerp 16 for 1 so far, technically 17 for 1 now. This is flicked around the corner, and it'll race away down towards the vacant square leg boundary. Into the bushes it goes, and it's yet again another boundary for Tasovar. 4 more to the total, racing along into the 20s. Well, we've lost him for a minute there. He's in there somewhere. You can get a little glimpse of him at moments. I think he might have found it. There he is. Eventually, he finds his way back to the playing field. So not really the start that Subramanian would have wanted. Wide on the first delivery. Now he gets pumped into the leg side. Does need a response here. Otherwise, could be a bit of a big over. Fuller, and it's into the pads, and this will come through for a single. Will be given as a leg by. There's no inside edge there, so another run to the total. Kiani Nolan saying no, Singh is big. Yes, Panjik Singh not in the lineup. That's a big, big miss. He'll be upset that he's not here. I'm sure it's due to him having other commitments. Obviously, that is the case here on the European Cricket Network. These guys, they aren't pros. They have got day-to-day jobs, so sometimes you can't always get time off of work, and time with family as well is always crucial. And Sherry Butt faces his first delivery. It will just be a dot ball. That is just the one concern. Obviously, we are so appreciative of all the players. It's not easy to get time off work during the week. So their commitment to the tournament is crucial. Without them, we don't have any cricket to display on the world stage. And well, this is flicked off the pads. Should just be a single, as Sharma will collect that one. It will just be one to the total. So it brings Tassawar back on strike, who's 15 off of 5 at the moment, going pretty well. Just needs to keep on going. There's a long way to go here in this game. 8.5 remaining. Big into the leg side. There is a man out there, but it doesn't matter. This will be all the way. Tassawar once again getting in on the action. He races into the 20s. This is another boundary. 6 more for Antwerp. Lovely shot from Tassawar. He's looking promising at the top of the order. This is good to see. He's shown glimpses of talent over the earlier stages of this tournament. However, you just have to question the bowling plan here. As Subramanian under attack. Final delivery. Slower ball down the ground. Could be an opportunity. Oh, and it's been put down. And, well, you would back the skipper, Hossein, to take that 9 times out of 10. They're going to come back. Could be out here. And he's going to survive. So an eventful end to the over. And, wow, it was a big opportunity. I think Tassawar thought he was gone. He knows that Sazad Hossein is an exceptional fielder, especially down at long off. And it will be 2 to the total. So they will finish. And it'll be 31 for 1 after their 2 overs. And there you go. So that's the story at the moment. So we do say goodbye to Ostend CC. They are out. Even though they were able to get into a golden ball, they didn't come out on top. So they will be leaving us here in Belgium. These two teams, second and third in the standings. Mecklen Eagles confirming their place at the top of the table. As we're going to start here, and it looks like it's going to be Tafael Ahmad. Is going to start us off here in the 3rd over. Kiani saying that there's a new link in the chat about a new partnership. That looks like an interesting one to take a look at. If you haven't checked that link out, go ahead and do so already. This time into the leg side, and it will bounce off the knee and will come through for a single. No, but that partnership is with HCL Software, of course. That was announced about a week ago now. So plenty of exciting stuff happening here on the European Cricket Network as we lead on to the ECC in 10 days' time. This has gone high. It's an opportunity again. And it is taken on the 2nd time of asking. Hossein grabs this one with 2 hands, and the skipper has to go for just 1. Sherry Butt goes 31 for 2 now on the board. Well, that is interesting, isn't it? Trying to go big into the leg side. The skipper gets the skipper. Hossein, I think he lets go of it the first time around, gets it the 2nd time, and that'll just relax his nerves after putting not an easy catch, but a catch down nonetheless. And Sherry Butt has to go for just 1. And, well, Antwerp 31 for 2 here in the 3rd over. So The new man makes his way out to the middle. He's got a big job to do, isn't he? Looking to set a high total. Towards the first part of this week, we were saying that if you go ahead and put a score on in your first innings, you're averaging around 148. So that really is, I think, where Antwerp will be wanting to put themselves. However, they've lost 2 early wickets, and it's 2 big wickets as well. As we saw, the skipper, he now has to go, as Jabberkel went as well for just 1. So both of these players struggling here, but we're going to see Berdan Niaz is coming in at number 4. He had a good day of it yesterday, getting his team a handful of runs. This is going to be an outside edge. It's the shin of Vishal Ramteke, and they will come through for a single. Brings Tasswa back on strike. What a good start. He's had 24 off of 8, 2 4s and 2 6s. Striking at exactly 300, which is always nice to see. It's a big shame that we will be saying goodbye to Ostend CC. But they just haven't been quite there today. This is a wild swing from Tasswa, trying to make the most of the final deliveries in the power play. Isn't able to capitalise. This is interesting. It's a good delivery from Ahmed there. Getting a bit of movement away off the seam. That's what's been really good to see. Even though this has been a pretty batsman-heavy tournament, there is a bit in there for the bowlers. Final delivery of the power play. Hit strongly into the leg side, and not the end that Ahmed would have wanted. It's a tidy over up until that point. But this time, Tassawai finds the middle of the bat, and that is crunched into the leg side. 4 more, and at the end of the power play after 3, 38 for 2. So this is the equation so far. 38 for 2 on the board. Baran Niaz has just gone in to join Tassawai, who now moves on to 28 off of 10 deliveries. Only the 2 wickets falling. In the context of things, we've seen wickets constantly falling over the last few days. We often see that the batting side will get down to their tail enders, although you can't really call them tail enders, as I think number 11s are averaging about 40 odd as they come in and just hit bomb after bomb. So we're going to see a bit of spin as Saraf Mupadala is going to come into the attack. A loopy leggy, and that will be a no ball for height. Not the start that he wants. Gets this one all wrong. Might be a bit of a sweaty palm. And he's going to have a free hit to contend with. So take a look at this one. I think it was so high. It's right on the shoulder height. Good call from the umpires. Again, who have been spot on. But it's a free hit. Niaz has got an early opportunity to get his iron. And he hits this down the ground. Doesn't go for the aerial route, which is a bit of a shock, but it will just be a single. I think he was trying to, but he wasn't able to get underneath this, and it will just be a single. So, that no ball free hit doesn't cost them too much. Brings Tassawar on strike, though. 28 off 10 so far. Full toss into the leg side. Should just be a single. How many times have you seen that, a full toss or a poorer delivery from a leg spinner, get the wicket? Unfortunately, sometimes if you're a high-quality leg spinner, then your good balls are almost too good. There he goes into out, and this will race away. I don't think he's going to quite cut it off. And Tifal Ahmed is unable to get there, so it's another boundary. And this time, it's to the new batsman, Baran Niaz. He gets off the mark, and it gets the account open with a lovely drive through the offside. 4 more to the total. Bit of chat about who they reckon is going to win, and this feels like it could be a very tight contest. The 12-star CC have been a pleasant surprise. And that's a really good delivery. It's the leg spin of Mupirala. Isn't able to find a fielder off the edge. But it just shows if you loop it up right in that block hole, it's a proper leg spinning delivery. That's turning quite a distance. Gives it flight right above the eye line. And he's got him. He's chopped on. And Tassawar just got stuck on the crease. He has to go. Big wicket falls. He goes for 29. Third wicket goes. Antwerp struggling along here. 46 for 3. Finds the inside edge, and that is an excellent delivery from Tassawar. Just asking a few questions. Again, a lot of flight, and I like that from leg spinners. It's often why we see so much success for spinners, especially in the T10 format. And he took a big step outside of his crease. And, well, he does have to make the long walk back. So a single delivery remaining here in the fourth. New batsman will be on strike. This has been a tidy over from Padala. It's not bowled a really terrible delivery. Only been hit for the single boundary so far. Started off with an interesting start, a no ball, and a free hit, which only went for a single. But the new man to the crease. He's got a single delivery to negotiate from Padala. And he just pushes this into the offside as he gets off the mark. Zahir with a single. And at the end of the fourth, 47 for 3 on the ball for Antwerp so far. Thanks for everyone for contributing in the chat. I know there's a good amount of chat going on at the moment. Well, it gives me an opportunity to mention our official timekeeper, Swiss watchmakers Frédéric Constant. They are arriving just in time for the ECC. 10 days away. And I am looking forward to that one. Plenty of talent on the show. What a group that first Group A is, isn't it? Ireland, Spain, Australia, Czech Republic, and Portugal. That will be an astonishing first game. I said Australia, apparently. Meant Austria, of course. Australia. This isn't Eurovision. They don't qualify. There you go. It's getting hot out here in Belgium, I can tell you that. It'd be nice to get on an Australian team at some point. That'd be quite fun. You never know. But we're going to see more spin into the attack. Manoj Nag. Oh, this is a big appeal. And he's got him. He gets the breakthrough first up. It's the type of spin. The first ball for Manoj, the man with number 1 on his back. And he gets a wicket. Look at the smile on his face. And Zahir, he has to go for just one. One's all over first. And it's another wicket to go. Take a look at this one. Bit of drift. And it doesn't really get much plumber than that. The only question could have been high. And you take a look at this one here. Nah, it's hit him halfway up the leg. He's going to have to go. But what a start for Manoj Nag. He gets the breakthrough. Well, there you go. He almost had too much time. He could have played about 4 different shots by the time the ball reached him. But he has to go, and it's the 4th wicket to go. 47 for 4. Oh, Manoj Nag. That brings his tally up to 4 now in this tournament. Had a good little time of it so far. Oh, there's another floppy out there. that is a 1. I can confirm. On the back. Sometimes you might lose it there. But it is the 1 on his back. The ball's in play. But we're ready to get underway again. Manoj Nag, he's on fire. Into the leg side. There is a man out there. It'll be Sharma. And it will just be a single. But this is the type of bowling that will get you wickets. It's not easy to get it away. You've got to create your own pace. Often have too much time to think about it, and this could be a boundary, and it will be. That's the way to play it. Play traditional cricket shots, and Niaz, he just says, well, I know what I'm doing here. Let me take over. Scrambled seam, and it gets punished for more to the total. And Neville saying, I would love to see an Australian team play T10. I certainly would. Well, there you go. What have we got here? So not only is cricket sort of a new game to Europe. We'll take a look at this. This looks like, I think it's a school trip to the local park. A local school, I'm assuming. Come back to that one. Manoj continues. And this is flat batted down for a single. And they're playing an interesting game at the moment. They've got a basketball. And there's a... I'm trying to take a look here. There's 2 teams, clearly. They're taking a look here. There was a basketball being thrown around. Oh, dear. Manoj. Oh, okay. Just kidding in the ear of Niaz, possibly. Just saying, watch where you're going, son. Divan Ali, 1 off 1 for him. That's got snow on it, and it's gone high. Will be collected by Hossein, and it will be just a single to the total. It's an interesting game being played out there at the moment. down the ground. Should just be another single. What a first over for Manoj Nag. It will be a single to end the 5th at the halfway stage. 55 for 4. Kiani saying, no way is it hard. Line him up and hit in on the full. Well, sometimes it's easier said than done. I've faced plenty of bowlers like this in my time. 9 times out of 10. They're the ones that get you out because you just lose concentration. It's not a fact of you don't believe in yourself or what you know you can do. It's just a lack of concentration. But that's the story so far. Well, 3 1s all over. Jabbar Kaut and Butt. And also, man who just went very, very recently, Zahir. But we're going to see leg spin continues. Well, this is a bit of a gundy ball, and it's going to get the treatment. It's a lovely sweep shot from Niaz, and this is going to be 4 more to the total. So that one looks like it's gone into the shrubbery. So there you go. Well, they're all spread out now. I'm trying to see what's going on. Look at this. There's a ball being thrown. It looks like a sort of dodgeball, sort of interesting affair. I don't know what's going on. There's a teacher there. There's on the left-hand side in that white T-shirt. This is interesting, isn't it? But this just goes to show what a lovely ground this is. Nice to see that there's... we're in a large park. I didn't realize how big it was until I saw a map. I think we're about 10% really of the actual ground itself. This is flighted. It's a full toss. It will just be a single out to the man on the boundary. As Impreet said, Corey is the teacher, I think. I didn't think there was that much liking to the teacher, but hey, whatever tickles your fancy. And this is pushed into the leg side, and he's gone. Great work from Rajiv Sharma. His foot was nowhere near the boundary, so he will take another catch, and it's the 5th wicket to fall. 60 for 5, Antwerp. And it's the leg spin. You just can't resist it. You see there, right in the line of the boundary. And this is going to be another wicket to go. 60 for 5 here in the 6th. Neville has asked, where is Vinny? Has he gone for another ice cream? Well, I don't know. I don't know where Vinny is at the moment. He might be getting involved in the game over on the left-hand side. You never know what's going on. You know, Vinny's he's not eating ice cream as far as I'm aware. You never know what he's doing. But anyway, new man in. Got a couple of deliveries to negotiate. He goes on the sweep, and it's a risky shot to play first up. But high risk, high reward. And this is going to be another boundary, 4 more. Well, there he is. I think he's on his way. He's taking an interest into what's going on in and around the ground. He's getting a bit preoccupied here. This time, again into the leg side. And Rajiv Sharma, he was thinking of going for the catch again. That would have been an incredible catch. But it will just be another single. Very nice saying, eager to see Rico in 10 days. He's getting jalabis as well. There you go. Into the offside. And it will get through the diving Runagjai. But it's well backed up. And it is just going to be a single to end the over. So after 6 overs, 66 for 5. So 66 for 5 after there, 6 overs. And well, this is the story, isn't it, for the bowlers? Parala, 2 for 20 off of his 2 overs, but Manoj Nag, he's going to continue here. 1 for 8 off of his single over, which is going to be interesting to see. Also Tafal Ahmed, just the 1 for 6 in his only over as well. So a bit of a change in the lineups over the last couple of days for 12-star CC, but it's coming off here. Manoj Nag continuing. This is up in the air. Is it going to clear? Oh, that's excellent work from Ashvir Singh. He just palms it back into play, keeps it in the game, in the field of play, and I think there's not even a need to take another look at this one. This looks all clear to me. We will take another look, but for me, that looks okay. Yeah, he's fine. Excellent work. Saves a certain 5 runs. Big step across. It's in the air. And it is taken. And it's the big wicket of Niaz. He has to go for 19. And it's the 6th wicket to fall. Antwerp 67 for 6. And Manoj gets the breakthrough. It's a big step across from Badan Niaz. And unfortunately, he picks out the man out in the deep. Takes the catch. Good catch from Subramania. And it's another wicket to go. There's a lot of support for Manoj in the chat. From Vinay, hope you're well. New batsman makes his way in. It's middleway Shazad. Not even taking a guard. He knows what he's going to want to do. Well, this might have been the quicker ball from Manoj. And it will be a dot ball. Okay, apparently Belgium is known for a couple of its grass snakes and wildlife. Oh, there's an appeal. Well, we take a look at this one here. Has that back foot moved? Steps away, steps across. Does it lift? This is the question. No. No, it doesn't. Interesting appeal. He was confident. Don't know why. Down the track. And eventually, well, it could be out here. Oh, direct hit would have been close. It's an interesting bit of work. He was playing, it wasn't fake fielding, but this one, direct hit would have been gone by a long, long way. But what an over this is proving to be from Manoj so far. He's got him again! And he's off! He's away! He's gone over to his skipper. He said, it's worked, it's worked, it's worked. And he gets another wicket to go. That's his 3rd in the game. And what a way to bring up the 3rd wicket. Big step across. And somehow he pulls it on to his stump and he has to go. And Manoj Nag, he's off, he's away. And it's the 7th wicket to fall. And what a spell of bowling. 3 for 9 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the 7th, Antwerp going along at snail's pace, 67 for 7. So the new man comes his way out to the crease, and he'll be happy to see that Manoj has bowled out. He's finished his 2 overs. Excellent spell of 3 for 9. That is incredible stuff from the man, the myth, the legend. And well, there you go. I didn't miss it. I haven't missed something, have I? I don't think I did. And this is a good start again from Tafal Ahmed, who had a good first over, 1 for 6 off his single over so far. This has been tidy from 12-star CC. Again, the surprise package this week. No one really knew much about them. Obviously, they made their debut. We know that what their name stands for. It's basis on the European flag, which is always nice to see. Quite nice. Flicked off the hip. There's no one in the inside ring apart from good old Manoj Nag. He's just, I don't think he's only just moved. What a man he is. What a man. Maiden saying, give that man a Belgium T10 jersey. He could be the key to success. Continuing. Oh, they might have got a hand on this. But again, excellent work from Hossein. And it keeps it to just the single. Really good work here. That was a really good bit of work. Look at that. Make sure that he gets his body behind the ball, and it is just another single. And again, down the ground. And again, collected by Ashvir Singh. So there he is. There's the man, The man, the myth, the legend, Manos Nag. 3 for 9 off of his 2 overs. The embodiment. This is in the air. Leg side could be an opportunity. It won't be. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Not 2. The lack of effort from Ashrid Singh. Unable to stop this one. But this is a bit of punishment for Tafal Ahmed. Yet to be punished in this over. But he goes. It's 4 runs. This is a slow start for Antwerp. Now 74 for 7. Going at under 10 and over. Could be struggling to get to 100 here. You just never know. A couple more wickets. Well, it's only 3 more. And then they'll be all but done. So, Ahmed continuing to finish off his spell. Tidy so far. And this could be an opportunity. It won't. It'll fly a long way. And, well, that is not the end to his spell that he would have wanted. It's a half-tracker bowling machine bowling. It's a Gundy ball, and it gets the treatment. And it's a good over for Antwerp. 13 off it. And after 8 overs, Antwerp 80 for 7. So, there you go, just showing you. Picturesque ground here in Mecklen. And, well, that's the key, isn't it, for 12 stars? They've taken wickets at key intervals. One and over from the 3rd to the 6th. And, well, the 7th was so good because it was Manoj who was bowling it. We ended up getting 2 in 1 over. Incredible stuff from him. A couple of conversations about his action. It's completely fine. It's round and there's nothing that's below the elbow, as Vinny has just dropped in the chat. Must be chatting over there from whilst coaching the kids. Anyway, this has gone a long way up in the air. And he takes it. It's a really good catch from Rajiv Sharma. That had snow on it. It was in a different time zone when it came on its way back down. And I tell you what, it enters the atmosphere. And it's stopped in its tracks by Rajiv Sharma. It's the 8th wicket to go. Antwerp struggling here. 80 for 8. So it all happens here in the 9th, and it is Subramanian who is bowling the 9th over. He gets his first wicket of the game. And, well, this is an interesting concept here. Antwerp struggling, 80 for 8. Just showing signs and glimpses of a bit of a collapse, really. Just haven't looked to apply themselves to what's been in front of them. The only men to do so is the one that's still at the crease now, Burhan Niaz, who did eventually go. He was caught by Rajiv Sharma. That was an excellent catch to remove him. New man to the crease. Well, this is a full toss. And it goes through the man. I don't think he really realised, did Ahmed, that he was going to actually get there and have an opportunity. You take another look at this one. It's a full toss. It goes right through him. And unfortunately, it goes through him, and it's another boundary. But we see here, how high was it for the full toss? Just below. So he survives. It's 4 more. Well, this is an interesting delivery. I think it's done a bit of everything. It will be given as a wide. So Kankel gets off the mark with a lovely boundary, then faces an interesting delivery from Subramanian. It's good to see that there's some young eyes on the cricket. Probably haven't heard of the game before or very limited knowledge of it. So this is always good to see. It's another slower ball. It's a full toss. Wow, and Hossein, he was in 2 minds. Eventually, he wanted to prevent the boundary more than anything, and I think he has done so quite successfully. Clatters into his knee. Take another look here. Right into the knee, and it bounces, and luckily so, because it bounces back into the field of play, and it will just be a single. It brings Tayyab Ali, who was going to have a job to do with the ball in the 2nd innings of this game. Well, this is not good from Subramanian. I don't understand what he's trying here. He bowled really well in his first over. However, this time he's just trying to change things a little bit too much and trying to do too much really with the ball. Just let the ball do the work. It's a Kookaburra. It's going to swing. It's going to hoop. All you got to do is just get it down towards the other end. and see what you can do. This is going to be another delivery now. That's a better execution. It's another slower ball. This time, Ali unable to pick it again. Time Ali 11 now off of 4. And there you go. Look at that projected score. Looking to be bang on 100. So this could be a below total, which could cause an interesting chase in the second innings of match number 19. Well, this has gone high, and once again, it's going to re-enter the atmosphere, and it will be taken pretty comfortable in the end for Ashjit Ghosh, who had a bit of a mare early on with the gloves, but this time makes up for it, takes a pretty comfortable catch in the end, and it will be the 9th wicket to fall. Antwerp, 87 for 9. Good catch in the end, watches it all the way into the gloves. Sometimes they're not easy. There's a bit of a breeze up there as well. Wind's just picked up. So you just never know. But the new man makes his way out to the middle, and he's only got one thing on his mind. That's going to be Sadullah Japarkal. He's got a single delivery to face here, and then it's the last over. This is going to be interesting as we get towards the latter stages of this game in the second innings. So here we go. Single delivery left here in the 9th. And it's eventually a well-executed, slower delivery. So it will be a dot ball to finish, and it's a good over if you're a 12 Stars fan. 7 off it, but getting the wicket. And at the end of the 9th, 87 for 9. There you go. 10 days to go until T10 international cricket arrives on your screens all around the world. Starting on the 12th September as we finish up here on the 10th. 1 day of travelling, and then Vinny, he'll be right back on your screens on the 12th of September. That flows all the way through to the 14th of October, so over a month of cricket. 5 weeks to be exact. T10 international cricket, that will also be supported on the weekends by domestic T10 cricket teams from all over Spain. And I put the idea forward that they should go ahead, and the winner of that should be in the national finals week, but who listens to me? Anyway, Sharma to bowl the final over. And this will just be a single. Good work by Subramanian. That's good from him. He gets the number 11 back on strike. This is going to be an interesting total from Antwerp. 5 deliveries remaining. Need to get up towards that 100. And that one only misses that leg stump by a whisker. Not too sure how that one's missed. Look at this one. It's an off-cutter again, just over the stumps. Sharma, what a character he is. He's really good in the field, but I tell you what, with ball in hand, he's been one of the best bowlers so far in this tournament. And again, tries to cut this into the stumps. However, doesn't get enough spin on this one. I think the umpire's being attacked there. I think he's having a bit of insect issue there. Look at this one. Tries to cut it through, but isn't able to do so. But no, Sharma has been really good with the ball over the last few days. Quietly gone about his business. And once again, well, they will come through for a single. That's good from Jabarkar. He knows he's going to bowl slower deliveries, so he gets himself back to the striker's end. Look at this. Could have played about 7 different shots by the time he actually got to the ball. And the keeper, even Ghosh, wasn't able to take it cleanly. So, he was asking what the umpire was doing. I think he was taking evasive action from an insect of some form. Probably had wings, I'd have thought. 2 deliveries left here in the innings. And that's going to help things. This is going to be into the leg side. And, well, that will get them into the 90s. So 95 on the board with a huge 6 runs into the leg side. And I think that's just one slower ball too many from Sharma. You have to use it as a variation. You can't have it as your stock delivery because they will pick it. And that's exactly what happened there. So this one, I expect this to just be a quick, fast Yorker. Final delivery of the innings. And he goes for the Yorker, but it will be 6 more. Ends up being a pretty easy full toss, able to get underneath it. Good finish to the innings for Antwerp. They will finish on 101 for 9 after their 10 overs. But again, it does leave questions to be asked about Antwerp's batting lineup, as they have set 102 for victory for the 12 Stars CC. And while you take a look at their scorecard, no one really getting going. Only 2 members getting into 20. That was Zulkana and Tassawar at the start, and also he was backed up by her and Niaz. We take a look at the highlights. It started with that man, didn't it? Tassawar, 29 off of 12. 4 fours all around the ground. 3 fours, 2 sixes for him. Strike rate of 241, but eventually he had to go. But it wasn't the day for that man, Japarkel. He eventually had to go. He was caught by Srikanath Venkata Subramanian, and it was a good catch to his right, tracing it in that leg side. That brought out Sherry Butt, the skipper. He was, you know, he's in good form. He had 100 the other day, 80 off of not many balls as well. This was a lovely shot from Tassawar into the leg side. And this one was even better. Down the ground, it was an opportunity, but it was put down. And well, that went on to cost them a few more runs, but not too many. Well, this was Sherry Butt. Got this one all wrong. Good bowling from Tufal Ahmed. And an even better catch from Sassad Hossain, able to make up for the mistake in that first catch opportunity there. But Tassawar, he continued as he wished. Some lovely shots, leg side and offside. We know I'm a stickler for offside shots. And that one, not even Ahmed could get that one off. But he eventually was gone. A good introduction for Saraf Mupadala. Bit of leg spin. Well, that man, he was the key, wasn't he? Little did he know that he would take some of the best wickets that we've seen in a while. Great bowling from Manoj Nag, just giving it enough air for it to come down and ask 400 different questions of the batsman. He ended up with brilliant figures, 3 for 9 off of his 2 overs. If 12 Stars go on to win this, you might have to put the question out if that's a man of the match performance. But again, he was backed up. Good bit of bowling in the middle overs from Manoj Nag, and Sadaf Mupadala, he finishes 2 for 20 off of his 2 overs. He started with a no-ball free hit as well. That was an interesting shot coming in first delivery, but he was gone not too long after. It was because of that man. This was down the ground. It was an opportunity, but it wasn't taken, but it was kept in the field of play. Excellent work. This was the one straight up in the air from Sharkan Shahzad, and it was again a good catch from Subramanian out in the deep. He's been good, promising. However, when it came to that final delivery, there he is, he's off. He was happy as Larry. There wasn't any stopping him. He goes to his skipper. He says, it worked. I told you it would work. You've got to trust me. And he pulls it off, 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. But then there was some flourish of hitting towards the end, with some 4s being hit, but then also back-to-back maximums to finish the innings, which will also just help morale after a pretty lackluster attempt with the bat in hand. And well, this was that last over, or the penultimate over from Venkata Subramanian. It was an interesting one. It was a few wides, but actually didn't end up going for too many runs. And eventually he got 2 wickets in that over, in fact. But there was a few wides just to put him off his length. But then Rajiv Sharma, he finished the last over, not the end to the over he would have wanted. Back-to-back maximums means that Antwerp finished on 101 for 9 off their 10 overs, setting 102 for victory for the 12 Stars CC. But there is that scorecard for Antwerp. Lackluster, to say the least. 101 on the board, mostly due to the runs of Tassawar and also Niaz. But third highest tied run score was extras with 11 alongside Tayyab Ali. Correction, 4th. Obviously, Nawaz Kankel, 18 off 5 for him. That really does help things in the grand scheme of things. But again, we go to the graphic for the bowling scorecard. And there's only one man I want to pick out, and it is Manoj Nag. 9 runs off of his 2 overs, but more importantly, 3 wickets. There we go. There it is. 3 for 9 off his 2 overs, but also supported well by Mupadala, 2 for 20. Well, wickets for everyone. Everyone getting a piece of the action, and Subramanian finishing off well, 2 for 21. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in bang on 10 minutes, 8 minutes if you want to get here for the introduction. Don't go anywhere as you're watching match number 19. 12 Stars require 102 for victory here on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon, welcome back here to Mecklen here in Belgium as we are set for a very interesting chase. 12-star CC taking on Antwerp here in match number 19 with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network as we are about set to get stuff underway here in the second innings of match number 19, requiring 102 for victory are the 12-star CC. It was a bit of a lackluster effort from Antwerp, 101 for 9 after 10 overs. Just shows sometimes the teams that are in form can have moments or lapses in concentration, which there certainly was a few moments of in their innings, a few rash shots over the course of the innings. But again, no surprise, we're going to see a change at the top of the order due to no Padamjeet Singh. He is obviously not available for today's play. So we're going to see a bit of a change. No surprise, Azad Hossain, he will be taking the first delivery as he is one of the in-form batsmen for 12-star CC. Obviously, 12-star CC, their name is due to the amount of stars on the European flag. So there's a bit of information for you if you didn't know that already. But we're going to see Burhan Niaz coming off of a decent time with the bat. 22 off of 16. Wasn't terrible. He's got an opportunity now. He'll be opening the bowling as we get the response of the 12-star CC underway. And it's flicked off the pads. And Azad Hossain off the mark. Races away down towards fine leg. And this is the first runs. And what a way to do so. 4 runs in style. A lovely shot for Hossain to get off the mark with. And a warm welcome back to everybody tuning in on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. If you are watching on the YouTube channel, go ahead and subscribe. Plenty of cricket, 10 days to go until the European Cricket Championships. But also welcome to everybody tuning in on FanCode in India and the subcontinent. Good afternoon to you. And well, we had a golden ball in match number 18. If you weren't here, go ahead. That's the beauty of the ECN. You can go ahead and rewind, take a look, see what happened. I won't spoil it for you. A good start from the 12-star CC. A victory here will be crucial for them. They want to really increase their confidence. They're currently sat in third. They're behind on that run rate, but only by 0.2 hundredths of the point works. So Hossain, he's still on strike. Tries to do so again. And that's again excellent work from Chapurkal. He's one of the best fielders I think we've seen here in Belgium this far. But this one, big step across. It's a close one, really. This one looked like it could be clattering into the top of the top of leg stump. It's a good bit of work from the fielder, as I previously mentioned. I don't know if we're going to be able to see much. There you go, gets out of the way quite nicely. Anyway, it's a single nonetheless. And this will be another single, this time off the bat. And Giant will be off the mark straight away. So, brings Hossain back on strike. 4 off 2 for him. That leg bye not obviously going towards his total, but more importantly, it does go towards 12-star CC total, chasing 102. You can see that run rate is currently at about 10 and over. And that will be another boundary, this time into the leg side once more. And it's that man again, the skipper leading from the front, Hossain. This is another 4 more to the total. The umpire getting out of the way, taking evasive action, saying, I don't want any part of this, keep me out of it. And it races away into the banner. We might have lost another one. That might be 2 for 2. In fact, it won't be. Luckily, we've got that one back. No need to stress about balls, but we obviously don't want to lose too many. €5 a pop. So, Niaz under a bit of pressure in his first over. In the first over in general as well. This could be an interesting chase. And, well, that's going to be a dead ball. False start. Hossain really has led the 12-star CC very well in this tournament so far. And this is a bit of an appeal, but I think for me there's bat involved, and well, a direct hit would have been close as that one. That just misses. Let me take another look at this one. Clattering into the pads, but I can welcome back, after a bit of an adventure, Vinny Sandhu.
Been around, you know, seen a few things. Yeah, inside edge onto the pad that time. Tell you what, he still did the guilty shuffle, didn't he? Where he's just concerned, even though I think he knew he nicked it. It was big nick, I heard it. But he almost ran himself out in the attempt to look innocent.
Yeah, no, for sure. At the top of the order, obviously a big miss, Paramjeet Singh. Highest run scorer in this tournament so far. And that's a big shot from Hossain. Misses out there. No, big miss though, isn't he?
Yeah, for
Paramjeet
sure.
Singh.
No doubt about it. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the first over. 10 without loss. And we are at golden ball 0, people. We are at golden ball 0 after we had our golden ball. And it was a bit of a funny one, wasn't it? Because Ostend CC, basically dead men walking in the last game after they couldn't significantly improve the net run rate. They did tie the game, but then Shiraz Sheikh, the national captain from last year in the ECC, just couldn't get bat on ball. He scrambled through for a leg by, but that's all. So, we have done it. And, well, you think that maybe we'll have another one in store before the ECC starts in about 10 days' time. Just over a week to do that of playing time. What do you think, Charlie?
Yeah, you never know. Well, they're like London buses, aren't they?
Yeah, well, it certainly was that way after the drought was broken. And thank you very much for breaking the drought, by the way. Anyway, Jack Shazad looks like he's going to bowl the next over. Yeah, 101 looks a bit light on, doesn't it? And got to say, Manoj, I've already engraved him on the Player of the Tournament trophy for that that 3-for.
It's a second 3 for
buy me the T-shirt. I'm down.
Anyway, Shazad here for the second. And we're going to get away in similar style. This time it's going to be Jain. He's going to get in on the action. Places this one into the offside, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shooting there. Just an angle, really, using the pace, using it well. And so, yeah, a bit more fielding practice for the kids. There's all kinds of games going on at the moment.
Yeah, you got to go and take a little look. What's going on?
I didn't understand much of what was going on, and they understood less. That's probably what I would put.
Okay.
But there was some sort of dodgeball type game.
Yeah, that was my early call, was dodgeball. Similar.
Didn't really translate.
Well, that was a basketball, so I'm pretty sure that would hurt a lot more.
Yeah.
Needs a reply to Shazad, and in similar fashion opens the face and runs it down for just a single.
Yeah, so Sherry Butt missing out. Well, that's dangerous, though. Remember, he did get a golden duck first game yesterday and then came back with 89 not out. That's on top of his century. So, yeah, something to look out for later on. And what these two, basically, they're locked into second and third, but we don't know which way round. That's why these matches this afternoon are pretty important.
Yeah, no, they're not dead rubbers, that's for certain. But a bit of a lackluster start for Antwerp, wasn't it? Only 101 on the board. And we know that that's pretty much below par. That's a good delivery from Shazad. Well, needs to keep things tight if they're going to defend this below par total.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these kind of scores defended, haven't we? In fact, Antwerp on Monday, they were the team that were able to defend 94, I believe it was 94 to 69 in that game.
Yeah, no, that was exactly what it was. Just goes to show anything's possible, especially even here in Belgium. I'll tell you what, that's a textbook uppercut shot from Hossain. And, well, sorry, kids. Get out of the way. Be careful.
Yeah, don't use that for dodgeball. You know, like a little bit of foot fielding there. Monkey see, monkey do.
Don't tell Corey.
Let's have a look. Let's grade the form here. Well, we missed most of it, so we'll give him a pass.
So Hossain pretty much providing most of the runs. He moves on to 12 now. He's just been in fine form, hasn't he? He is up there in the run scorers. And he's gone for it again and evades the jumping Nawaz Konkal. And I think the teachers of the school might be thinking, why have we come here today? We're in the firing line.
Well, we've asked politely to keep their balls off our field. I don't know if we're keeping our end of the bargain at the moment, because that's 2 in a row and have interrupted the fun of the kids, this Vrijbrug ground. Anyway, geez, 2 good shots, though. That cover region, didn't see enough of that really this morning from some of the batters. Seemed a bit obsessed with going kind of leg side all the time.
Yeah, no, for sure. Hossain, he's got a high score of 59 in this tournament, averaging 23.33. He's got a lot of boundaries to his name, though. Currently 24 before this game. And that one just stays a little bit low. He looks back and says, well, what's gone on there? Interesting end to the second over. 12-star CC. 23 for none.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because there's a couple that have stayed low today. I haven't seen so much of that before today. Anyway, of course, the top 4 of the 5 teams in each group go through to the quarterfinals in a week's time, which is why today was so important, particularly for Ostend CC. They had to do something, didn't they, if they were to qualify for quarterfinals. And
you can see they didn't quite do enough because the bottom half, they played their games out. They ended up net run rate and 2 points below Austin Exiles. But yeah, these guys are pretty close. I mean, only about 0.2 in net run rate separates them. So whoever plays better this afternoon, that's who's going to get the second spot. That's when it comes down to it.
No, exactly. And, well, Shaka is just asking, will the big hitting continue tomorrow? Simple answer, yes.
Next question.
Continuing here in the third, and well, the question is this gone all the way? Well, I think it has, and it will be another 6 more runs to the total. What a shot that was. Gets down on one knee and flicks this over.
Yeah, nice hitting. Just gets himself in a good position, so then you're actually using the pace to your advantage. So they're looking pretty comfortable at the moment, aren't they? 12 stars. It's cruising ahead of the rate and still 10 wickets in hand. So let's see if it can continue. Ronak Jain is the batter who, yeah, he's had a few opportunities, but we haven't really seen the best of him yet. But that was a pretty assured strike.
Yeah, no, that was a bit of a top edge, if anything, to be fair. But you still got to hit them, and it stayed hit, and it went a long way. Well, Shaka's trying to get too much out of me, I think. He's asked. Well, name the big hitters then for tomorrow.
Okay.
Time will tell.
Yeah.
Time will tell.
You just do your research and you'll have a look. Have a look at the last series here. Have a look at some of the names that played for Belgium in the European Cricket Championship. You'll see.
There you go.
One day at a time, though. One day at a time.
Exactly. This game, we've got 2 games left here. Jabbercow. And this is going to go over the top, and it'll race away, and it'll be another boundary. This time it's on the offside, but again, still behind square.
Yeah, this one interrupts the kids that are sitting on the sun lounges. It's a tough one. Let's see where this one drops. The field is almost in the way, that's why. I think it'll be 4. It's more likely 4. Yeah, 4's given. A good shot, though. Good shot selection there, because it's a pretty safe shot, isn't it, to go up and over. Yeah, and again, using that pace to carry the ball over the infield.
We've seen so many runs full behind the square, on both offside and leg side, over the last few days. I'm just going to take another look at this one just to be certain. It's not easy, though.
We're guessing, but I'm guessing 4. Because, look, see, field is in the way behind Niaz. But, yeah, I think there's no real evidence to say that's gone all the way. Umpire called it 4. I think it's the right call.
Yeah, I think he will eventually give it 4, and he does. There you go.
Good to see, you know, the technology has been used a bit more in ECS cricket over the last year or so. I think it's worked really well. LRS, limited review system. We are limited, but we are unlimited in our enthusiasm.
Marketing on its point. This time, back of a length again, and it won't get through, so we'll just be a single. Good comeback from Jabbarko after going for 10 off of his first 2 deliveries. Yeah,
again, bowlers that can fight back from adversity. That's what I'm looking for in this series.
There's a bit of a question about who will be the best team in Group B. Well, I think it's going to be another close group.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
But I think obviously there are the winners from the 2020 edition. Beveren, they're in there. This is a little bit up here, straight to Niaz, and he's going to go and start throwing the ball, but he's got to collect it first. And, well, I think that could be close. You reckon his shoelace might have been touching the boundary there? That could be the only thing that might have stopped him there.
We'll have a look. That's
caution for awareness.
Yeah, it kind of spent it before he had it, didn't he? Again, it's dicing with danger here.
It's the shoelace, look. Flicks along.
Yeah, you literally, I think it's probably all right. There's enough doubt there.
Though.
Yeah, how about that? Now imagine getting done by your shoelace being undone.
Oh, dear. You never know. I think he is going to be okay, so it won't be given as 4, but he wasn't far away.
I think it's correct.
Wasn't far away. So continuing here, Hossein now on strike. And this is going to be an edge. Bit of a wild swing, really. Wasn't as much of a controlled shot as we've seen so far, but he'll take it. He races into the 20s. It's the 4 more to the total.
Yeah, so keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, I'd say we're limited in reviews, but I mean, technology is pretty good that we've got at our disposal, considering
100%
kind of scale of ECN compared to some other operations.
Oh, for sure.
And when we're getting to the point that we're analysing a player's shoelace from, fair distance away, probably 60, 70, 80 metres away.
It's not terrible.
And I'm saying they're doing a pretty good job, aren't they, Spring Productions, our media partners?
110%. Well, Sharkat's just said, okay, well, predict. Will there be more 6s this week or in Group A or Group B?
Well, that's interesting.
That's a good question.
Yeah, 50-50. Good answer.
That's a very good answer. This will be a single. Could be close here. Direct hit from Tayyab Ali would have been interesting.
It's kind of hard to imagine more sixes, but yeah, wouldn't count them out. Oof,
Would have been gone.
that was tight, wasn't
Would
it?
have been gone. But that is the end of the third over. So a single to finish the third. 41 for none.
Yeah, so yeah, reasonable power play, like I said. Run rate's pretty good. Yeah, often teams want probably that 45 to 50. You know, obviously more is better. But yeah, I'm just going to look at, this might be not updated completely yet, but if you want to know how many sixes there have been this week, well, this is more mathematical stuff required from me. But
Punch those
probably
numbers, Vinny.
it's probably not quite up to date, but we are talking about 266 maximos.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, isn't it?
How many runs is that?
266 times, well, you just got to double it and times it by 3. That would be 532 divided by 3 times 3. It'd be 1,596.
There you go.
Is that right?
Could take your word for it. I don't know. Anyway,
1596.
Kunkel continuing here for Antwerp.
Yep, it is.
And this is hit well into the offside. And it is eventually just going to be a single. Good work from Divan Ali.
If you want me to go all mathematical tutor on you, and
No.
I'm not saying you need
No.
one, but it was discussed.
No.
Just asking yourself the right questions. If you have lots of tools, a bit like batting, if you have lots of different tools, then you can find the one that's pretty simple to use. So to time something by 6, I'll either triple it then double it, or I'll double it then triple it. And that'll get you multiplied by 6.
You've already lost me. Well, that one's lost. That's going to be a wide ball.
I resign as your tutor after 20 seconds. I'll send you my bill.
So hang on. So you want to times it by 6?
Times it by 6. If you double it, then
Or
triple it.
double
So
it then-
say you take a number. Say you want to take 5 as a number.
Yeah.
Double it.
Yeah.
What do you got?
10.
Just checking. and then triple it.
30.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. Or you can triple it and double it. Doesn't matter what order.
That could be another one.
Triple double.
That's a double-double.
All right. If there are any maths tutors out there that would like to help Charlie,
Send me a
it's
number.
the final piece of the puzzle with you, I think.
You reckon?
You probably
I
don't
reckon
remember.
there's a lot more
You
left
probably
to
don't remember a show called Doogie Howser MD.
No.
This is a show, and then Neil Patrick Harris from
Oh,
How I Met
okay.
Your Mother. It was like one of his first big role, I suppose.
Yeah.
And he was like a genius. It was like 13-year-old, but he was a full-on doctor.
Oh, okay.
He's like working in a hospital and everything.
Interesting.
Doogie Howser MD. You got a bit of the Doogie Howsers about you at the moment. And so, I'll tell you what, there's a fair bit happening around this ground today. It all happens on Friday here, I guess. And
Yeah, there was just a big race.
Yeah.
That,
there you
that's
go.
who
That's the
someone thought
aftermath
was
of it.
Corey.
What's that?
That someone thought that was Corey.
Another Corey lookalike.
Yeah, well,
I thought maybe it was Jason Roy.
right, this will be another single.
Looking for a job, isn't he?
Into the off- no, he's playing at the ECC, trust me.
Right, there's the other thing we haven't really talked about too much. I mean, the ECL, okay, ECC is an ICC sanctioned tournament, so you have to be qualified to play for your country, either
Yep.
by citizenship, so having a passport of that country, or residency, which is normally 3 years minimum with a, every year you can only step outside the country for a certain amount of time. So that's the eligibility for that. I might talk about ECL in a minute with club teams.
This is clipped into the leg side. We've seen it time and time again. Well, get your magnifying glass up because you're going to have to try and find that one in the bushes. That's 4 more to the total.
Yeah, nice shot. I was asking for it, wasn't it? It was just shin high, full toss, goes up, goes over the leg side. Good batting. So, yeah, just talking about ECL quickly.
Go on then.
So the eligibility criteria is the players must have played at least one game. I think we've got plenty of time to talk about it because
He's somewhere in there.
he's coming out in time soon. You have to drop some candy along the way just so you know your way back, I think, when you go that deep in the forest.
Rose petals for the
Anyway, so yeah, ECL next year. Oh, there we go. Yeah, all's well that ends well. I was going to say, but teams will have 2 wild cards in ECL. So I'm not talking about the ECC coming up. I'm talking about the ECL, the Champions
Next year.
League of European Club Cricket. And they'll get 2 wild card spots they can use. So you can have 2 players that don't fit the criteria. And there's various reasons you might do that. Sometimes you'll have your team, but for various reasons, players might not be able to travel or they may have other commitments. And so you'll probably have your nucleus of your team.
Okay.
But you can borrow players off other clubs or essentially anywhere.
Okay.
So Jason Roy could play the
So you could,
ECL next year.
could draft anyone in.
Abe de Villiers.
That'd
Just
be
saying.
interesting.
I'm not expecting my phone to run off the hook, judging by my recent form.
Well, no,
but
neither am I.
yeah, so that'll be interesting. And there are some pretty big names. I don't know if I should drop them or not.
Oh dear.
That,
You're gonna tease
people
us.
have contacts and play people that are in the competitions like the 100 or those kind of competitions that they're looking at it. Anyway, this one is going to be 4. I think it's just inside the boundary. I'll probably have a look at this one as well. Some more disturbances for the kids over here. And let's have a look. This one. Oh, okay.
That, to me, looks like we could have a maximum.
I was analysing the splatter pattern of the sand, but let's have a look. Where it lands, it is...
6.
Yeah, maybe.
Do it. Go on, do it. Prove me right.
Yeah, there you go. Gets it. Yes, good work by the officials. Once again, Spring Productions, they're lightning quick to get that. That was a weird one,
Andreas
actually.
called it before I did.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure on that.
Last delivery.
99.
And that's a good comeback from Kankau. Finishes with a dot ball, so that will mean that at the end of the 4th, 12-star CC, 55 for none.
Yes,
Hello.
Finny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt is with me. He's filling in for Rico Full this week. It is Peacock Friday. Well, guess what? One of our eagle-eyed lurkers has sent us in something showing that he's enjoying Peacock Friday. And guess who it is? It's Rico Full. And yes, Rico, it's great that you are watching. And I know that he's been enjoying the action, and he is saying the weather is fantastic, and he's got Luna and Bambi with him there. That's Luna on the right, I think, and Bambi, and they're enjoying the sun, sea, sand, and, of course, they're watching some sexy cricket. Hello, Rico. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, guapo.
And, well, we look forward to seeing Rico again soon. It's great that he's getting a couple of weeks off. And he looks great. He's having a Peacock Friday. Bit disappointed he didn't buy Peacock shirts for the dogs, but I suppose it is a little bit hot. So anyway, Rico, hope you and your family are having a great time. Missing you here, of course, but yeah, looking forward to catching up with you in Kartama. And I'm sure you'll get the chance to work with Rico soon enough.
I'd love to. I've known
Just
Rico
have to show you where the volume switch is on the box speakers.
I've known Rico for a long time.
Yeah, of course.
Literally since I was probably that big.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, like 2 years ago.
Right, okay. We're not friends anymore. Anyway, continuing here, we've got Shazad. And it's flashed into the offside. This could go all the way. It doesn't. Good work in the end from Divan Ali. And he will come back for the second.
Talk about Rico a little bit, because you have known him longer than I've known him. I spent a lot of time with him.
Yes.
But, I mean, he's just genuinely just a fantastic human being, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, no, he's amazing. No, he's been really good. I mean, I've known him. I've played against him in cricket. He's coached me. I've batted with him. I've bowled. I think I've kept to him at one point. He's given me out numerous times. I've told him he's a rubbish umpire numerous times. No, he's been excellent over the last few years. And this could run away. Bit of glove on this one. And he will. That's an excellent dive from Midwas Shazad. However, it's in vain. It's going to be another 4 runs. One more boundary to the total.
Yeah, they'll take him however they can get them. Again, not the easiest field to dive on. We know that.
It just helps this around the corner, really.
It's so fast, isn't it?
Rapid.
Yeah, Rico wears many hats. I think that commentary is something he kind of fell into. He's an absolute natural at it. Got to say, a little bit like yourself, Charlie. You got a natural aptitude for it. All of us that end up in the ice cube, we've taken different paths here.
Yep.
I don't know many people.
Sure.
Probably you're the closest to have actually kind of. Obviously, you decided it's an area you want to maybe work in because you're studying broadcasting, right?
Very true.
I'll ask you more about that in a second.
Very true. Oh, and this is going to race away. And, well, I think this is the first time that we've seen an actual man in place.
There's an idea. Well, I suppose it kind of makes sense because, okay, if you get banged down the ground over the top for 6, well, then fair enough. It's a good shot. But, yeah, it's always annoying when batters get some of these deflections.
Yoink.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an unintended Tortuga that he ran into there.
Yeah, this does make sense at the moment for myself.
Yeah.
Studying broadcasting at Wembley, of course. Well, he got this one all wrong. Well, how many times have we seen him try to do this? There was a third man, but no fine leg.
He hits this. He actually hits this. It's a perfectly executed ramp. There's only one problem, and that is that he hits it straight onto his middle stump. Well, have a look at this again. And he's pretty bemused about this. Yeah, you'll see. It's straight off the face of the bat. 100%. Look at this. Charlie's looking at me like I'm crazy. Look. Saw it clear. There. Straight off the bat.
I don't know if it's conclusive. I'll give it to you because I'm trying to be nice.
No, I saw it. I saw it clear as day.
Well, that is going to be the second wicket to fall, though, no matter how, if it's clipped off the pad or straight off the bat.
That's off the bat. Come on, Andrews, come to the party again. I don't want to get in a thing.
62.
But that's what made that one remarkable, is that he actually hits his shot really well. Look at this. This hits the bat. Look,
because he gets out. I don't think it is.
100%.
All right, if you're in the chat, let us know.
Ask him later. I could just tell. And the way that the ball didn't slow down really either. It was a proper deflection.
It just glanced.
I've seen that twice now, if it was. The first one was Czech Republic, but then it was basically a turnaround shot that got smacked into the stumps
dear.
of quite a slow ball.
It's not great.
I mean, Sahil Grover.
But anyway, 62 for 2. And driven. There's a bit of a hesitation. Could be close here. And he will eventually come in for the single.
Yeah, Sharkat saying this week's been insane, and it hasn't seen a week like this on ECS. In ECS cricket. Yeah, I can totally get that. Yeah, so I wanted to hear a bit more maybe after this ball about your ambitions and kind of what career path you think you might take. You're still a young man.
Wild swing from Jane. He's still there, opened up obviously.
Yeah, still there. He's going all right. Hitting some, missing some. And so after 5 overs at 63 for 1. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. And Charlie Hunt with me. So, yeah, so you're studying, is it broadcasting and business? That the total?
Sports, business and broadcasting.
Sports, business and broadcasting. Well, it sounds like you're in the right place then.
Wow.
So what does that lead into? What kind of things?
There's a multitude of avenues that could lead down. I mean, one of the ones that I was interested first of all was sort of press officers for major football teams in the UK.
Okay.
Because the university I go to has a lot of partnerships with many different teams around the UK. So yeah, that's one of the options. Or again, what I'm doing currently right now, commentating. Whether that be in any sport really. I mean, started in cricket. You never know where it's going to take me. But no, also just journalism, and also I like my social media stuff.
Okay.
I like my content creation and stuff like that.
I'm not as strong on that thing and that bit of it, but I'm working on it. Again, haven't quite worked out the TikTok.
No, see, I have.
Yeah, you have?
I have.
Yeah.
Posted it, didn't I?
Is it true it can make you look like a good dancer even when you're not?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
No.
good.
Why, I don't dance.
It's no good to me.
I don't dance.
All right. Okay. But I mean, yeah, that's super interesting, and I think it's great that you've identified that. All right. Well, they're off and racing off the field. Right now, we got Tayyab Ali coming into bowl over number 6.
And this is going to be a full toss. And there could be an early run out. The throw's a little bit wayward from Kankel. There will be another single. But again, well, this run chase has sort of just been quietly going about itself now, hasn't it?
It has. And they've got it down below 8 and over. Yeah, so as a child then when you're growing up, I was going to say it wasn't that long ago for you.
Nope.
But did you find that you seem quite comfortable speaking? Is that something that you've always been confident doing?
We've discussed. I'm quite an outgoing person. I don't know if you could work that one out. I don't stop talking. As Ali continues, this is pulled into the leg side. And it'll just be a single. No, I did quite a lot of. I was in quite a lot of school productions and shows and stuff like that.
Can you sing?
A
little bit?
Maybe.
Musicals?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
That's good. An all-rounder.
And did a few shows and spoke in front of them, a bit of presentations and stuff like that.
That's good.
But no, I didn't know what I was going to do straight out of school. I had no idea.
Yeah, join the club.
COVID saved me, if
Join
anything.
the club. At least you're on the right track quicker than I was.
Well, this is down the ground. Should just be another single. And eventually is collected, could be a single. Yeah, no, I wasn't going to go to university. I didn't have much of a plan. Then I found a course, and the rest is history.
It helps to study something you want to do.
No, for sure.
I ended up studying. I was originally studying law and business, only because I got into it, but probably not because I really had a passion for it. I suppose that didn't really.
Just got chucked into it.
Yeah, I just thought, I think only a certain amount of people get in. So if you qualify to get in, then
you're in.
I should take the opportunity. It wasn't really for me. Called a wide, maybe grabbed a bit of the tram line. I think that Tayyab Ali is particularly impressed about it. Now, the whole ball has to be within the whole line. Was it? Probably not. It might be a wide. Umpire's call, at least, that one. Yeah, strange, though, because, I mean, like all of us, like Rico kind of fell into the commentary, I suppose, with ECS. But
I remember when Rico first started.
Yeah, of course.
I wasn't there, I wasn't playing. But,
but that was the first ECS in
Alicante.
Sporting Alphas, March 1, 2020.
He gets down on one knee, just helps this again round the corner. It's not the first time he's done this as Jain, and this is going to race way into the bushes once more, and it's 4 more runs. He moves on to 30. Yeah,
so gets down and dirty, really. That's the key to this one. So it makes it appear shorter than it really is. He's hitting it from about shoulder high because he's so low. He essentially hooks that. It's a sit-down hook shot. And, uses the pace. So that's frustrating, isn't it, for the bowler. Antwerp, they defended a score in the 90s early this week, but it's looking tough, especially because they've only taken 1 wicket so far.
Yeah, I think that's really the crucial bit for 12 Stars. They haven't let that wickets column get away from them, which, is quite good. Always good to see. And this time, there's a bit of a bottom edge onto the ground, and they will come through for a single.
Impreet in the chat saying maybe Rico signed Jason Roy to play for PNG before taking the picture. Haha. Ah, chatters. You guys are great. Yeah, sometimes people ask me how I got into this. And well, the first time I kind of got into speaking more, I suppose, publicly, it was a while ago. Probably I was in my mid-20s, and it wasn't something I planned to do, but they needed someone to host a certain area in a kind of entertainment venue I was working at. So I would do that, and it kind of came from there. And before you know it, you're kind of doing it all the time. That's what my grounding was.
A couple of thousand matches later.
Yeah, that's right.
This is another wide, by the way.
Will be, I think.
Yeah, this one looked a little bit more obvious, I think, to the
Yeah, I think so. This one's a shade wider.
naked eye.
Yeah. But the funny thing, I suppose, there you go. Funny thing with me is I suppose I'd done probably 15 years of hosting experience before I started doing cricket.
There you go.
But of course, all that time I was playing cricket, or most of that time I was playing quite high-level cricket.
High-level cricket as
Yeah.
well. Yeah. Well, and there's Tyre Valley is off, and he will be given. I don't know if he's been given, but he's walking.
Yeah.
So, God volley, he will have to go. We might see him with the ball in hand later on, but unfortunately not the contribution he wishes for, and it's the second wicket to go, 73 for 2.
Yeah, so little Nick, and tie up, well, he needs to go up to the umpire and say thank you. Do you know why? Because the wide that he thought it was harsh, that created an extra ball, and that got him the wicket in the over. So he ends up taking 1 for 10, and after 6 overs, you're exactly right, it's 73 for 2.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Not saying it yet. 29 off of 24 isn't a lot, but we know sometimes the crazy things can happen. We saw it literally a match ago. We had that golden ball, didn't we? So no, this is probably been one of the best summers of my life. I won't lie. To be perfectly honest, Vinny. Started off in Malta, didn't it? With Conrad Greenshields.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
How you end up with us? I mean, you're always kind of on our radar, I suppose, but you were probably called in action a bit quicker than we expected. But yeah,
I remember getting that text, you know.
Yeah, I think I was on the plane when I sent it.
It woke me up. I was in bed in my
really?
flat in London.
Is that one of those stories when you find out you're selected for England or something
Oh
like
yeah,
this?
where were you?
Yeah, exactly.
Where was I when I was selected for the ECN coverage?
Yeah.
Doesn't quite have the same
Text you in the middle of the night, did I? What time was it there? Maybe
No,
it
it was like 8 a.m., 9 a.m.
Okay,
That's
so
why I wasn't awake.
you're middle of the night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, into the attack.
One thing people don't realise, I think maybe as much, and maybe some people do, and obviously you recognise it. You had some couple of long hot days in Portugal with the longer days,
Just a bit.
and doing it day in day out for so long. I mean, it is something that not everyone can handle, I suppose. Spending a lot of the day outside. So we've got 10-hour days on a normal day. We'll have more like 12 and 13-hour days in Kalatama. But obviously it helps when you really enjoy the work. There's Niaz.
And this is an inside edge. Oh, there's a thinking about a run. I still think that our job isn't the hardest on the ground, though.
Okay.
I still think the blue crew work harder than we do.
The Blue Crew, at least we're constantly kind of able to see a lot more than they are as well, because we've got the benefit of the replays and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I would say, our crew at Spring Productions as well.
Oh, 100%.
They're really,
100%.
really long days. So, I mean, it's hard. You can't compare apples and oranges, but a lot of people work hard to bring this cricket to you. And, of course, we try and keep it free of charge, and
Of
done that
course.
successfully so far.
Niaz continues here. Gets underneath this one, and this is another dot ball. I remember there were rumours of an ECN Plus.
Yeah, ECM Plus on the horizon, but we just want to get it exactly right before we release it. So just put it back a little bit. Again, you don't want to do things half-cooked. So we've got to make sure we get it just right.
I didn't know if that was just the chat.
No, ECM Plus is on the horizon. But again, it's not going to impact the YouTube. That's the thing. So with the ECC and a lot of things on the plate, it's probably taking a little bit of a backseat at the moment.
Well, this has become a full toss. Takes a big step down the wicket. And this is going to sail into the players' area. And it's going to be another 6 more runs.
Yeah, this is highish as well. Probably because he came so far down. That's why it's not a no ball. But still, not a good one by Niaz, really. Because they just worked their way back into a position in this game, hadn't they? And I think they got it back to 29 off 21. 23 off 20 looks a lot easier, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Just under 7 and over required now. 2 left in this over. That's a good comeback. Follows him, if anything. Doesn't give him any width. I think he was going to try and open up the offside. Unable to do so. Look at that. Squeezes him right up. Tucks him in.
So that's
good night, birdie.
Niaz owes his team a couple of dot balls after that Gundy ball that disappeared.
Gundy ball. Had a couple of those in recent times.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see if he can close out this over. Keep this game interesting. Giant on 37.
Pushed for just a single. Eventually collected by Shazad, and that will be the end of the 7th over. So they move into the 80s, and well, the 80s was a fun time for some. Well, 12-star CC, 80 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, so this is a reminder of what's coming up, and it is match 20, the final group match on the way. This time, well, fair's fair. Antwerp won the toss in the first of these 2 matches and batted. This time 12 Stars have won the toss, and they're going to have about no surprises there. And we talked about the fact there's no Paramjeet in the side today, but Hassan's up the top. And yeah, Manoj Nag, he's racking up the points. I mean, I'll give you 2 famous 99s, Don Bradman's average and Manoj Nag's fantasy points at this point in the tournament. I'm not going to say who's better. I'm just going to say it's certainly worth watching because that game will start in about half an hour right here. And look, that's the thing. This game will determine, no matter what happens here, it'll determine who finishes second and who finishes third in this group. So stay tuned. Right here, we've got a game on, 22 off 18. Tayab, who finished with a wicket, he's got an important job to do here in the 8th, just to hold back the 12 Stars and try and push this rate required out a little bit more.
This is a full toss, and it's squeezed on the offside, and it will race away. So Jain quietly going about his business. He is racing to the 40s. Another 4, and that's again off that bat.
Yeah, overcooks the Yorker, doesn't he? This one flies away pretty quick. And so that takes down to almost run a ball. 18 off 17. 101 not looking like enough. But as we saw last game, I mean, it's not done till it's done.
It's not over till that fat lady sings.
I suppose the issue is here compared to Holstein CC that went right off the rails. There's 8 wickets in hand here, so long batting lineup still to come.
And this is short, and it is turned around the corner. A direct hit would have been close, but buzzers.
Well, I get 1. They might have got 4.
Van Ali actually does really well. It might have been a bit of a slip, but it definitely prevented extra runs. It's just a single added on to the original one.
Yeah, get down and dirty. That's been the name of the game. Jain's just held this together, hasn't he, throughout it all.
Yeah, he's, what's that now, 44. So a hit away from a half century. And he tried to go for it, and well, there won't be runs off the bat, but it'll go towards the total. And this is going to be 4 byes. And Vinny, it's not quite the best of looking wicket keeping. Yeah,
but the issue here, I suppose he doesn't stay low enough, long enough. And normally he's pretty good with that. Certainly is when he's up to the stumps, but not the first time today. Double bounce has befuddled a keeper. Yeah, especially, this is kind of exactly what happened late in the second innings of the last game that led up to the golden ball. Don't know if we'll get one this time, but that one will take it to 90. And that means, what's that, 12 off 15 balls. So they take it under run a ball now. They really should do this with time to spare now. And don't forget that net run rate's important for these 2 teams against each other because second and third will be decided. These series are split. It'll be net run rate that decides second place.
This will just be pushed into the offside once again, and it will be another single. But no, obviously, it is crucial to find out who will be coming second and third. Obviously, that means you might have possibly an easier route to the latter stages of quarterfinals Friday and finals and what have you. Of course, finishing second and third.
Yeah, so there's a few advantages. Obviously, the higher you finish, the lower the opponent ranking that you face. Because there's no easy games here in Belgium, we know that. But you do yourself as many favours as you can. One more after this.
And hit pretty well down the ground. Sherry Butt will try and get there, and he won't. So, well, pretty interesting shot from Ajvir Singh. Didn't look like he put much into it, but he times the pants off it, and it goes all the way, 4 runs.
Well, this is Sherry Butt corner. This is where he does his magic, isn't it? But this time, very much similar part of the ground. He's not able to get down to this one. So, yeah, I thought it was just going to be 1. Ends up being 4. Things could be wrapped up pretty quickly here now. I talked about the net run rate being important. How deep can Antwerp take this now?
And just blocked into the offside. I think Ashwin might have wanted the strike there.
I love a call that comes with a supporting argument.
Look at this.
Yeah, so it's not just a call, and then he tries to press his case while the ball's getting fielded. And the thing is, Jain's spot on. He's saying, hey, you just stay there because I'm on 45 and I'm going to grab the strike. And if you want to get a run, you'll have to do better than that. So we get to the end of the 8th over. The score is 95 for 2.
Yep, 7 runs required off of 12 now. They can go level with 1 hit, but 1 hit will also bring up his 50. And I'm sure he's going to want to try and do so. He's deserved it, really, hasn't he? He's just gone about his own business. Hasn't worried about anyone else. There's been a few wickets tumbling over the couple of overs in that middle order. In fact, we can go ahead and take a look when those wickets came. And
Worm's
struggling.
We're saving money on worm brightness today, sounds like.
Kankel, well, this looks plump. Yeah, and the finger goes up in quick time. And unfortunately, that half century is not going to come, and he's going to have to make the long walk back. The third wicket goes.
Yeah, this is even worse. This has hurt him because it misses the pack. Because he gets so low, actually hits him almost on the hip, but hits him right in front of off stump. That's definitely going on. So, well, he wanted to strike, but he hasn't done much with it. And is there a final twist in this game? With 7 still required for victory, 12 Stars lose a third wicket, 95 for 3.
It can't happen again, surely. Not 2 on the trot.
Never say never.
Never.
Well, we've had 2 in 3 earlier in the year in Gibraltar.
Well, that's
but
not
we
the same
haven't.
though, is
We've
it?
never had back-to-back golden balls. We had reasonably close, I think, last time.
Shrug.
In fact.
Shrug saying, did we ever find out who Binge Watcher was?
No, it's a cliffhanger.
ECN mystery.
Well, binge watching's great because you know when they always leave you hanging at the end of an episode.
Yeah.
When you binge watching, you just find out straight away.
There
Have to
you
wait a
go.
week.
And starts with a confident push. This could be interesting here.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be blocking too many here. Oh, is it some pre-tingles happening? I think people are easily excitable here. And the crew are feeling it. But surely you've got basically 10 chances to hit a 6 here. That's the way I'd be looking at it.
Well, and this could be some of them. This is going to race away, and it will bring it down to one hit wonder. And this is going to go all the way, gosh, off the mark with an unconvincing, but still a boundary nonetheless.
Yeah, good enough. I mean, full toss. So the bowler made his own bet. He had to line it and just got enough bat on this to make it disappear to the boundary. And so 4 gets him off the mark and just steadies the nerves. Just 3 runs required now off 9. But again, even though, you know, there's this situation where almost certainly they'll lose the game now, Antwerp. If they literally, ball by ball is important. Every ball they hang on will make their net run rate not so bad.
Yep.
And if they come back and win the last game, then it just improves their chances of qualifying in a higher position.
3 runs required for victory. Kankal. Well, that'll be one of them. Good push into the offside. Might be looking to do it in singles here.
Aja, saying come. That's what it means. One of the few words I know.
Where's that in?
It's Punjabi.
Oh, okay.
And that's, of course, I've got some heritage. That was one of the ones my grandma used to yell at me from across the room when I was young. I won't mention some of the other ones.
Yeah, let's not.
But anyway.
I'd like to stay on air, please.
We got 2 off 8. Any score ties it and 2 will win it.
Well, that's not going to exactly tie the scores. That's going to be a big wicket. So Singh, he has to go, and he's racing off. I think he knows that he just needs to get out of the way. But he will have to make way for the new batsman, as it's the 4th to go, 100 for 4.
He's going to quickly run off, and he's going to say to Jane, hey, guess what? If I'd taken that single, if we'd taken that single at the end of last over, you wouldn't have been out, and I wouldn't have been out. So I think maybe that's what it's about.
It's a funny game, isn't it?
Anyway, now, well, they shouldn't lose from here, but still, a couple of nervy moments maybe ahead. Now you might as well just gamble and bring everyone in. Why not? See if you can extend it. Even if you can extend it by a few balls, like I said, that run rate is such a big factor in this 2 versus 3 race.
No, 110%. You just don't know what's going to happen. You never know where the cricket gods will take you. And, well, this is the equation here. Single delivery left. 2 runs for a victory. And then unless, well, how many games have we seen go into the final over?
Yeah, fair few.
Fair few. I'd almost go to say, I'd say about 95%. If I'm throwing a stat out there. But my maths isn't great. Anyway, I do know 2 runs for victory.
No comment on that.
And well, that is going to be at least one of them. It could be more. They're going to turn and go. And they will get there as it is a misfield. A very rare misfield from Wahidullah Japarkal. And it will be 2 runs for victory. So they will take victory by 6 wickets here in match number 19. 12-star CC. They get 1 over Antwerp here in match number 19.
Yeah, they sure do. And no param, no worries, really, for 12 Stars, who, well, for me, they're the most improved team, I think, from where they started in this tournament to where they are now. And they're in a really good position to take 2nd spot now, but it's not conclusive because Antwerp can still knock them out of that spot if they win and win well in the final group game coming up. So plenty to play for, plenty to look forward to as well, as we'll have that
Final match of the day, starting in around about 20 minutes. I think I mentioned that we've got Stars who won the toss, elected to bat, so they'll get the opportunity to try and rack up a score. And Rohan Ravindran comes into the side for the first time for that match. As for Antwerp, well, Sherry Butt, a chance for him to kick back after a failure in the previous match. Let's have a look at the highlights. And yes, looked a little bit light on. I mean, normally 100 is a bit more imposing in ECS cricket than it is here at the Vrijbroek ground. And I would say that they did get there, but not without a couple of little stumbles along the way, Charlie.
Yeah, no, there were certainly a few instances where they thought they might be getting themselves back in the game, did Antwerp, but it will never end up being there, as they do end up kicking it off. And I think that's one of a few games we don't get into the last over. Here we are finishing it on that 6th delivery of that 9th over. So they do take victory by 6 wickets. And again, it just goes to show excellent batting by a few members of the squad. Zad Hossain at the top of the order, 34 off of 17, 6 fours, and the single 6 for him. And then that also meant that the other opener, Ronak Jain, 45 off of 26, 5 fours, 2 sixes, striking 173 just over. Just goes to show that all you need is 1 or 2 batsmen to take the game away from a team, especially when they've got a low total on the board. But again, looking at the rest of the middle order for the 12 Stars, so you see little bit signs of concern. No one getting above 5. Only one member, that was Ashi Ghosh, the keeper, ended up getting 5 off of 3. So, interesting there. Well, that was a bit of a debate between myself and Vinny. Was that off the pad or was it off the bat? I guess we will never, ever
I'm going to go
know.
and ask him, and I don't think I'm wrong. But anyway, if I'm wrong for the first time ever, I don't mind it being to you. But what I will say is that there are a few little wobbles at the end. Taib Ali got an extra ball next to a wide call. He ended up making the most of that. This is where they kind of lost a little bit with Niaz getting hit out of the ground off a rank full toss. And that is certainly a moment they would have liked back, I think. But yeah, ultimately, it just wasn't quite enough. And I think 12 Stars, that'll give them a lot of confidence that they do get there without Paramjit Singh. But yeah, the 4 byes, again, that's done the keepers a couple of times down the slower ball. Sherry Butt, very good field. I couldn't get down to that one. And yeah, it was a late kind of mini twist, wasn't it, with that Giant. He wasn't quite able to make his half century, but no dramas really, as they got the boundary here. And then, despite that late wicket, they just needed a couple more. And this is the 2 runs that did it, as it was tucked away nicely. And 12 Stars, well, they are running away here in Group A, looking in very good position for second place, but they'll have to play well to hold on to it. Antwerp not quite able to defend that total, and the 12 Stars get the first points of the day between these 2 teams.
Yeah, a little bit of a mini-series between 2nd and 3rd, and this is going to be excellent cricket, as we will return in around about 20 minutes or so, as we take a look at the scorecards there. Well, there you go, right at the top of the order, pretty decent partnership at the top. Well, it was in fact worth 62. It ended up going in that 5th over, 34 off of 17 for the skipper, Hossain, and Ronak Jain, 45 off of 26. And then after that, no one really getting going, but most of the damage was already done, especially after a pretty low total. And we take a look at the bowlers. Not an easy task of defending 101 on the board, but 2 wickets for Kankel for only 21 runs off of his 2 overs. Taib Ali wasn't the best of outings, but he did take a wicket, so he won't mind that. And also Shakan Shahzad, he looked pretty promising as well for just the 1 wicket for 21 runs. But remember, we'll be back in 15 minutes or so as we take a look, as match number 20 will be getting underway. It'll be the reverse fixture, as 12 Stars, they'll be taking on Antwerp in around about 20 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium with myself, Charlie Hunt, and Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Mecklen in Belgium. And this Rybroke facility, I tell you what, there's a lot of fun and games happening today. Of course, it's Peacock Friday as well. And now it's time for match 20. This marks the final match of Group A. And like I said earlier, we know which 4 teams are going through to quarterfinals Friday in a week's time, but we don't know exactly how they'll rank. And these 2 could still switch position after the result of this game. It's Antwerp, who once again are going to take on 12 Stars in the final Group A match. Match 20, the toss is out in the middle. Steph Gooch has the coin.
Okay, Antwerp to call. Tails is the call. Oh. It's a head. Okay, good luck guys, all the best. Have a good game.
So this time it's 12 Stars, they win the toss, and no surprises, they elect to bat first. And yeah, we have seen that as a bit of a trend, haven't we? Now look, of course, they don't have Param here, who scored 200 runs yesterday. Well, you can understand that he is probably due a rest, but of course, we know, like I said, that depending on the result of this game, these 2 could flip second and third. So that would change the quarterfinal matchups. It'll mean that if you finish second, for example, you face a lower ranked opponent in quarterfinals Friday in a week's time. So I do think we're going to see a lot more action before the day's out. Well, I might try and join in this game. Looks like a lot of fun. Anyway, let's go over to Charlie Hunt. He's in the commentary ice cube as we get ready for match 20. This time, 12 Stars. They won the toss, and shocker, they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Welcome back, everyone tuning in all around the world here on the European Cricket Network, whether that be on our YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. A good afternoon, good evening to all of our viewers. Thank you ever so much for choosing us here on a lovely, warm Friday afternoon. 2nd of September. Boy, oh boy, September being the month so far of exciting cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And, well, match number 20, it's going to get underway, and it is going to be, as Vinny previously mentioned, the 12-star CC, they have elected to bat first. So, interestingly enough, we're going to see the likes of Shahzad Hossain alongside the likes of Ronak Jain, who is coming off the bat of a very well-made 45 in that previous game. 45 off of 26 for him. But then looking at the bowlers for Antwerp, there was a few interesting bits of bowling for them, but I have to say the 2 that I'm looking forward to are the likes of Badan Niaz, who only went for 16 off of his 2 first overs, but also Nawaz Khan is a man who we've seen do it time and time again for Antwerp with the ball in hand. But also Tayyab Ali didn't really go as well as he would have wanted in that first game, but he's got an opportunity now, as is the joys of the European Cricket Network schedule. It's back-to-back for these 2 teams. And, well, there we go, the bat versus ball. The supercomputer is saying that Antwerp is going to go ahead and get around 122 as an expected score, whereas the 12-star CC is going for 103. But there you go. Look at those average runs for and against. Looking at the Antwerp, 114, whereas 12-star CC, 127. So it's interesting to see there that even though the average runs for is higher for 12-star CC, as we see there, how normally we would also see that it would be the other way around. But nonetheless, you don't rarely go against the supercomputer for statistics such as that one. And it's that man who's going to open up the bowling for Antwerp. It is going to be Badan Niaz is there. He will be opening up the bowling. A good first opportunity in that first game. No wickets for him, however. Very economical, going at 8 and over in his 2 overs. But no surprise at the top of the order. It's that man. He's seeing it pretty well after that last game. He got a good 34 off of 17. Did the skipper, Shahzad Hossain. He will be facing up for the first ball of match number 20. And, well, we've had 5 fun days of cricket. It all comes down to this last one. The last game of Group A here in Belgium. Tomorrow we get Group B underway, and there's going to be some electric cricket. It starts off with a bit of a Brussels derby. We already had the Ostend derby earlier on this week, so we're going to get the Brussels derby this time. I'm looking forward to those 2 matches, and that starts at the similar time as it has always done throughout the last 4 days. It starts at 8:30 local time. I'm looking forward to that one. It's another early start. We don't mind it here on the European Cricket Network, just waiting for that clock to turn over the hour mark, and we will be able to get things underway. No surprise, no changes at the top of the order. Shahzad Hossain joined with Ronak Jain. Again, both of these 2 had a really good time of it in that last game. An opening partnership worth 62. Getting split in the 5th over, but it will be Niaz to open us up for match number 20 here in Belgium. And it's a bit of a slower delivery. We'll just be pushed into the offside for a single off the mark straight away for the skipper. But no, once again, a huge thank you for everybody tuning in around the world. And if you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and get involved in the live chat. Now, It's match number 4 of the day, so you know what that means. We're going to have some interesting conversations. We've gone off on a few tangents the last couple of days. It's been entertaining, been random sports and any random unusual facts. Those were some interesting ones yesterday. Plenty more to come on the European Cricket Network. Well, Niaz was ready. He's not happy. He's been told to wait, but he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. I'm looking forward to seeing. I wonder if Manoj Naga is going to get a bowl once again. I hope he does. Possibly alongside Sedaf Mupadilla again. We'll have to wait. Only time will tell. And this will be pushed into the offside. They've learnt from last game around. They stuck Divan Ali out on the offside, portraying that boundary. He's protecting it pretty well. Will just be a single to the total. And good to see that there's also, well, those school kids, they've gone. Obviously, I think it's getting towards closing time for school. So they've obviously made their way back. I'm assuming there must have been a local school. Good, getting the most out of this amazing park here in Mecklen. Bit of away movement. And again, just clipped down the ground for a single. So now, taking a further look into the previous game. Well, it was an interesting, wasn't it? Below par scores on the board, but it's not like 12-star CC got it with loads of time remaining. They only didn't need the last over. So just showing maybe things changing out there in the middle. Only time will tell. Well, this has gone high. Could be an early opportunity. Niaz over his shoulder. And he takes it cleanly. An excellent cordon bowled. Not an easy opportunity, but that's a big, big early breakthrough. Last time around, this partnership was worth 66. However, this time it's only worth 3. First wicket goes, 3 for 1. Good catch by Baran Niaz. Again, he's a man who we've seen play in many ECS tournaments. He's represented many teams. But again, he gets the big breakthrough. And the incoming batsman got a big opportunity. 3 for 1 here in the first over. Baran Niaz, he's represented Belgium, but he's also played a lot of his cricket out in the Netherlands in the top class, but also we've seen him represent VOC Rotterdam many a time on the European Cricket Network, but he's also played for teams such as Liège as well. But no, there's a change here. This is an interesting call. As God Bolle is going to come out in at number 3. So Sherry Butt, he's going to take a bit of an interesting look here, as this could be an opportunity, and this will be an opportunity that goes a-begging. Sherry Butt, he's going to be interested to see as to why there is a change at the top here as he comes in at number 3. Possibility of a no ball there. Well, it's a diving attempt, but unfortunately Divan Ali unable to clang on to this one, so it will be an opportunity that goes a-begging. This time it's going to fly, and it's been put down. It goes through the diving Mulay Shahzad, and he gets this one all wrong, and it's going to fly away, and it's going to be the first boundary, and this will bring up another 4 to the total. So it races away, and that will bring us to the close of that first over. So 8 for 1 after the single over. So this is going to be interesting now to see. There we go. 10 days to go until the ECC gets underway. And I'm looking forward to that one, that's for sure. Well, there you go. I thought I might as well bring it up now, because enough people have clocked it. Okay, it's the last game of the day, all right? It's hot. It's 28 degrees. Charlie is tired, okay? I thought I saved it. That's a shame. Anyway, it's going to be Shakan Jazar to get us underway here in the second. Good start to God Bolle this time. Whizzing past the outside edge. Good to see that. Thanks, Vinny. Appreciate that. Wherever you are lurking from. This is a good start from Shahzad. Starts with the dot ball. Oh, well. Can't get anything past all of our eagle-eyed viewers, which is always good. This is off the hit of God Bolle. This time to Sherry Butt. He collects it, and it will just be a single. To see Sherry Butt obviously fielding for Antwerp. leading by example. Oh dear. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. Anyway, Hossein, the skipper, back on strike. This is into the leg side, and there is a man out on the deep square boundary, so it will just be a single. This is better from the bowlers of Antwerp, bowling to their plan. This is better. They've got protection out there, so they can. If they do go ahead and drop it short, it shouldn't cost them too much. If they get unlucky and it runs down towards fine leg, then that's just the way that the beast has decided that the game is going to go. Shrug saying no one told Cherry Bud about the move, though. Well, I don't think anyone did. This is high in the air. Could be an opportunity. And it is. And it's a big wicket, unfortunately, for Gobole. His time has come. He has to make the long walk back to the shed. It's a second wicket to fall. Different story this time. 10 for 2. And we're trying to go down the ground. It wasn't really a block delivery. It wasn't also in the slot. It was just back of a length. Goes on the up. And he has to go all the way back to the shed. He goes for just 2. And well, that's the second wicket down. 10 for 2. So the new man walks out to the crease. He's got to join Hossein, who's only 7 off of 4. And it is going to be Rajiv Sharma, who has been one of my favourite players in this group, I have to say. In the field, he is everywhere. And he's also been pretty good with the ball. So he's got an opportunity now, coming in at number 4, though. This could be a real moment for him this week to sign off with a few runs under his name. Sharkat say he forgives me. It's okay, Charlie. Mistakes happen. Don't take it seriously. Well, I will take that advice on board. I thought it was just my maths that was a little bit lackluster, but there we go. So the final game here on Friday. It's a big matchup. Antwerp versus the 12-star CC. Been an interesting start for both teams. Oh, there we go. Going to be Shazar to continue. Well, this has gone high in the air. Could be another opportunity. And it will be taken. Excellent catch by the man who's ever present down at short fine leg. It's Tayyab Ali. I think he might have done some damage, but he gets up eventually. And it's an excellent catch. And Rajiv Sharma has to go for a golden quacker. And it's another wicket to fall. Stars, 10 for 3. And, well, it's a good catch. That certainly had some snow on it as it made its way back into the atmosphere. Look at this one. High off the bat. Didn't get the distance. He got the elevation. But unfortunately, he has to go. So, 10 for 3 for the 12-star CC here in the second over. 1 delivery remaining. And, well, it's another hat-trick opportunity. Look at that. We've already had plenty of them here in 2022, all the way back, and we started on the 4th of March, and that man was Adil Diwan Ali. But the latest one was only yesterday. Manpreet Sandhu, 3 for 22. Well, what an opportunity this could be for Sherkan Shazad to get his name on the Hall of Fame list. And well, it's going to be the new batsman on strike. A single delivery here left in the over. This is a big opportunity. Another wicket here, and it could be curtains. Here we go, hat-trick time. Well, not yet. He's heard me, and he's gone, not yet, but he looks like he might have just pulled up there, clinging onto his right leg. It's not what you want to see. False start on that one, but what an over this has been. 2 for 2 so far, single delivery remaining, and now we will get this started. Hat-trick time here. And he's not going to get it. It'll be sensibly played into the offside, and that will bring us to the end of the second over. 10 for 3. So we are 2 overs down here in match number 20. It's been an interesting one. We've had an interesting call from myself. We've also seen some interesting bowling and batting and incredible catches already. But there you go. So 12-star CC, they take a jump above Antwerp. They move into second position, but a victory here for Antwerp would certainly change things up, and I think it would also come down to net run rate. But here we go. It's going to be Sardullah Japarkal. Had a good time of it in that last game, didn't he? with ball in hand. He ended up with decent figures, but he's in now. And this is up in the air, and it's taken. That's an incredible catch from Buran Niaz, this time over his left shoulder. And it's a wicket first up for Japarkal. And the skipper, he has to go for just 7. And 12-star CC crumbling under pressure here. They are now 10 for 4. And there's still a bit of a chat about Ian saying, it's been a long week for you, Charlie. We forgive you. Thank you very much. But another wicket goes. Well, I don't know if the 12-star CC will forgive themselves after this start. 10 for 4 here in the 3rd over. Last over of the power play. And so good. We'll take a look at this one. A bit of a nothing shot, really. No real commitment. He clings onto it with his right hand. And he will have to make the long walk back. So 2 fresh batsmen at the crease as the new man joins Sadath Mupirala in the middle. So this is where we are. 10 for 4 for the 12-star CC. Looking down the barrel of possibly the lowest score yet here in Belgium. Plenty of time left in this innings, though. Maybe a bit of a rebuilding session, but we'll find out. This is pushed into the offside. And again, it's to that man again. Yeah, she can't get away from the ball at the moment. But it's a good dot delivery. And it is just excellent bowling from Sabdullah Japarkal. But I tell you what, we haven't had a random question time. So go ahead, take this opportunity, get them in there, let's go. This is short, back of a length, down the ground. It's going to be in between 2 fielders. The skipper, Sherry Butt, will come through, collect it for the single. Let's do it. Let's get your hashtag random questions in for now. That's what we'll start with. Maybe we'll develop onto something a little bit more niche and something a bit different. But for now, we'll go any random questions. Doesn't have to be cricket related. Anything you want to know, let's get them in. And well, this is uppish. Could be another opportunity. It won't fall to hand. And Niaz, oh dear. Well, he's had a couple of moments of brilliance early on in match 20, but this one gets this one all wrong. It's caught in about 4 different minds. Grabs it with the right hand, tries to let go or put the brakes on, just kicks it over, and then the step over. It isn't able to collect it and cut it off. So it'll be a welcome boundary to Mupirala, and it means that the 12 stars are now 15 for 4. Shaukat Ali asking the question, do you play PUBG? No, I don't. Do not play PUBG. I've played it once before, but I don't play it regularly. Oh, this one stays low, and it comes off the keeper. I think he might have done a bit of damage. He's walking about a little bit gingerly. They come through for a single. This is an interesting matchup here. 15 for 4 now here in the 3rd. 2 deliveries left. And this will just be a dot ball right in the blocker. What an over so far from Japarkal. Just the 5 runs off it. 1 delivery remaining here, and also 1 delivery left in the power play. In fact, that will be the over. So I was wrong. It will be the end of the over. So at the end of the power play, 16 for 4. Well, I think that might be the lowest power play we've had yet. And we take a look here, look at the wickets and how many have fallen. 2 in that 2nd over, just proving this is not a simple game of cricket here in Belgium. So 16 for 4 on the board, and this is going to be a crucial moment of the game here for both teams. Antwerp need to keep the pressure on, as that man on your screen, Nawaz Kankel, is going to be getting underway, but there's a break in place, so I can answer a quick question. No, I can't. We're back under play. Into the pads. They will come through for a single as well. That's cheeky. I like that. Good idea from Singh. He realised that that Kankel was too busy with the appeal, and he was like, well, I'll have the run. Let's go. That's exactly what he did. So, this question there from Matthew Hodgson saying, Charlie, what's your favourite band? I'm going to go with the classic Queen. Love a bit of Queen. I think they were so influential in their time as well. And if you haven't seen that film, Bohemian Rhapsody, are you living under a rock? That's my question. This time into the offside. It could be an opportunity. It could be the wrong end as well. You see here, this was just looking like it was at the wrong end. It was the non-striker was early to get off the mark. A bit of hesitation from Singh as he wasn't really too keen on it. They do end up coming through for the single. Shrug saying, who's the most famous person you've met? And then Ian's replied saying, don't say that Vinny is. No, Vinny is not, that's for sure. This time it's a bottom edge. It will be a single. It's a long list of people. I have to work this one out. It might take a bit of time. Trying to think of who the most famous person I've ever met is. This is an interesting one. I've only lived 20 years, but I'm trying to go through every single year if I met anyone really. This is a tough one. This is really a tough one. This is uppish. Bit of an outside edge as well. It will race away down to third man. This time there is a man at third man. It will be a single. I think really for me, cricket-wise as well, I think it would have to be Owen Morgan. Met him once. That was good fun. That was an interesting conversation. It was only a quick one, but one of those passing by comments. It was good fun. I think celebrity-wise as well, there's a few. There is a few, of course. Jeremy Kyle is one of them. We saw that earlier. We know about that one. Driven well, but not well enough, and it will be a single. But Kenny Dalglish is one of them as well. Kenny Dalglish is actually quite a good friend of mine. He has a place. He's an older footballer. If anything, he's probably one of the best in history of British football. He has a place out in La Manga, and he's there constantly. Met him whilst working in the local bar, and then ever since then, played a bit of golf with him as well. He's a very nice man. I do unfortunately clash with him due to his Liverpool history. So final delivery here of the fourth. Well, it might be. And this will be a wide ball if possible. And it is a wide. So one more before. This will be interesting. Take another look at this one. Does it flick anything on the way through? No, it doesn't. So it is a good bit of work from the umpire. There was questions as to whether or not it flicked the pad on the way through, but it isn't. So it will be a wide. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. So now he's going to try and finish the over off well. And this is going to go for a boundary. So that will relieve a bit of the pressure for the 12-star CC. And unfortunately, not the end to the over that Kanka would have wanted. So at the end of the fourth over, the 12 stars are 27 for 4. I can welcome Vinny Sandu back to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. Good to be back. It is last game of the day, Peacock Friday, if you don't mind. Also, random questions, like you said. That was a pretty good one. What is the most famous person you've met? I'll have a think about that. I did get asked this a while ago, and then when I guess I've got quite a few that some people would think are famous, but a few good ones came to me later. So I'll come back to you on that.
Okay.
But what I want to do quickly is just talk about what's coming up in 10 days. We talked about it earlier. Might just wait for this ball. But yeah, we're super excited about the European Cricket Championship coming up again. And we'll be here before you know it. Here we go with Jabal Khel. And of course, Belgium are in Group C. We talked about it a bit earlier. And yeah, the question from Martha. Are these regular Belgian players? Well, there's plenty of Belgian players in the tournament that we're seeing right now. And I think, look, think about it, not to discount France, definitely, or Malta or Luxembourg, but the Scotland-Belgium will be pretty interesting. Now, this one's straight down the ground. This will be 4. So a good safe shot. Normally, there's nobody straight down the ground. And yeah, just that kind of slot kind of length. Nice, free, easy swing of the bat and 4 runs.
Yeah, that's only going to help the runs column. Moves into the 30s. It's taken a while. They're going at just over 6, well, just over 7 and over now. But yeah, not the start that we would have expected from this 12-star CC team.
Yeah, it's true. But I mean, this is the thing. It can be a bit hit or miss, I think, game to game. We know that. Here's Jabal Khel. Bowls a big wide. And as far as the side selected, of course, they are selected by the Belgian Cricket Federation in the ECS. So normally that's on performance in some local competitions, and obviously subject to
to teams taking up the invitation to play in the European Cricket Series. So thanks so much for your question. Coming back now to live action. This will be just knocked back, and yeah, certainly goes to throw. I don't think it was ever going to throw. Yeah, famous people I've met. Trying to think about it. I was trying to think more in the music kind of lines or something like that. I mean, outside of, let's say, playing cricket, because I'll probably discount that because there's a few there. This is in the air, only for a little bit. Well fielded out there in the shadows. Yeah, so I mean, because of the type of cricket I played in Australia, I played basically what we call Premier cricket or first grade cricket. It's one level below first class cricket. So you will run into international cricketers and first class cricketers there when their commitments allow. So yeah, I played with a few of those. I'm not going to count those. One that was outside cricket was Colin Funky Miller. Remember him? No. Okay. Tell you about this guy. And he is a cricketer, but I ran into him in one of my old jobs when he came in, and he is famous for, he was a hybrid. He could bowl off spin and he could bowl medium pace. He could even bowl left arm, and he played Test cricket for Australia. I'm going to say early 2000s, maybe mid 2000s, and just probably a handful of games. Pretty successful as well, but he dyed his hair completely blue for one game, and he actually made Courtney Walsh about to pull away because he was laughing so hard when he took his cap off, and he had electric blue hair. Anyway, this is in the air. I think this will have enough, and it does. And Sherry Butt, well, he won't have a chance to make a play on this ball. Maximo! 12 stars, trying to dig themselves out of a hole, and this is a good start.
Yeah, they're going to need a few more, though, aren't they, if they're going to get a competitive total on the board. And that now moves them on to 40 for 4, and they need a few more, though.
Yeah.
So go on. So he had blue hair. Okay.
I think in England I ran into a bunch of people that are famous, but in England they have a different sort of famous. 40 for 4 at the 5 over mark. So yeah, they have a different kind of approach to celebrity. I may have briefly dated somebody that was on Celebrity Big Brother in England, but I won't name them for privacy reasons. Suffice to say that she wanted to be famous, and she kind of got there because I think there was some photographers following around one day. Anyway, there you go. A little bit of hot gossip as well, in case you wanted that in the chat. That was a long time ago now. Anyway, this one is considered fine. And Perala faces up. Looks a bit bemused that he doesn't get the call here. Let's have a look at it. I can see why, because it was straight over the line. Should have been a wide.
Oh, well. It's hot. I had a bit of a mess up. Don't know if you heard it.
May have. I was just going to say, if you were a closing pitcher in Major League Baseball, I would have credited you with the save.
I thought I got it.
Yeah. Can't get anything past these guys, though. Well, try again. He's going to be slack on them.
Well,
can't really throw the head back now.
If that one is, then why wasn't the last one?
Yeah, well, that's probably what the bowler's saying. It says, what, do you want me to give the last one as well? No, that certainly was. No doubt about it. Taya Bali, remember he had a couple of tight wide calls. Had one in particular go against him earlier, but he got a wicket with the extra ball in the over. So yeah, he gets one back.
Shrug asks if it was not George Galloway.
No, it wasn't George Galloway. Thanks for asking. And wow, how about that? I mean, that's a decent piece of fielding, isn't it? And you might as well keep walking. Mupirala, who got to 11, legs 11, but the legs couldn't work fast enough to save him from dismissal here. You see, just takes on the fielder. Probably needs to be a perfect piece of fielding. One stump to aim at, and bang. So, well, it's a death rattle of a different kind, isn't it? Just as we thought, 12 stars were digging themselves out of the hole, they fall in again. And that's going to be 41 for 5.
Yeah, well, we've not seen too many direct hits, but don't get me wrong, the fielding has been incredible over the last few days, but we've not seen that many direct hits.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Can I just say that whatever Shrug said went straight over my head?
Yep.
I don't know why it's funny, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Well, I thought he was asking who I may have had a brief relationship that was in Celebrity Big Brother. And then was it George Galloway?
Oh, right.
I think that's where it was going.
Yeah, I got it.
Anyway,
Matthew's got a question.
Okay,
Who's your favourite
hello.
band? Who's your favourite band?
I'm having to do everything. Who's my favourite? My favourite band? I'm going to go Earth, Wind and Fire.
Ooh.
How do you like that? Didn't see that one coming, did you?
That's September, isn't it?
Yeah. What a tune. Careful of a copyright, by the way. But anyway.
I'm not that good.
Yeah. So, yeah, Earth, Wind and Fire. I reckon they got some good stuff.
We had a couple of them on this morning before.
Bit like my favourite food. I don't think I have one.
Oh,
you know,
I'll tell you what.
I have a bunch.
Let's open up food chat.
Okay.
Went out for food yesterday, had
All
a
right.
very interesting pizza.
Oh, okay. I want to talk about this place. I heard about it. I was staring at the back of my eyelids again. Oh, I was almost taken out Tayyab.
Oh, no.
And it's gone through too. Well, the ball hit so hard, and it almost takes out 2 opponents. There's the first one. And look, you can excuse Tayyab for that, but this one, well, just had
How's
to
that happened?
try and get everything behind it. He didn't. Left the mouse hole open, and through went the ball. And then he did the right thing. He went back and looked at the ground
So-
as if it was a Tortuga. Don't know if it was.
Don't
but-
know if it was. This pizza.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
So no,
Let's go.
no tomato base. This is a traditional Belgian dish.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
called. Oh, this is asking a lot of my memory. Vol au vent, I think.
Vol au vent? Yeah, that's famous.
That's
yeah.
what it's called.
Yep. This is dragged into the leg side. Should just be one. Yeah, so this was like a kind of pizza place with a twist.
Yes.
That's what I heard, right?
Yeah, yeah. So vol au vent, that was the name of the pizza. So no tomato base. It was sort of a sour cream, hollandaise sauce, chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken balls.
Pork
yeah.
chicken.
A lot of chicken, a lot of protein.
Okay.
It was really nice. Really, really nice.
I heard there was a few. Did you see what some of the other guys got in the Blue Crew?
I
They
did
said
indeed.
they were talking about like nachos on a pizza.
Yep.
Is that where you're going with this one? Well, have another go. Oh, well, that could have easily been a 5 alert because actually the keeper, Tassawa, almost kicks this away from the backup field. It gets enough of a pat on it in the end. Well, it will take us to the end of the 6th over. Score 47 for 5 after 6. What else was there on the menu?
yeah,
I think
so-
we're going to have to check this one out.
Yeah, so Mida had a really, I can't remember what it was called, but it was basically your traditional sort of like salami pizza. But it had, I think it was, I can't remember the type of cheese. I'm not really good with names. I can't remember. It will come to me at some point. But it looked really nice. It was lovely. But then Andy House, right? So Housey is a vegetarian.
Yes.
So no meat for him.
He's a
But
pescatarian probably because I think he does eat fish. That'd be very technical.
Yes.
Anyway, continue.
But he had this sort of Mexican a la nacho sort of pizza-y sort of thing.
Yeah.
It was just nachos on a pizza
Yeah,
base.
why not?
Oh my word.
Yeah. I'm going to have to
Incredible.
check this place out. I did go up to Antwerp earlier in the week. I think I mentioned that. Yeah. Got any other highlights from the menu, though?
Best, 100%. Best thing is they recommend a beer for each pizza.
Nice. Well, that's Martha's question in the chat. I might come to that in a second as we keep going food chat. Pretty a pas de deux about that one. It's in the air, but we'll just be a 1 bounce down to Zahir, who's back in form. Anyway, yeah, so I wouldn't say I have a favourite Belgian beer brand, but I got to say the triples here. I'm on the triples. In fact, for now, I think I'm going to have to take a couple of days off the triples. Because, okay, the way they do their beer, theoretically, it's not exact, but they're kind of singles, if you want to call it, that's 3% alcohol. Doubles 6%, triples 9%. There's even such thing as a quadruple, apparently. Looked it up. Anyway, this one will be another one. Some sherry butts in the way. Yeah, so the triples, they kind of pour them like water here, Martha. I mean, obviously, you maybe let us know what part of the country you're from, but yeah, they'll sneak up on you pretty quick.
They treat their beer like wine,
don't
they?
Oh, they've got different, different glasses for different beers.
Very cool.
I think it shows that they're lovers of it. I know there's a few countries that kind of try and lay claim to the best beer in the world. I'm not going to cast any judgments on it, but Belgium certainly right up there. 49 on the board. A bit more fancy footwork. This time it's blasted straight at cover. Clean pickup. Nice fielding and a dot ball. Yeah, so I think I told you about the one. I think I mentioned this on the air, didn't I? In Perth, where I'm from, there's a Belgian beer cafe, and they have these fancy glasses.
Yep.
And as a deposit, you don't have to give money for a deposit. You've got to give one of your shoes, and they hang up the shoe. I don't know if that's a Belgian thing or something they just made up at this place. But yeah, you have to drink with one shoe, so you give the glass back. Well, that's smashed. And that is gone. Maximo Ravindran is into the lineup today. And, well, he just walks at this and swats it across the line. 6 runs.
That's a big shot. They need a few more of those, but going back to food chat, right.
Yeah.
Ian Johns has asked a big question. And I actually don't know your answer to this, so I will judge you on what you say. He's actually addressed me first, so I'll answer it first.
Okay.
Pineapple on pizza? No way.
Nope.
Oh.
In fact, I think you can go to jail in Italy for that.
Vinny, that's amazing.
I was there for 5 weeks. Yeah, this one is going to be squeezed away. Wow, what about that? And I couldn't even see that man. Wow, he's so skinny, he was sideways. I didn't even know he was there, but he took it very, very well. And so just every time you think they're getting ahead, they lose another wicket, and that's a 6 now, 55 for 6.
Yeah, it's a good wicket. In the end, I think they were just asking the question, was it a bump ball? But I think for me, it's pretty conclusive, I think. And
Yeah, certainly, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Ravindran played a nice shot, but he goes 6 and out, doesn't he?
there we go. This will give us the conclusive idea. I think I know what the answer will be.
Yeah, it's definite slice away. How's the footwork? Most of the footwork happening before the ball's bowled. Yeah, straight into the waiting hands. And he's saying, hey, was that my ball? He's like, nope. Ask again. So it was checked, and it was a good decision, I think, once again from the off-field official. Yeah, so here's the thing. I like pineapple, right? I like pineapple. I like pineapple juice.
Yeah.
I like pineapple. On pizza, though, I just find... Oh, come back to this. Important news. Anyway, this one will be probably 6. It is Maximo. Well, that's how you do it. You come out here to fail, or too big to fail. 12 stars. One of the most improved teams this competition. If you look at their progress from day one. And he just gets plenty of bat wrapped around this. 6 to finish the over. The score is 61 for 6. Back to Pineapple Chat in a moment, Charlie. But first, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Got the Brussels Derby to open up Group B.
Yeah.
So we've got 5 new teams, 4 of which we'll see tomorrow before our rest day on Sunday. Royal Brussels versus International CC Brussels in the first half of the day. And then Liège versus Beveren. I mean, a lot of chat about Beveren, of course, defending champions of this series back in 2020. Also, looks like they will be the team that represents Belgium at the ECL next year. So it all starts tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. It's going to be a super Saturday of action. And it all starts again the same time at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 noon in India. Okay, so here's the thing about pineapple on pizza. I like pineapple.
Yeah.
I think I already did this bit.
Yeah. You already did. Yeah.
I just feel it overpowers the other ingredients.
Okay.
I feel it's doing a bit too much.
Okay.
Edged and probably 4. Definitely 4. That's another one you'll have to chase into the forest. Miraways draws the short straw. So they need to get some runs from somewhere. Can I just throw in quite quick cricket-based interruption? I did some net run rate calculations, and I think for Antwerp to bunny hop into second place, they need to win with at least 4 balls to spare.
Okay.
In this game.
That's a little bit more doable than what Ostend CC had to do.
They're quite close together on net run rate, about 0.2 between them. So that is my preliminary calculations, but we'll revisit that at the halftime break in this game. Yeah, so that's kind of just how I feel about that.
I just don't agree with fruit on pizza.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
pizza.
tomatoes are fruit.
Nah, different.
Yeah, well, okay.
Different. Don't come at me with all that. No. Don't do this to me.
Okay. Here's the next delivery. Beats the outside edge.
I love food chat.
Yeah, food chat's pretty good. Anyway,
What other
keep
chat
them
can we
coming.
have?
I can't wait to go to that restaurant though.
Yeah, not tonight.
And here's the real shocker. All our Australian viewers out there, I know there's plenty of them right now because it's a great time to watch in Australia. There is an Australian chain of waffles here. Australian waffles. I've seen 2 of them now.
Okay.
One
2
in
of
Brussels,
them.
one in Antwerp. Might even be one in Mecklen.
Probably.
Australian. It's like ice cream and waffles with a kangaroo on the side.
Okay.
Anyway, a little bit short, slower ball, hangs in the air. Fielder's hunting it, and he will take it. Oh, what a catch that is. A fantastic bit of outfielding. And that's Wahidou Jabakel who will take it. And, well, I was having a chat to him earlier, and he seemed pretty relaxed. I said, you're a pretty good fielder. He looked at me like, I know. And he certainly shows it here. And he looks back at the line saying, well, you're there, I'm here, and that makes that out. So, what a good catch that is. And Wahidou Jabakel is someone that we will probably see open the batting as well in the second half of this game. And takes a good catch there. The 7th wicket down now, 65 for 7.
All right. This is a good question. I
Okay.
like this. This is a really good one. You're a well-travelled man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Shrugs asked, best meal on an airline.
As in of what we normally get, because normally I do fly economy.
Well,
hate to shatter the illusion, right?
Not in your private, not in the ECN private
I mean,
jet.
my helicopter is different. I just get the chef to make whatever I
yeah,
want.
of course. When you land.
I like something that's just, okay, in general, because I'm not a very fussy eater. I'll eat anything, and that's not a surprise to anyone that's watched this for a while, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, what I will say is I want something that's like a low mess risk. We might come back to this in a second after this ball from Tayabali, which gets driven. So, yeah, I want something that I'm not going to spill on my clothes, knowing there's a fair chance I'll be stuck in these clothes for a while on the flight. So I don't really care what it is. So normally things with rice are pretty good. Yeah, just low mess options. It's a job doer when you're on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, often the flights we're on in Europe, they're pretty short. We don't really get meals anyway,
Yeah,
which
for
is
sure.
fine. Speaking of making a mess of your lunch, I might come back in a second because here comes Tayab. who gets whipped away, and this into the gap. This could be 4. So they're still fighting hard here. And look, it's not the worst score ever, is it? If they could just kind of plug away to get something kind of 85, 95, they'll be asking questions. Remember, they do kind of have a 4-ball head start against Antwerp because of their superior net run rate. But yeah, that was a nice little shot, wristy shot through the leg side.
Yeah, it was a nice little shot. I don't think we need to bring out lunch, do we?
Yeah, so, okay, thanks for bringing that back up. Yeah, we have been having these curries, and they do look like a big mess risk. So I'm nervous, especially, okay, today's Peacock Friday, that's fine, but in my suits normally, you gotta just make sure nothing goes wrong. It almost goes wrong. This goes under the bat. I don't think that's going to be out. It will be the end of the 8th over. So it's 70 for 7 after 8. 2 overs remain. This is Srikanth Venkata who will be facing up now in the 9th over. And it all happens in the 9th, as we like to say. Yeah, so you had a bit of an incident, didn't you, where you... Well, luckily it missed your Peacock shirt. That's all I'm going to say.
It did.
And you got the ECN kind of trousers on today.
What do you mean? I'm wearing a full suit.
Yeah. No, you're looking good. And I think... It's lucky. You had a lucky escape, but let that be a lesson to you, okay? Because I know a lot of chat about me being your mentor or hero, whatever you want to call it. But we got to make sure that you learn the basic lessons. Protect the laptop was one that you failed on earlier in the week, where the ball almost took it out. Anyway, this will be a wide
Good
start
take.
tonight.
Good take.
Nice take by Tassawat.
Yeah, no, I'm all good. It's fine. It'll
Okay.
wash out. It's okay. It's okay. I have a question for you.
Go on.
Again, back to travelling. One country you've not been to that you want to go and have a look and visit.
Oh, so somewhere I want to go that I haven't. Is that the question?
Yeah, that basically, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have been to the US, but I haven't been to New York, so I don't know if
Okay.
that counts, right? Almost like different countries. This is going to be a couple of bounces out to Sherry Butt for a single. Yeah, so, okay, probably Iceland, if I'm honest.
Okay.
You know, Iceland.
Okay.
Maybe we need to get a few more teams there and we can have an ECS there
See,
again.
I get told about Iceland. I've actually never been, but I get told that all tourism just goes to south, but the best place you need to go is the north.
Sounds cold. Big filthy swing, but no contact. Yeah, how about you? Do you have one?
I would love Caribbean. Anywhere in the Caribbean is somewhere I really want to go to, just in general. I'd love to
That's
go
a
and
good one, yeah.
I'd love to go and do like a test match. Whenever
Yeah.
England next tour over there, I think my dad has the same sort of dream as well.
Yeah, really interesting you say that.
Yeah, no, I'd love to do that. That's something.
I'll give you a random one, only because I've had a few people go there that I've played with, and also I'm kind of following a fair bit of their cricket. It's Bangladesh.
Yep,
Bangladesh.
that's true.
I haven't been to Bangladesh.
I've not been to Asia.
Yeah.
So that's.
I have been to India.
Nope.
Yeah, but Bangladesh might be
I'd love to go to
be
India.
a cool
100%.
one to see.
110%.
Nepal, probably another one.
Ooh.
While I'm in the
Nice
area. Well, hit straight, miss-hit slightly. Fielder comes around and takes it. Geez, they've caught well in this innings, haven't they? And Zahir, who is normally a pretty good fielder. This one was hit straight enough, but it wasn't hit hard enough. It was a bit of a miss hit, wasn't it? See, down towards the bottom of the bat. And so they continue to impress and they keep chipping away with wickets. They just haven't let a partnership flourish here. Antwerp, and now 12 Stars have lost an 8th wicket in the 9th over. It is 72 for 8.
Yeah, that's the big aspect of this innings. They've taken wickets constantly throughout. There's been no respite for the batsmen. They haven't been able to get comfortable and really get themselves in. They've just been, if they ever give up an opportunity, it normally gets taken. But keep these random questions coming in. Do we want a new category in between the break and for the last innings of today?
Yeah, I mean, just
We'll
let
think about
it flow
Let it
wherever you
flow.
want. I mean, you know, you can take it whichever way you want. That's what fourth game's all about. Speaking of fours, he's number 4, Shakan Shahzad. Pitches up. Now you've got to be a little bit worried about getting bowled out. Good throwing, good backing up. And they get a single there. Yeah, so I've got a question here about the dry Tortugas. Now,
Not a
I
clue.
didn't know about that. So it's in the Gulf of Mexico. So it's actually in Florida. The dry Tortugas, of course, we talk about the Tortugas all the time here. They went for every misfield. There's a Spanish tortoise. And I didn't know about that. So, look, end of that over. Let's just take a moment to talk about Shakan Shahzad, who's taken 3 for 5 of his 2 overs. And he's built his team into a pretty good position here. 9 overs down, 73 for 9. Well, if we get the time, speaking of time, Frederic Constant, our official timekeepers, we would love to go and visit somewhere.
Swiss watchmakers.
Yeah, they are. They're very high quality as well.
This is a good one. I know you're in your little midst of dry Tortugas, but as commentators,
Okay.
sometimes we do warm up, sometimes we don't. All right. What's that? Hardest tongue twister. Simple one for me.
Yeah, I got a simple one. What's yours?
Red lorry, yellow lorry.
See, I say red leather, yellow leather, but same thing.
Same thing.
I think leather's harder because the TH stuffs you up a little bit.
Lorry.
If you red,
Struggle
lorry,
with your
yellow,
R's, I don't know.
red. Yeah.
Don't do it
Gotcha.
on microphone. Anyway, last over.
There you go. There's always those ones. She sells seashells by the seashore and all those ones.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? A woodchuck could mess it up.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? Could chuck wood?
No, doesn't count.
Why? Because it stumbled.
Yes.
Still talking faster than
I
a
actually,
normal
do you know what?
person.
I actually, talking about my university earlier, we had a lecture on public speaking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, well, I'll carry on the story after this one.
This is Noah's Kunkel. He's come back for the last over. Let's grab some out of a room here. I'll just get one.
Yeah, no, so I had a lecturer who's done some work in the UK. His name's called Guy McCree. And he was leading the lecture. He said, right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do loads of different tongue twisters and see which one was the best one. And the one that came up that everyone struggled with was seashells.
Yeah.
It's the hardest one.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
But keep on saying it, and then you struggle.
Yeah. Makes sense. Fatigue as well comes in. 4 to come. Need to get things moving. Venkata Subramanian gets bowled. And he's not going to go any further. Kunkel, pretty reliable former, I'd say, for Antwerp. Gets full, gets straight. It's exactly where you want to be at this end. Yeah, this end of the innings, you know, regardless of who you're facing. But it's always tough for the tail enders, even though we are in Belgium. This one goes straight under the bat, and that's the 9th wicket down, 74 for 9.
Risking, well, this man is on his way out. It's the man, the myth, the legend.
There we go. Yes, I know. It's yeah, here we go. Well, this is Manoj Nag. So I've got a question. Most difficult ECS player name to pronounce. I've got a few. I mean, I normally just try and break them down. One of them early on, I remember, was Madura Hidyarachalagi. He was one.
Yeah, okay.
But I nailed that, obviously you can tell. Well, Hidyarachige Sisantha. That's probably another one. It's really clever batting, and he must have known the keeper was going to miss that, and we'll give that man the player of the tournament. He's so good, he can score boundaries even when he doesn't hit the ball. And this angle's in a long way. I mean, I don't know what pitch Nag was batting on, but it wasn't the one that the bowler was aiming at, and that'll be 4 byes, handy runs.
He settled off. He was off straight away. He didn't even hit it, but he was like, I know where it's going, I'm running.
Kunkel is nonplussed with that. And yeah, you had to kind of pick the line of that a little bit quicker. Sasawat, he's I think back he's sometimes struggles a little bit more low down, which is strange because when he's up to the stumps, he's very good at it. Anyway, handy runs. Come back to the net run rate thing in a second. Couple to come. Yeah. Okay. So just backs away a little bit. Come on, Manoj.
He was opening up the offside.
Well, I mean, look, he's responsible for the 4 byes. So if you're asking me, his strike rate's 200. Don't be fooled by the 0 off 2. I would like to see him go the other way. Go that way, Manoj. I'm
to be
pointing
fair,
at him.
He was listening to you when he was bowling,
Yeah,
which was quite funny.
my voice carries.
Just a bit.
He's backing away at this again, isn't he? There we go. There
he's
you
got bat on
go.
it.
Grab
He's
a
got-
run. Oh, he might run quick. I don't think they're turning for 2. Wow. The man can do everything. That'll be his 100th point, I think, in fantasy cricket this week as well. Well, he's done what Bradman couldn't. He's hit the ton. Anyway, so they will scramble to 79 for 9 off 10 overs. I'm going to do a quick calculation while we play the highlights. But obviously 80 required for Antwerp for the victory. But again, the broader question is, can they win quick enough to overtake Stars in the net run rate stakes and grab that 2nd place. But anyway, it was a pretty good 10 overs, I think, for Antwerp. Of course, coming off a loss. Teams had a lot of success this week. And one thing for me that was pretty obvious here, their catching, I thought, was top class in this 10 overs.
Yeah, no, it really was. And it just goes to show catches could possibly win your matches. We'll only find out in the next few moments here in Friday. Peacock Friday, well, that got through and burst all the way, and that went for an interesting boundary nonetheless. But again, interesting stats for the Stars CC. No one getting big starts. Only one man getting into the 20s. Ashwin Singh, he was 24 off of 17 with 3 fours and a maximum to his name. But apart from that, there was a few, lots of ones. Only the one duck, Rajiv Sharma. It was a golden quacker. He was eventually gone. But there was, again, you said it, Vinny, excellent fielding by Antwerp. And I think that's really what's been the difference between the winning team and the losing team. It's not been the batting or the bowling. Both teams all teams are pretty evenly matched here in Belgium. I think it's the fielding and what catches you go ahead and take and what you're able to really push on and keep momentum going and take it into other minutes of the game. Well, Sherry Butt, he's been able to take a few good catches. He wasn't even able to take that one, even though he wasn't even on the field of play. But then there was an excellent bit of fielding to remove Sadaf Mupadala, who will have a job to do with the ball in hand with his leg spin, no doubt about that. But excellent work by Shakan Jazad. Well, that wasn't so excellent. This one went a long, long way, and it went through everyone.
Yeah, so I mean, they had kind of bursts, didn't they, where they looked like they might be able to get away, but every time they seemed to pull away with a boundary or two. It seemed that Antwerp had the answers, didn't they? And see, that's another one that went all the way, but then another one there, an edge. But look, the thing is, yeah, they just found a way to fight back, and I think that's a really good quality for a team. Got to say, Wahidullah Jabakel took a very good catch going round to his right there, snuffed out that kind of threat. And look, you know, on this field, we weren't expecting too many sub-100 scores, were we? But got one here. That's another good catch taken. Ilyas here after he let one go straight through his legs earlier in the innings. Yeah, late on, Venkata Subramanian got bowled, and then it was over to the Manoj show. Very cleverly missing that one, knowing the keeper might miss it as well, and 4 byes created. They scrambled to 79, one off the mat for Manoj. But you can see no one passes 24. Ashvir at number 6, in fact. He was the only one to get past the 20 mark, 24 off 17. A couple of double-figure scores, 11 to Mupirala and also to Fail Ahmed with 10. But yeah, no one could string too much together at all, could they? As they staggered more or less to 79 for 9 off 10 overs. Now, do have some net run rate information, and that is that if Antwerp chase this down in 9.2 overs or less, they will overtake 12 stars on net run rate. Because remember, if Antwerp win this game, they'll be level on points, and it will come down to the net run rate. So, just some information for you guys there. Now, how about Sherkan Shahzad? 3 for 5 off his 2 overs. Very, very economical. In fact, all 5 bowlers took wickets, 2 for 22 for Berhan Niaz opening up, and then singles for Sadullah Jabakel, as well as Nawaz Kankel and Tayyab Ali took 1 for 16. We'll have a quick break. When we return, it will be the last innings of Peacock Friday, the last innings of Group A, and the last chance for Antwerp to leapfrog the 12 stars into second place. They'll need to do this 80 in 9.2 overs or less. Find out if they do. The other side of this break, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me as well. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Mecklen. We are in Belgium. We're about halfway between Brussels and Antwerp at this vibrant cricket ground. Great to have your company once again. It's day 5 of this 2-week series and it's the final Group A match. In fact, it's the final innings of Group A coming up. And Antwerp, after going down in match 19, they get the right of reply here in match 20. And they certainly have done pretty well in the first innings to restrict 12-star CC, who won the toss and elected to bat, restricted them to 79 for 9 off their 10 overs. And so the target will be 80, but because they've got a little bit of net run rate to make up, they'd have to actually chase this within 9.2 overs or less if they're going to move from third to second. So we have the first and the fourth places in this group locked in. We know that the Mecklen Eagles will finish top with a 7-1 record. We know that the Austin Exiles will finish fourth with a 2-6 record. We also know that Austin CC got eliminated earlier in the day and the 1-7 record going down in a golden ball, in fact, in their final appearance. But second and third are up for grabs, and it'll all depend on this 10 overs. Has Rajiv Sharma to start us off, 80 for victory. He starts by letting one go. This is Wahidullah Jabakel, who is a guy that can really swing it. I mean, I think he's a pretty good cricketer. Sometimes he just kind of lurks in the shadows at deep square leg in the field, but he always seems to catch what comes his way and field what comes his way. And now it's time to let his bat do the talking. He's out there with the keeper, Zulkarnain Tassawa. This is in the air, should be gone, and it is. So it's a horror start. Jabakel just takes this one off the outside half of the bat, and he's gone without scoring. So a dream start for 12 stars. Well, for them, they'll be hoping, of course, that they can win this game and they can really nail down second and a lower-ranked opponent in quarterfinals Friday. And that's a perfect start, really, isn't it? So Rajiv Sharma, who does bowl a very clever slower ball. And that might have been it there. Just fooled Jabakel. I don't know if it's the full slower ball, but he certainly misjudged the pace of that one, didn't he? And so the first wicket falls without a run on the board, 0 for 1. Just the start you want. You're defending a low score, no doubt about that. I suppose in Jabakel's defence, he doesn't waste a lot of balls along the way, so it doesn't hurt them too much. And so, well, this man, certainly a player that we've enjoyed watching this week. It is Sherry Butt, who has a century to his name, and he went for just a single in the first game. But he responded after a failure yesterday with a sparkling 89 not out. Here he is now with a job to do. He can bat his team into second place. Doesn't have to do too much the first time. Just watches the wide go behind his body. Once again, it is random question time here in the chat. It was pretty random in the first half. I'm expecting more in the second half, please. I do appreciate that everyone is getting in the spirit. We even had a bit of fun in the last over of the day yesterday. Those spanners that were in chat will know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'll hold off on that for now. Full and straight, Sherry Butt probably knows he's chasing 80. He's chasing 80, not 180 here, so he can kind of work himself into the innings. It's been a bit hit and miss, I suppose. I mean, the first day we didn't quite see the best of him on Monday, but he played a couple of shots, kind of warning shots. Of course, his 100 was a masterclass a couple of days ago. Goes back, leans on this, finds the fielder. So this is good follow-up from Rajiv. Sherry will be watching out for his slower ball, no doubt about it. He's got a clever change of pace. Martha Van Perk asking what was my high score in cricket. Well, I wasn't really a batter, I will say that. I was a bit of an anomaly in that I was probably an elite keeper, but not really an elite batter. I don't think there's no secret about that. Wow, he's just got onto the stump, so he's done well to kick this away. So yeah, I think this was probably heading down onto the stump. See, it actually hits the back of his bat, and then, yeah, I don't know if it would have reached the stumps, but you are allowed to do that if you're protecting your stumps. So you see here, I think it was heading in that direction, wasn't it? Whether it would have knocked the bails off or not, I'm not sure, because the base is pretty sturdy. Sherry Butt has a slightly hairy moment there. That's some good football skills, really, from Sherry there. Good first over this, though. 1 for 1. The last over coming up. Last ball of the first over, I should say, is off the thigh pad. So Sherry dots up 4 times, and brilliant stuff from Rajiv Sharma. Makes that total look a little bit bigger. 1 over down. It's 1 for 1. after 1. And speaking of ones, it's only one match without a golden ball now because we had one earlier in the day. If you missed it, it was a blockbuster finish between Ostend CC, who unfortunately didn't get it their own way against the Mecklen Eagles. One thing I probably failed to mention then is just to show you how tight this group is. I mean, that's the top team and the bottom team tying in the last match. So, yeah, certainly a very even group. So, just looking at when the golden ball's gone off, of course, we had that 405 match streak with no golden balls since then. Went off after 23 games, after 26, after 4, after 70, and after 33 earlier today. So, yeah, interesting stuff. I'll get to your question in a second, Martha. Game's moving pretty quickly as we start the second over. Oh, Manoj. And here he is. There's just nothing he can't do at the moment. There's this one. Is it pretty firmly? Manoj's got everything behind it. Geez, I wonder if we're going to see him bowling. Again, it's not a lot of runs to defend, but he is a wicket taker, proven wicket taker. Hello to Nahid Badran as well. Hope you're well, Nahid. Here is Srikanth Venkatesubramanian. Not a good ball. Manoj, well, he's going to have leather poisoning soon. It's 2 in a row. So to answer your question, my highest score personally was 124. That was my highest score. And actually, I did that batting at number 9 in a kind of a non-limited overs match, I suppose. One innings match back in Perth. So yeah, I think I was 7 for 90 for 7 when I came in. Kind of got us to something reasonable. So I remember that one fondly. Remember not being able to move very well after it as well. Gets this one wrong. This will be no ball. It's an attempted slower ball from Venkatesubramanian. Maybe if you want in the chat, you can put your highest scores in the chat. I know that Glenn McGrath had a very famous high score of 61. Yeah, so we'll probably reach the 3 figures a handful of times. And wasn't probably known for batting long periods, put it that way. He and John St. Corey and Tyrone would have loved that foot fielding. Yeah, well, I suppose it was a kind of foot fielding from Sherry Butt, wasn't it? And thanks for the question, Martha. And maybe let us know where you're watching from. That'd be great. Back on target this time. And, well, gets away with it. They've hit a couple of balls straight at fielders here. And yeah, at the moment, it's the kind of start that is kind of inflating that total. I mean, started out needing 8 and over. Already, they need 9.2. So it's almost like they've gained 12 runs here in a way. Remember, they need to do this in 9.2 overs or less if they're to overtake Stars on the table. Short, flat batted. Again, another dot. So both batters will combine off 9 balls here. And if I go back to see, yeah, I'm right. There's no runs off the bat yet. There's been a no ball and a wide. And we're 10 legal balls into the innings. Hello to Archie, saying he's enjoying lurking. Oh, gives me an idea, actually. This will be a wide. So, once again, extras winning the day. A simple call, that one. Getting a bit of good movement there. Look at the curve right to left. But yeah, pretty good take behind the stumps as well by Ronak Jain. He's got the job today in the absence of a couple of others. There, Johns. Was just talking about his highest score. It was 68. He went a whole 12-game season without getting out in 20 over cricket. That's pretty good. Batting at 3. Great stuff, Ian. Yes, just be another dot ball. Now Sherry, I'm probably thinking, doesn't really want a single off this one because he'd probably want to face up. He wouldn't like being 0 off 4 as this game's kind of rattling along. Yeah, I remember my first season of hardball cricket. It was one of those ones where you bat in pairs and you normally just lose runs if you get out. But they never tried to like make the strike fair. And my partner, who was a year older than I was, he was an expert at playing 5 balls and getting a single off the 6. I think I faced about 3 balls in that whole season. Yeah, better. And finally, we've got some runs off the bat. This one's into the deep dark woods. That's 4 for Chasawar, who essentially faces a maiden before getting going. But then get going he does. He whacks this one away. Cuatro carreras finishes the second over. The score is 7 for 1. As we welcome back Charlie Hunt in the commentary box. Yeah, Charlie, we're just talking about highest scores in cricket. That was a question in the chat. I see that mine was 124, batting at number 9. Of course, I wasn't really known for my batting at a higher level, but had the odd good day. How about yourself?
I don't think I've ever reached an actual ton. I think there might have been once. No, there was 113 off of, I think it was 90 odd deliveries. It was in like an under 16 games. No, under 17.
Ah, okay.
That's all right.
That's something to aspire to. Well, you saw there on the table just quickly that if Antwerp win, they go level on points with 12 starts, but they have a little bit of net run rate to make up. So what we worked out is that Antwerp, they need to win with at least 4 balls to spare if they're going to make that up. So
doable.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, so essentially, if you want to look at the game another way, they're kind of 7 for 1 of 2.4 right now. But we'll keep an eye on that. And speaking of butts, Sherry Butt will be facing up. And, well, I'm just wondering how long until we see Manoj, and if we see Manoj in this innings. Anyway, that'll be interesting. I'm going to go for Ravindran here. Gets a bit of bite back. Another dot ball. And Sherry not particularly interested in the single. I think he's thinking more than that at this stage. Yeah, James Stewart saying 126 off 107. Unbeaten as well. The average was far less impressive. Yeah, I think I ended up averaging, someone asked me this, I had to look it up. My average was 24 throughout my career. So it's not, probably wasn't going to get me the baggy green that I would have liked. But
I've had one of my best seasons this year before I started working and going away.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah, I know. I've heard that.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you're averaging 24 in ECN T10, it's actually pretty good.
That's not bad. That's
not
bad.
It's a bit less about that and a bit more about how quick you're getting them.
No ball.
No ball called. This must be for field. Must be for too many outside the circle. You can only have 2 out. If they spotted a 3rd out, then it'll be a no ball, and it is. So free hit coming up, and wow, he misses out. It's just out of sorts a bit so far. He'll be credited with another dot there. Now Sherry Butt's faced a maiden. Well, both batters, first 6 balls, they haven't scored.
Wow. Well, just goes to show. Sometimes.
Isn't that cricket though? I mean, Sherry Butt, when he's good, he just was untouchable. Right now, he's struggling to find his rhythm. And now it gets a little bit lucky, carves it away and gets into a gap. And, well, we know it's 4. Now you have to go get it. And both batters start identically. They have 6 dots and then a 4. And Sherry Butt finally gets off the mark.
Yeah, well, that's going to settle a few of the nerves. It's not an easy total to go ahead and get, is it? 80 is required. But how many times have we seen the lower totals cause the most issues? I've said it time and time again.
Yeah, it's true. Ravindran. Well, he knocks him over, and that's the end of it. And he gets a bit of in-tail here. Ravindran gets the big wicket of Sherry Butt. So he goes 1 and 4 here on a Friday afternoon. How cricket's a great leveller. And, well, that really throws the cat among the pigeons here, doesn't it? It's 7 for 2. And yes, Sherry, I think, is getting a bit impatient after stringer dot balls. Goes for a shot. It's kind of a walking waft. It was never there. And so the score now, the correct score, is 12 for 2.
There you go. Big breakthrough, and I think they're going to need a couple more of those if they're going to look to go ahead and try and keep this total down to a defendable run rate.
Not going straight away here. I don't know if there's some sort of issue. I doubt it. I mean, it's about as comprehensive as it gets, unless it's something to do with the field. I mean, there's really nothing to see here except the stumps clattering over.
I don't know what we're waiting for.
Yeah, I think
he's back.
It's all good. Well, let's have a look. I'll need to get some sort of, well.
What's happened here?
All right, so here
they're saying front foot.
That's a back foot, no ball.
Oh.
It's a back foot, no ball. So that might have been what it was earlier in the over. Well, we'll have to wind that back. I mean, Andrus is a genius, so he'll probably go back and look at it. So he must have gone too wide on that. So, wow, what a big moment in the game. And just having a look at this one. And, yeah, well, yeah, it does seem to touch the line. I've got a little bit of a sneak preview here. But, yeah, ouch. That's a fine one, but it's a correct one, I think, if you go back and look at it. Andrus, probably late in the day, doesn't feel like doing this much homework, but it probably is pretty relevant.
So I mentioned, obviously this is crucial. I don't want to take away from this one. However, I did mention that obviously I'm playing pretty well. Do you want to know that I've got a higher average as someone who's just been added to the ECC squad?
Is that right? Is that Adam Elgar?
It is.
Yeah, you'd be name dropping. Anyway, this one's going to be a full toss, free hit as well. And, well, it's not going to be fielded either. So, well, game of millimetres, really. Sherry Butt, after getting bowled off a ball that was ruled to be a no ball, suddenly he gets a free hit, gets a 4. So that changes the game dramatically.
Yeah, that just changes this game completely here. It flips it on its head.
Another full toss, another boundary. Oh, wow. This game will change so fast it'll make your head spin. And right now he just can't find the pitch. Wanting that kind of miracle delivery again, like the one that knocked him over. This one just hangs in the air again. Easy put away for 4 more.
Yeah, it's just poor bowling more than anything. You don't want to keep bowling full tosses. But no, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Well, I should drop a message to Corey, shouldn't I?
Maybe. Well, no offence, but I'm picking Manoj for Belgium before I'm picking you for Spain.
I'd be picking Manoj ahead of anyone. Even if Freddie Flintoff was coming out of retirement.
This year at the ECC. So
I just thought I'd put that out there, you know.
Yeah.
It's on live on air.
Okay, it's good to know.
No.
You should be eyeing off a wild card spot at the ECL next year.
Take no credit away from Adam. He's in there for a reason. He's had a really good season. I'm more than happy to say that I've been playing alongside him, batted a few times within this season. I'm really looking forward to watching him later on this month.
Well, hit straight, and this one is sailing out of the ground. Maximo! Well, he had a brush with dismissal, didn't he? But he didn't walk towards the bright light. He walked back to the middle, and now Sherry Butt's making him pay. He moves to 18, and the score moves up to 27 with the ball to go on the power play. Well, I've heard that Pack are interested in using you as a net batsman.
I'm all right. I'm going to pass, thanks.
Here's the last ball of the over. And it'll be played back for a dot. It's the end of the power play, 27 for 1. Yeah. Keep your average questions. Yeah, those two. Keep your average questions coming in, or your useless questions, or your useless facts, or your random
mine
facts,
was a useless fact,
your
really,
random questions. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, no, I think I'd rather not, especially when I think about their bowling attack.
Yeah, so that's a pretty impressive one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm all right, thanks.
Have a look at that over. Oh, geez, that took a bit of a turn, that over.
Oh, dear.
Let me just get my calculator out. Okay.
20.
Yeah, 20, an even 20. And, yeah, Ravindran, well, he thought he had his dream moment, but he didn't keep his back foot inside the sideline. I got to say, I've said it before, that's one law I'd change. I actually think that'll change eventually. Wide, pretty spicy wide as well. This is Tufail Ahmed, who's coming on in over number 4. I just think you shouldn't have to worry about both feet. There should be one foot that the umpire looks at, as long as some part of it lands inside the sideline and behind the front. This is the one. This is the one that was bowled, and look at the back foot land here. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it in a second, because this is live action. But this one, well, it's going to fall into the Bermuda Triangle, so this will be fine. Maybe we can get another look at it here. So the back foot is not allowed to even touch that sideline, and you see the heel just landing on the line. And if that's grounded, then it's a no ball. So, yeah, that's the way it was adjudicated. Does seem to be a correct decision. Disappointing one though. 12 stars. And so the next one is just worked down to deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, so there we go. This is just looking to be an interesting lineup, or a matchup, I should say. And well, this is going to be a big over. I feel this could be a crucial over in the context of this game. Hit well into the leg side. There's a man out there, so it should just be a single. Again, it's that man that just can't keep him out of the game, really. Excellent work from Rajiv Sharma. Keeps it to just a single. Well, they are ahead, aren't they? And look how far ahead they are. 18 for 4 at this stage. 19 for 4 now. 31 for 1. 3 deliveries left in here, the 4th. Well, Sherry Butt, he is trying to make them pay, as this is going to go for a single. Doesn't quite go for the boundary that he would have wanted, but this has been, again, a good over for Ahmed so far. And, well, we've just got 2 deliveries remaining. Only gone for 5 so far.
To fail. Kept it quiet so far. And will he continue that way? Well, this is slapped out square of the wicket. Is handled eventually out there by Rajiv, who I think is a very good fielder, you know. He's taken some very good catches in this series. Yep. Particularly the flat ones, he seems pretty good.
But do you remember he took one?
Yeah, in the shadows.
That hit very, very hard.
There's one that would have taken his head off.
Yeah, for sure.
But he stopped it before it did. Yeah, it's exactly the way he described it as well when I talked to him about it. Last ball of the over coming up. And I don't think it'll be out, but it will be a dot. So Sherry Butt survives to the 5th over. It's the end of 4. The score is 33
4-1 after 4 overs. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Charlie Hunt. Great to have you with us. And yes, it is Peacock Friday. And here's the great thing about Peacock Friday. It's catching on.
Is it?
It's catching on.
I'm hearing
and we already saw
things.
Rico. We saw Rico with his wonderful dogs. And, well, some of the Blue crew are getting into it as well. And a little peek behind the curtain here. This is us today. We've got Diana Oros, our photographer. That meant that Mike had to take the camera. So I'm surprised it worked out so well. And Samir, he's got a proper Peacock number on there.
That's so good.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Bit of it all kind of different looking, but
I like that.
Peacock Friday, alive and well on ECN. So, yeah, big thank you to everyone who's getting involved in the spirit. Who knows, at the ECC, we're going to have a lot of spectators.
Ooh.
Maybe we'll see Peacock Friday catching on with them as well, Charlie.
Maybe I'll have to send a little photo in when I'm watching from my lovely box I call a flat.
Would love that. And, yeah, once again, thanks for your company. And it goes right down to the last match here in Group A to determine the actual positioning of the teams. We know that Austin CC will miss out. Tomorrow will be pretty exciting, though, with Group B starting. Yeah, but these two teams, they'll be second and third. Can't tell you in which order. Depends on this run chase. Here's a guy. I quite like the look of him. Mumparala, the leg spinner. Probably just has to work on his consistency a little bit, but I mean, he's not the only leg spinner in that boat. He's going to come on and bowl over number 5.
I want Manoj.
Mano's getting a... I mean, Mano's coming on, what, 3 for?
Yeah, I reckon so again.
High risk option. Sweeps pretty well as a fielder just for that. Again, ground fielding, you've got to say the fielding's been really good in this series for the most part. I think that, you know, these balls, even the ground balls, they're not particularly easy. I think these guys are pretty good to do what they do. So Sherry Butt on strike. He's manoeuvred his way to 20 and he respects this ball.
It's a good proper leg spinner delivery, that isn't it?
Bit of drift. Yeah, bit of drift in. That's the thing.
Done that a couple of times now, haven't we?
Yeah.
Too much time together.
It happens.
Oh dear. Oh well. Part of the job.
Well, if we say the same thing, it's great because it means you're right. Yeah, down the leg side. This will be called a wide. Just loses the handle on this one.
That's quite clever. It's quite funny because Stefan Gooch, tournament referee, and I, we had the exact same thing yesterday, said the same thing. We were pleasantly surprised by our pizza.
Ah.
There you go. Food chat once again. No, I'm joking. Oh, we could do if we
Thinking about it.
Oh, go on then.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So whatever the ball's remaining says, take 4 off it as far as qualification. So yeah, right now I'm looking up and I'm seeing 46 off 33. Well, that's basically 46 off 29.
Yep.
For qualification. It's not qualification. It's to qualify in second place.
Mm-hmm.
They're both qualified, of course. It goes after this against the spin. Hanging, and gone. Maximo! Sherry Butt, he takes a bit of a chance here. This can easily go straight up in the air. Doesn't get all of it. Yeah, it's kind of a moral victory for the bowler, I think, because he induces a slight false shot, but well, no reward. The result, 6 runs to Antwerp.
Yeah, that one, that had the flight of a little 9-iron, little chip into the green, and it still goes a long way.
Neville's found something on the internet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's a good thing. He's found the ECN app on Android. Of course, there's an Android and an iOS app for Apple products. Just look up European Cricket Network or ECN.
Why was I really concerned when you said that?
I just was putting a bit of suspense in it, that's why.
Could be anything, you never know.
Internet does have it all.
Oh dear.
Right.
Tidy over so far.
Yeah, it's been okay. Well bowled, drew him forward, then drew him back, and just slapped away for 1. That's the one you're hoping maybe can lure the batter out of the crease for a stumping, but probably pretty sensible.
So that will be the halfway stage. Antwerp 43 for 1.
Yes, just ahead of the rate, aren't they? But yeah, I wouldn't say it's been convincing so far.
I know we said that they obviously have, is it 4 balls left?
4 balls
left. But even still, you don't want to go in. You don't want to take it near that last
especially
over.
with all these resources to come. Berhan Niaz hasn't even batted yet.
Yeah.
But let's just see what happens. Sherry Butt, of course, he's got another gear. Keanu's saying, you saw on the ECM website something about the European Cricket Academy, and that's something that we're developing slowly, and it's more of an ideal at this stage, but it's rooted deeply in our cricket school project at the moment, where we're trying to get cricket into youngsters and really young people on some occasions. Well, that really takes off. It might have been, it might be a wide because it just bounces too much for it to fail. If this is over the head, it'll be a wide. There's his head. And
by a long way.
That's probably another head over his head.
I was going to say, how young are we going? Do I still qualify?
Hey, probably coach. In fact, Samir, who we just saw on Peacock Friday, he's done a lot of work with kids.
He's really good with what he's done in and around Spain with all the youngsters. He's been really good.
Not just last year, yeah.
No. Him and Neil Brook and Macca as well have been incredible in Spain.
goes after this. And 1 run. Rajiv.
Only ever 1 to him.
He's a wall, isn't he? Pretty thin wall, but a wall nonetheless.
Lucky. Yeah, no. It's the youth project that's been going on. It's in and around Europe. It's been really good to see.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see kids taking an interest and being involved in cricket.
That's where you get the bug, isn't it, when you're young? And like side as he caught
Good question. What's your first cricketing memory?
I actually have mentioned this story a few times, in case you missed it. I actually don't have a family background of cricket at all.
Okay.
Even though my father has Indian heritage, but he was born in Malaysia, so it's not really a cricketing country, although they do have a team that's playing a bit more now. But yeah, so I didn't really have a background, so I had to discover it myself, actually. Mr. Fail goes short again. This is going to be a task for Rajiv. Leaving the wall, can't stop this, and Cherry Butt will get 4. So brings up the 50 for Antwerp. Just doing enough here. A little bit too short. Cherry spots it and he cracks it sideways for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot, isn't it? And Cherry Butt, he's just the man and need to stay in there, don't they, at the moment?
So yeah, I got it out of library book when I was in the 2nd grade. I was probably about 7. It was about cricket and the rules and the kind of techniques and a bit about it. It was pretty fun to read. And I got out another one. I'd always seem to go to the sports section because you had to take out a book a week. So that's what got me into it. And then kind of got, I'd say, obsessed with it. Probably my parents would say that. And then I started playing soon after, just kind of the softball kind of stuff, plastic bats maybe for a season, then modified rules, and then probably by about 10 I was playing hardball. When you're out cricket. It's hit pretty hard, and the fielder will take it. Well, there you go. You had to get him. And they have. And key moment of the game, wasn't it? So Cherry Butt had a life, really, when he was bowled. But now he's going to go. And got to say, again, it's a similar kind of delivery. It's short of a length, but well picked off there. It's a brilliant bit of catching, really. So the key man goes with the score exactly on 50. It's 50 for 2.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it? And, well, if the 12 stars are... Oh, no. He's waiting. Oh, I thought he was going to get another opportunity there.
That would be funny. That would be a good prank on Cherry. To go, hey, Cherry, wait. Actually, you're out.
So, okay, that's an interesting first time, then.
I've seen. I don't think I've done that, but I've seen teams do it.
Oh, no, that's horrible.
When they call the batter back, actually.
No, just saying, you're still out.
Yeah,
off you go.
Yeah. Or words to that effect, sometimes stronger.
I was going to say. That's
anyway,
probably a PG version.
So
that's a nice first memory.
I've got to say that was a great catch by Muparala out there as well, because that was hit pretty hard. We know how hard Cherry can hit the ball. Yeah, that's my first memory, and then going into hard ball cricket around kind of, I think I'm going to say 10. I was playing a year up. Which was because I think they didn't have hardball cricket for my age. I was able to play up, which was good. And actually, I talked about this last week. I'm still friends with some of those guys that I played that very first cricket match with, and I still have the cap. It was a red cap. It was City Beach in Western Australia. No, but it's more pink than anything. It reminds me of those faded baggy greens. I guess it's my version. Anyway, this is a little bit of a nervy start, I suppose, for Berhan Niaz, but he won't get off the mark just yet.
Okay. Mine's an interesting one.
Yeah, how did you get into it?
So
family background?
I obviously lived in England until I was 9. And when I was growing up, we lived next door to a former England cricketer. Do you remember Ronnie Irani?
Of course.
Yep. So he was sort of an innovative ODI player. Yep. Carry on after this.
Good name dropping as well.
Always. So grew up living next to him, and we used to be really good friends with him. My mum and dad used to be really good friends with him, of course. And he used to come around, and I think my first memory was at a barbecue. I think I was about 2. No, not even 3, possibly. Yeah. Just hitting a little, just messing about, of course. And then after that, played a little bit at school in the UK. Didn't play massively. It was more so when I got back, or when I started playing in Spain. That was when I really started to enjoy the game of cricket.
Ah, that's great to hear. Get back into it. This one's going to be another one to the wall. Rajiv, end of the over as well. So successful over that one, isn't it, for Tufail? As after 6 overs, the score is 51 for 2. Okay, so I mean, that's a nice way to get into it. And so, I mean, for me, so the funny thing is, so most people, not most, but a lot of people, their fathers or maybe mothers will teach them to bowl. I had to teach my dad to bowl, and still throws. He can't. He just has it. I can't do it. But he kind of, it's a blatant throw. But he was pretty good, and he got into it too, and then I started watching on the TV. So again, before you were born, 88, 89, West Indies and Pakistan were touring Australia for the kind of tri-series, ODI series, and also some tests against West Indies. Sure. They were something pretty special. Here we go. It's a wide loopy leg spinner, and it's going to go for 6. And so Berhan takes it on and wins.
And it is a shorter boundary there, isn't it? And you see there, it's a bit of a risky shot. If he doesn't quite get this, there's a fielder waiting for it, but instead he gets 6 runs. Maximo time.
Yeah, this is an interesting delivery. It's too wide, isn't it? Gives him too much space, and well, that just is going to take the game more and more away from them now.
Ian John says, call the batter back and then ask him how far you've got before I called you back.
That's cruel.
Yeah, well, it depends what they did to you. Full toss this time. Yeah, everyone's got different stories, how they got the bug. And again, I played cricket pretty seriously for probably until I was 30, 31. Then had just some other things happening, and it was a bit difficult to get available on the weekend, especially with hosting and stuff like that. So I kind of stepped away for a while. Probably knew I wasn't going to get to the next level up, which would have been first-class cricket. Being a keeper, not easy to get through. Well, this is close. I'm not sure this foot ever comes up, though. You see a little shake of the head from Renak Jain. Good take. Again, good leg spinner, though.
Classic leg spinner delivery, isn't it? Not far off.
Got to be careful not to come in front of the stumps, though, there.
Yeah, no, so that was an interesting. But didn't play really until I got start playing in Spain. I played a lot of football when I was younger in England, and then sort of stopped when I came into Spain because of the language barrier.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it can happen. Although I guess sport is an international language in a way.
True, very true.
It's great, Ronnie Irani. I remember him. Good limited overs player.
Yeah, for sure. Wasn't as successful
Good thing about
as he wanted to be in
England is
Test.
that pretty much they give everyone a game, I think. You look at how many Test cricketers England have used and how many Australia have used. There's several hundred more for England. Well, the 89 Ashes, which was the first Ashes series I saw, I think in 6 Tests, Australia used 12 players, England used 29.
Okay.
Struggling a bit. Height? Hits him in front of middle, but I think probably is climbing, especially with the bounce on this pitch. Yeah, that was a series that no one gave Australia much of a hope. They ended up winning 4-0 in the 6 Test series.
I've also got one more question I'll ask after this delivery. It's again cricket related, staying on topic, not going off on quite a tangent this time.
Purala tosses this one up. This is hit, and once again, well, deja vu. This time it'll be 4, but this time it's Tassawar that takes it on. The fielder, he's guarding Adventure Island. This one's just to the right of him, just like the last one was. A different batter, same result. The result is a boundary, so another 4 runs to the total.
Yeah.
Antwerp just cracking along now, aren't they?
Just cracking along. So the question I have, first cricket ground you ever went to?
First cricket ground, as in
proper,
yeah, the Wacker. The Wacker. And I actually remember the game, and I think it was Australia-Sri Lanka in 89-90. And I think it was famous for Aravinda De Silva throwing his bat through a window when he got out first ball.
Okay.
Potentially. So go down the ground for one. And I know because there's probably about 30,000 people there and everybody heard it. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the over. 7 overs down. The score is 63 for 2. Remember, there's a bit of a kink here because if they win, but they don't win with at least 4 balls to spare, actually they won't have enough on net run rate to get over 12 stars. But Group A, that'll be history by tomorrow morning. Royal Brussels will take the field against International CC Brussels. That's the morning session. Looking forward to seeing those 2 teams. And then the afternoon session, it'll be a sizzling Saturday afternoon as Liege take on Beveren. And Beveren, they were the champions of this ECS back in 2020 when it was last played. But it was only a 10-match series back then. Of course, this time it's 48 matches. So join us. Make sure you read up on those teams as well on our website, europeancricket.com. 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Well, everyone, set your watches. It's Manoj o'clock, and here we go in the 8th. And yeah, he's just confusing the batter. Tassawar. I like the approach here, but yeah, unfortunately the keeper couldn't block it and just deflected it away for a bite.
I don't mind this, bringing on Manoj right now. I know he's one of those bowlers that he's either going to get tapped for quite a few or he's going to not go for a lot and get wickets. So
Are you just saying that because you're hungry?
I'm not hungry.
Oh, it's well located. This is in the air. This could be a catch. He's having to go right back, and he has caught it. Very good catch. Excellent catch. And you know why he's so smart here? He knows if he puts his heel down, it's going to hit the line. So they'll probably have a look at this, but I think there's no problem at all with this one. Magnificent fielding by Ashveer Singh. Again, Manoj the Destroyer as Burhan tries to take him deep. Just check the feet here. You see, he goes back and he keeps that heel. Has a little one more step to go. Look, one more step to go there, but he doesn't touch anything. And he can't touch the flag either.
I was just going to say, what's the situation there if he touches the flag?
Touch the flag as part of the boundary, so it'd be 6, but he's going to be confirmed as out. So Manoj arriba, Vitra umpire, porque SOS, out.
and,
Fuera.
and there we go. Fuera?
Fuera.
Fuera. Okay.
So it's out.
Yeah,
I like
makes
that.
sense.
That's good.
All right.
That was good.
Yeah,
But I told you. I
That's
said
the
it, didn't I?
perfect ball.
Yeah.
That's Manoj's
Hang on.
perfect ball. Because you don't want to let the guy go back and hit you sideways. You want to lure him into a drive and hope he mistimes it. And Burhan gets that 99.9% of the way to the boundary, but not quite. Well, game's on.
Yeah, it certainly is.
16 off 16, but make that 16 off 12
Oh, yeah,
for getting the second spot.
For the second spot.
Hey.
Manoj continuing.
Nobody wants to face him, I guarantee you that. Similar kind of ball. This one's hit. And the wall. Momentary fumble. You don't get too many of those from Rajiv, but keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I told you that this is how Manoj was going to buy a wicket. That's what they're trying to do with him, is that they're trying to buy a wicket. They've done it first up. He only took that first delivery, but well.
Thanks.
Is there a turn and tell?
Yeah,
Sorry.
We'll find out. I was going to say thanks to everyone in the chat. They're sharing some of their first memories of cricket as well.
Nice.
So, yeah, we appreciate that. And
I like it.
I like the one. And I'll come back to that in a second because this is Manoj. And he gets driven down the ground. This should only be 1. Watch the bounce. That's all fine. Yeah. Neville saying his memorable one is watching his son play his first match of under-10s,
Nice.
playing a deep square leg. The very first touch of the ball, hit the stumps on the full for a run out. Well, that is amazing. Well, I've got twin younger brothers. I'll tell you something, one of my first memories as well of their cricket. Goes after this. Is this in the gap? No, that's wall bound. And that'll just be a single as well. So hanging in the game here. Yeah, so I was actually umpiring. There's 8 years between myself and my twin younger brothers.
Okay.
And they opened the batting. First ball of the season. One hit it and ran the other one out for a diamond.
Oh, dear.
One of the all-time great tantrums. I think
I
they were
was
about
gonna
10 or 11.
But that was
I
fun.
think there was equipment. I think the game had to be held up to retrieve all the equipment that had been thrown. It's not easy dealing with dismissal when you're younger, or
dear.
even when you're older. All right, here we go. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one. Only 3 off it. Advances and just gets a little bit of an outside edge on this. Well, the proper grenades here working. He only concedes 4 and picks up a wicket. So Manoj, he's firming for player of the tournament for me.
Bowler
Anyway,
of the tournament,
8
that is.
overs down and the score is 68 for 3.
Well, this could be going down to the last, couldn't it? And, well, there are 2 overs remaining, so it's only 12 needed. It's runnable. However, we know if they're going to want to jump into that second place, then they need to do it with 4 balls to spare. There you go. This is the worm. This is going to be a tight one, isn't it? Ebbing and flowing between both teams.
Yeah, it sure is. And they're pretty much even, aren't they? Just see, there wasn't really too much of a kick in that worm towards the end. Nice to see the worm back as well. It's been fading into the background a couple of times.
Struggling today. It's a bit hot today.
Sometimes the worm doesn't turn up at all, you know that?
Must be nice.
It's just we're ready for the worm and it just never materialises. That's the beauty of ECN cricket. You never know what you're going to see.
Does the worm get wet promoted?
Maybe had a
Naughty
one-game suspension. All right, so 12 off 12, but make that 12 off 8 if you want to make
There you go.
If you want to make it through in second place.
Look at the strike rate, Tasswa. 17 off 20. It's
not-
interesting,
it's
isn't
not
it?
like him, is it? Anyway, here's Srikanth Venkatesubramanian. In the air, this one is going, I think it's going all the way. It is Maximo Venkatesubramanian. He ends up going for the length delivery, and it's a challenge kind of length, and it disappears out of the ground. 6 runs.
Venkata Subramanian is going really not the way that he would have wanted, is it? Not the first delivery he wanted to bowl in his second over. He doubles the total runs that he's conceded already, but one hit away now.
6 off 7 for the second spot, Antwerp. And yeah, that back foot no ball call on Sherry Butt. That was a big moment of the game, but I do think it was correct when you looked at it in the replay. Slower ball, slap down to Rajiv. Will do the fielding. Having said that, look, you know, we've made a bit of the second place finish, but I mean, both these teams have done what they need to do and qualified for the next round. And I think because it's so even here in Belgium, you know, that is the key as well. At least you're in the quarterfinals. Ostend CC, of course, missing out, but all the other 4 teams, they are just 3 matches away from the trophy. 3 tough matches away from the trophy.
I think that's also deserved as well from those 4 teams. Ostend CC just struggling at times. Just wasn't their week, wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, well said. Gets it wrong. Goes after this. This may be, well, I'm not sure. Called a wide, and he's saying, hey, is that a wide? Cool. Is it off the pitch or not? Or is it off the edge of the pitch?
Nope.
That's on the pitch. It's just on the pitch.
Fine.
So he's actually, it's not actually the return crease. It's actually the pitch surface that's judged on. So yeah, that doesn't help, does it?
Nope, certainly doesn't. Well, I think it should just be a wide.
I think it was.
They're just checking, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's just a wide. Because Yeah, have a look here. Does it bounce on the artificial surface or not completely? And I think the answer is yes, it does. But what they might say is it's if it bounces on the edge of it, then they may say it's a no ball. But I feel it was a wide. Is that the way it stayed? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's been called a wide. That's a good call, I think. The difference would be it'd be a free hit or not. Anyway, probably might not matter in a second. 4 to win. Hits it hard. But Ashvia will take care of that.
What
So,
a last day of Group A matches it's been, by the way.
Been incredible, hasn't it? Some
There's
really
only
close ones.
Ever been, yeah, I mean, we had a golden ball.
Yep.
Anytime you have a golden ball, it's a good day. But
Absolutely.
yeah, looking at those scores, they're all pretty tight.
Yeah, for sure. It's been entertaining. And
For sure.
Look, let's see if Group B can pick up the pace tomorrow. I had the question, will there be more Maximos in Group B?
I reckon so.
Maybe. I mean, there's been
I
so
hope
many
so.
this week, but I don't think it's going to stop. Big swing and a miss.
He
So,
has
yeah.
struggled.
3 off 8 becomes 3 off 4
Ooh.
for the second spot.
Do you reckon they know?
I think they do know.
Are they? Do you reckon they'll be that concerned?
Are they? I think they'll be trying.
They'll be
especially
trying. I think
Here.
it'll be
not really
in
risking
their
much to
mind.
go for it. Just a reminder that after Kartama, we'll have ECS continuing on the 17th of October with a week in Croatia, then 2 weeks in Malta and 5 weeks in Barcelona to finish the year. Join us for the entirety of this ECN season. All right, 3 to win. Goes for it. Could be gone. Should be gone. Is gone. Looks around. Sees the line behind him. So once again, very good catching by Ashvir Singh. And so, yeah, this game tightening up again as far as that second place is concerned. Just off the end of the bat. It's just kind of a flat bat shot, isn't it? It was nowhere near the middle. Ashvir did the rest. And so Venkata Subramanian, he is a successful bowler there. Picks up his first wicket. And the score now is 77 for 4.
Yeah, interesting really from Tessawar.
3 off 3.
Yeah, 3 off 3. But
3 off 3 and 2 isn't good enough.
But Tessawar just
No ties.
I don't know what happened to him in this innings.
Same
Just
as Sherry Butt. I mean,
yeah,
that's
true.
cricket. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you ain't.
Very, very true.
And sometimes it can be just a day or two apart. Even sometimes it's within an innings as well. You know?
True. Very, very true. But that is going to be one delivery left.
Ian Johns just saying enjoy Group B. I think he might be stepping away for a little bit, but he'll be seeing us at the ECC. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
Always love your input. Thank you to all of our great viewers. We had some good random chats as well today, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
Here's
It's been- the
Kankel.
chat has been on fire this
Yeah,
week.
It's been good. All right,
Always is.
3 to win. 3 balls to do it in to get that second spot. And this one may be out as well. It should be caught, and it is. Well, there you go. So, Suzanne Hassan takes the catch now, and obviously not wasting any time. Kankel only knows one way, doesn't he? And, well, Venkata Subramanian goes from none for 15 to 2 for 15. He won't get a chance for his hat-trick because he's bowled out now. 9 overs down, and the score is 77 for 4. 3 runs required off the next 2 balls if they're to overtake 12 stars on the ladder.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very,
No-
very interesting situation here.
No hat trick, but there is still an opportunity for an unofficial team hat trick.
Yeah, that's true.
I love one of those.
It's very unofficial. Oh, well, Andrus is feeling the golden ball.
Ooh.
I mean, you need to have a blinder of a last over. You can only give up 2. But, I mean, we've seen overs like that before, I suppose. And, of course, we had golden ball 35 today, didn't we? Mecklen Eagles defeating Ostend CC. And so that's one. I thought with Shiraz Sheikh on strike, that one maybe would favour the batters, but he wasn't able to get bat on ball. So it's now 3-8 against batters this year. Now, here's the good thing, though, I suppose, is they've got the quote-unquote set batter on strike, right? So Shakan Shazad has faced 3 balls, will get to face. So, like I say, they need to get to 80 in the next 2 balls if they're going to take second, unless my calculations are way off.
Well, to be fair, I'm glad it's you, not me. 'cause
Yeah.
If it was my maths,
Normally, yeah, Charlie, you're definitely not qualified for that yet. But, yeah,
Ever.
so, and they got Rajiv Sharma bowling. He's a really good bowler.
Yeah.
He's probably going to surprise them with a couple of slower balls.
will it be a surprise?
Yeah, they-
That's my only concern with Rajiv, is that it's almost not become a surprise anymore.
True,
It's
but
a bit
I
of a
think
stock
when
call.
you're still jumpy, when you're slightly lower order
Yeah,
batter,
no, for
you're
sure,
still a bit
for
jumpy.
sure.
You got the opening bowler coming back. So, yeah, they need 3 off 2. 2 off 2 isn't good enough. They need 3 off 2 to get second place and have a higher ranking than their opponent in the quarterfinals. So, very interesting last over of the day coming up. 3 to win as well. Hits it hard. Well, they're going to get 1, and they won't get a second. So, it comes down to this basically. Now there is a bit of an asterisk with this. So say they tied the game here, but then hit a boundary. That probably
would
will be
help.
enough to get them through. So they
That
don't
would.
need to do it. But then we
ideally.
really, I'm sitting down because I'm going to have to get in front of the computer for this. But anyway, if they get to this ball, they're certainly through in second. Well, you might as well take this on now. It's a good pickup, and yeah, they are going to take it on. Good throw, we'll have him, and, well, I think he's made this. So I think, well, it's the winning run if it's not out. So let's have a look at this. Comes back. It's pretty good work by the keeper. Who gets the glove off and has to throw at the stumps. Is it in time? I think he's made it.
I think he's
It's just a bit of an issue with the bat bouncing, but I think once it's in, it's in.
Yeah.
So if a bit of it's in, that's... Well,
dear.
I think that's in.
I think
I think enough of that's in.
Go. That's just a matter of a pixel. Like I realistically think that has to be the game. I think.
See that one there. I think that's in. If you go back a couple there, so I think they're going to take a bit of time over this to just to get it right.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it seems in to me. I mean, it'd be very technical if the bat's bounced so high in the air. We'll probably get one more look at this. Here you go.
I'm trying to take a look at the on-field reaction.
Yeah, see here. I didn't think it was this close, but because of the bat bounce, it bounces there, which means he's not in yet. Is there a frame he's definitely in?
Yeah, there.
Yeah. See, the one just before the ball hits the stumps.
I think that's in.
Yeah, I think
that should be
you've
good.
got to give that in. And the on-field call would have been in. So I think they're going to do it by the barest of margins. Yeah, they're shaking hands.
Okay.
Well, there were going to be cheers from one team, and the umpires picked up the stumps and walking away. I'll be really curious to see the final net run rates because they do this exactly on the ball they need to. That means it's going to be super close, but I do think that win by 4 balls in hand means that Antwerp will just sneak in. And just stay tuned for the final count on that. Bad time for my connection to cut out as well. But look, both teams, spirited series, teams that have hit their straps at the right time, I suppose. And yeah, they'll end up doing this, I think.
Yeah,
and it's just such a close call to finish the game. But I mean, yeah, I think you've got to call that in.
Yeah, you've got to give the benefit of the doubt.
Umpire calls it not out,
Yeah.
calls to check. There's nothing conclusive to say that's wrong. And so they will do it. And so, yeah, big thank you to everyone for a great day's cricket and hopefully enjoyed it as much as we did.
You crunch those numbers, Vinny. I'll take us through the highlights for the final innings of the last match. But before we do that, don't forget we're back tomorrow, the first day of Group B matches, and it starts with a cruncher. It's a Brussels derby. We see that in match 21 and 22. Then we see, 2 years ago, the defending champions, technically Beverden. They'll be taking on Liege in matches 23 and 24. That all kicks off 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central Summertime here in Europe, and then 12 o'clock out in India. But we can go to the highlights eventually for this game here, and well, we take a look. It was an interesting bit of cricket from both teams, wasn't it? It was a lackluster performance with the bat from Antwerp, from 12-star CC, I should say. 79 for 9 off of their 10 overs. Well, the start was certainly interesting, wasn't it? Off that first 2 overs, there were only 7 runs conceded, but then that third over went big, 20 off it with 4 boundaries, 3 fours and a 6, but also 2 no balls in there as well. That one certainly almost took the game away, and I think extras really were the big issue for 12-star CC.
Yeah, okay, here we go. I've got the final net run rates. I believe we'll see this later, but with that, 12 stars finish on plus 0.689, 0.689, and Antwerp 0.692.
No way.
So 0.003 of net run rate is what separates these two. If you were to do it to 2 decimal places, they're both plus 0.69. So that's how even these teams were. But I mean, outside of that, what a good cricket match it was. Ended up going right down to last over. And it shows you sometimes, even if you have a fairly low score on the board, if you bowl and you field well, you can defend these double-digit totals. And it just wasn't quite enough. I mean, to defend something in the 70s would have been remarkable. How about Manoj Nag, though? He was a wicket-taking machine today with a bit of help from his friends, and this was a good catch.
Yeah, that really was. We've seen elements of excellence out on the boundary, not only on the ground, but also in the air. And that was another piece there by Ashbir Singh, just putting a good bit of work in. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough, as 12 stars CC will be defeated by Antwerp by 5 wickets. So that is confirmation by Vinny there.
Unofficial confirmation.
Unofficial confirmation.
I'm getting a lot of messages saying I hope you're right. But anyway, we'll have to see it on the on the ladder eventually if we get a look at it. But yeah, I've got to say, spirited performance. And look, remember, they've still got Paramjit Singh to come back into their lineup as well. Got the blasted 200 run yesterday. So I said whichever team plays better today will will get through in second place, and Antwerp just played marginally better, I suppose. Although they do split the points, I think that was a fair result. And look, a really fitting and entertaining way to end day 5.
Yeah, no, it really was. And we take a look at the scorecards here, and, well, certainly will show what will be an interesting aspect. But look at that. That's where we're playing the
How
cricket
good
at the moment.
is the surrounds? Of course, yeah, the reason there's not too much green grass out there, it's because of the water restrictions. A lot of artificial turf facilities. You see the hockey there. Nearby is also basketball. There's also some horses about 5 minutes that way.
Okay.
So I might have to wander over there when we get a break. But yeah, you can see that this whole Vrijbroek facility, it's basically a 3-kilometre diameter. So it's a fair bit you can have a look at. There's a restaurant there as well. And yeah, I can take you through the scorecard if you like. And it was 80 for 5 in the end, up to 9.2 overs. And 24 for Zulkarnain Tasawa. Again, didn't quite get going, did he? 24 off 24. Sherry Butt with 31 off 21 with 2 Maximos, 4 4s. But he had a big life on 4 when he was bowled. But on further review, it looked like the heel just touched the line. They end up getting there of 9.2. So I've got it as plus 0.003. The run rate difference between these two teams. As far as the bowling went, well, Srikanth Venkatesubramanian was pretty good. 2 for 15 of his 2 overs. Nag just gets the 1 over in the end. They didn't trust him with the last. And, well, they couldn't quite hold on, could they? 12 stars. 1 for 4 for him. Had a very good day. Identical figures, though, for Rajiv Sharma. No surprises, I suppose. They went back to him in the last over. They had him up their sleeve, so you're not really criticising that one at all. As, other wicket was taken by Tufal Ahmed, who took 1 for 14. Again, wanted to say a big thank you to everyone. I do implore everyone to go to the website europeancricket.com to check that my calculations are correct, and it is indeed 12 stars that finish in second place. I have them plus 0.692. I had, the Antwerp, I should say, 0.692, and I had 12 stars, 0.689. So we'll just see if that plays out. Again, big thanks to our partners at Sports Interactive for providing all the back-end support that we need to run the European Cricket Series so well. I want to say a big thank you to Spring Productions as well, because they do a fantastic job. Look, so many close calls. The fact we're getting so many of these right now, I just think it's really important. You see the difference even 1 run makes, right? It can change who's second and who's third in an instant. So, yeah, I want to say a big thank you to Andres and to Andres, and also to Karina for their great work. To the Blue Crew, been a big week for them, and I know that we're really enjoying our time in Belgium. Thanks to everyone from the Federation as well for looking after us here, and for providing another nutritious lunch for us as well. Also, I want to say a big thank you to all the players, particularly all the players from Group A that we've seen so far. Obviously juggling their time, their family commitments, their work commitments. I know that some people are putting in double shifts so that they can play the cricket and maybe get time off for the finals when they come around. So I know there's a lot of sacrifice that goes in to their discretionary time for them to be able to play. And, well, just like that, blink and you'll miss it. That's the end of Group A and your first 5 days in the box. How's it been for you so far, Charlie?
It's been incredible. I've had an amazing time. Everyone's been so welcoming, not only yourself, but also the Blue Crew, and also the players and all the staff and everyone, and including the production crews. Everyone's been incredible. Yeah, well, big thank you to you, and big thank you to all of you out there. And we are 10 days away. Well, tomorrow it'll be 9, and then before you know it, it'll be 1 week to go before we start the ECC. So I want to say, hopefully you stay with us again. It's a really exciting time of the year. It's a bit like Christmas Eve every day right now in the ECN universe as we get ready for the pinnacle, really, of European cricket, the European Cricket Championship. 21 nations ready to do battle in this ECN format from the 12th of September. But we want to say to everyone out there, hope you have a safe evening. Thanks again. Been a great Peacock Friday. Great to spend my first one with you. We even had a golden ball, Charlie. There we go.
We've had it all, and it will start again tomorrow because Group B, well, they're going to make their mark on this series. We're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. Thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. On behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Saturday is on the way, and Group B, they're ready to go. See you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Hasta luego.